Chapter 1236. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Brat, you're courting death. At this moment, the terrifying giant dragon let out an extremely furious roar. After unleashing that attack, even they themselves were terrified. They did not expect to be able to erupt with such power. No pop-up window. However, at this moment, Su Yang charged forward so recklessly, vainly attempting to block it with his own physical strength. Wasn't this looking down on them? This made them extremely furious. No expert would be happy to be looked down on by their opponent. However, at this moment, they were already delighted. In their opinion, Su Yang was definitely going to die this time. This brat is so arrogant. He can't even feel the terror of the Sky Marshal Great Darkness Dragon King sword. This time, we must let him know how powerful we are. Even if Su Yang did not die from this attack, he would definitely be severely injured. This was the unanimous judgment of the three of them. They had absolute confidence in the power of this attack. Woo woo woo, before this attack truly landed, it had already set off a terrifying wave. At this moment, the terrifying attack even erupted with an endless aura. At this moment, the power that erupted from the sky was simply terrifying. With such power surging, the terrifying aura was simply unbelievably powerful. At this moment, Su Yang was in the center of such a hurricane. He seemed to be powerless to block it. Facing such an attack, he seemed to have fallen into a true abyss of darkness. For him, this was simply something unimaginable. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had been completely concentrated on this point. This part of the divine gate seemed to have lost its color. Finally, Su Yang and this power finally collided. The terrifying aura manifested, it was simply endless. A terrifying storm vortex suddenly appeared. Within the vortex, there was already an intense spatial power, and extremely terrifying void lightning constantly flashing. Leave, we can't go near this vortex. At this moment, they immediately made such a judgment. This void vortex was simply too terrifying. If they directly approached it, even they would be swept away and even killed. Haha, that Su Yang must be dead. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to survive. The huge dragon wings kept flapping, and then let them far away from this terrifying void vortex. At this moment, they sensed that Su Yang's aura was becoming weaker and weaker. He seemed to be dead. No matter what, it was impossible for him to survive. They suddenly felt relieved in their hearts. After all, the pressure that Su Yang gave them was really too great. Before they took action, none of them thought that Su Yang's power was actually so terrifying. That would be ridiculously powerful. If they could not kill Su Yang with this attack, they might have to find a way to escape. Yes, we've finally killed that guy. They had to admit that Su Yang's that. At this moment, Liu Wu was overjoyed. During this period of time, Su Yang had almost become his inner demon. From the moment Su Yang threw him into the world of gods, he had an endless hatred for Su Yang. Of course, there was also endless fear. And now, Su Yang was finally dead. This made him feel relieved. At this moment, He-Wan's face was full of regret. Is he dead? Such a powerful genius of the human race actually died just like that. What a pity. At this moment, the world had changed. The 5 continents were the entire boundless world. They needed powerful geniuses to protect them. But now, this genius was dead. He died at the hands of the celestial sect. He suddenly felt disheartened. However, at this moment, changes occurred again. The terrifying void vortex did not disappear at this time. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. The terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. The endless aura was as if the whole world was beginning to be swallowed by this terrifying void vortex. What's going on? Why did the void vortex become so powerful? Shouldn't the void vortex disappear at this time? Their attack had already dissipated. Generally speaking, only when the two powers were extremely powerful would it cause fluctuations in space. And when the power dissipated, the space would gradually stabilize. They did not expect that their attack would be so powerful that it could cause such a terrifying void vortex. But at this moment, their power had already disappeared. Su Yang should have been killed by them. In this way, without the source of power, the void vortex should have disappeared. But at this moment, not only did the void vortex not disappear, it was still spinning. It even seemed like the void vortex had intensified. What's going on? I have a bad feeling. At this moment, Wei Yang suddenly spoke. Yes, the current situation was really too abnormal. According to the normal rhythm, the terrifying void vortex should have calmed down by now. However, not only did it not calm down, but it became even more intense. At this moment, the void vortex's power intensified again. The surrounding mountains and rivers began to be destroyed. Then, they turned into the most fundamental origin chi and flowed directly into the void vortex. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die. At this moment, they no longer had any wishful thinking. They deeply understood that they would definitely die if they stayed here any longer. But just as they were about to leave, a force suddenly appeared. That force was like an invisible giant palm that directly imprisoned them. Their strength was already so strong. It should be known that at this time, they had not yet been released from that state. However, at this time, they were still directly imprisoned. This was simply inconceivable. How can this be? How can this be? At this moment, Wei Yang began to struggle. Dark Siming also howled. Shut up, you two idiots. Quickly activate all your power and get out of this void vortex. At this moment, they were extremely terrified. They felt that they would die in the next second. It was not easy for them to defeat Su Yang. If they were to die in the void vortex, it would be an injustice. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Leave. Haha, you still want to leave this place? Impossible. Since I, Su Yang, have said that I'm going to keep you here today, then none of you can leave today. That was Su Yang's voice. However, Su Yang should have been killed by them. How could he still make a sound at this moment? No, impossible. You're not Su Yang. You're clearly dead. How can you still be alive? At this moment, they simply could not believe it. In their knowledge, Su Yang was clearly dead. However, Su Yang was still alive at this moment. This made them feel very helpless. No, this was not helplessness, but despair. They had tried so hard but still failed to kill him. What would happen to them if Su Yang completely unleashed his power now? It seemed to be something that was already beyond their imagination. Ha. Impossible. Forget it. There are many things that people like you will never understand. After all, what you are best at is living in your own world. I can't be bothered to argue with you. However, since you're here today, then you shall die here. At this moment, Su Yang displayed his overbearing nature. His face suddenly appeared in front of the giant dragon. To their horror, Su Yang's face was actually bigger than the giant dragon. It was as though Su Yang was the ruler of this world at this moment. That sword attack just now was indeed not bad. It was remarkable. Even I have to admire you for being able to stimulate such power. Of course, this attack of yours also brought me new inspiration and enlightenment. However, at this point, you are no longer of any use. Su Yang's voice became increasingly heavy. At this moment, he seemed to have become the will of the entire world. Now, it's time for you to die. At this moment, a golden thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit the giant dragon. 3 extremely miserable screams were heard. It was the screams of those 3 guys. At this moment, they were in extreme pain. They never thought that Su Yang's power would be so strong. However, this was not the end. Su Yang's power was still spinning. That violent and terrifying power was still rushing. It was like a huge wave. Such heavy and terrifying power turned into mountains and rivers at this moment. In an instant, these 3 existences separated again. Mitch, well, your time is over. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll keep you alive, but now you need to go to another place. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, his power was stimulated. The power was leisurely and finally turned into a light curtain. In the light curtain, a huge door appeared. It was the divine gate. They couldn't believe their eyes. This divine gate was supposed to be the embodiment of the will of this world, but now, Su Yang had condensed a divine gate with his own power. Tempage, I've already said that I understand this world. Do you think you can fight with me? Now, not to mention that you only have the power of an overlord temporarily, even if a real overlord comes, so what? I can still defeat you. Chapter 1237. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yang's words were extremely domineering and decisive. Fengyun Reading Network, however, none of the three could deny Su Yang's words, because they were nothing more than losers at this moment. In front of a proud victor, losers had no right to say anything else. Of course, in fact, what Su Yang said was also the truth. It had to be said that during this journey to the Gate of God, Su Yang had made unprecedented gains. His strength had increased by quite a bit this time. Not to mention other things, just his ability to devour origin chi had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, he had directly devoured the power of the two gods' wrath. It was unknown how much vitality the gods' wrath had condensed to reach its current scale, and there was an extremely powerful divinity in it. Although it was only the gods' wrath, there was divinity hidden within. Since Su Yang had already devoured it, he could slowly extract the divinity from it. In this way, his strength could increase again. Of course, even if he did not obtain the divinity, he was already powerful enough. His accumulation of power had reached a terrifying level. At this time, Su Yang could almost compete with the complete Bugadier. The power condensed by the three people just now was indeed extremely terrifying. Such a sword was almost a perfect fusion of the power of the dragon, the power of darkness, and the power of the celestial sect's inheritance. This attack was similar to Su Yang's fusion of laws. However, it was also because of this that the terrifying power was a huge threat to Su Yang. Under the threat of such power, the vitality that Su Yang had just condensed started to condense. He was originally using the extremely strong pressure to increase his strength. The effect was also very obvious. Just now, Su Yang, under the pressure of the external force, finally managed to completely increase his strength. Actually, you probably got one thing wrong. This void vortex was not condensed by your power. When Su Yang's words fell, the three people were extremely shocked. Earlier, their strength had clearly been so frightening. However, at this moment, Su Yang said that it was his strength that had created the spatial vortex, and not their combined strength. This was simply unimaginable. Su Yang's power was actually so strong. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Could it be that this guy was a complete monster? Actually, at that time, Su Yang's attack was already out. His power was about the same power as that move. In terms of power, it was not so easy to destroy this power. However, Su Yang had a translation from translation in the battle. He had already familiarized himself with the laws of the world during the battle. At this time, he could directly activate the terrifying power of the laws. When this power was completely condensed, his power directly activated the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this time, he was able to unleash such an attack. This attack directly triggered the void vortex. That was not all. The berserk power swept everything in and started to devour the terrifying vitality. As a result, his power was naturally able to suppress the three people directly. Of course, that was not all. In the battle, Su Yang's power became even more terrifying. The appearance of the void vortex was, in fact, with Su Yang as the core, directly unleashing the most empty power to devour. The purpose of this power was to devour the surrounding vitality directly. This world of God was actually formed by the condensation of extremely dense vitality. Su Yang gradually familiarized himself with the essence of this world, and in the battle with Bloodfire Taoist, he grasped the essence of it. Therefore, he was able to unleash the most terrifying power just now. At this time, everything seemed to have been settled. That terrifying and berserk aura had already reached the most horrifying level. Such power was almost unimaginable. The three people were separated by Su Yang directly. Those streaks of radiance were almost the most fundamental will of this world. The strength and terror of that power was almost unimaginable. Now, the three of you, return to the most primitive seal. The most primitive seal referred to Su Yang's own world. Creating one's own world and then allowing it to grow was already the domain of God. Su Yang should not have had such an ability. However, he had a square small world. At this time, his power spread out and condensed. At that time, his power would become extremely terrifying and powerful. For Su Yang, this was a great opportunity. If he did not get the square seal, perhaps he would not have such power. Of course, speaking of this, one could not help but admire the ancestor Budur. Back then, he was so powerful. At the same time, his ambition was extremely huge. He actually wanted to create his own world. His purpose was self-evident, which was to become a god. As Su Yang's strength gradually increased, he also knew a lot of things. For example, a holy master was far from the end of power. On the contrary, in a certain sense, perhaps he was just a starting point. Above the holy master, there was God. This so-called God, what was it? Was it purely powerful and terrifying, or was it something else? In fact, he was still not completely sure. He only had a vague idea. Of course, even if it was just a concept, it was actually enough. After all, it gave him another direction. Most of the time, people's pain was not that they had no power. Instead, it was that they had power but did not know which direction to go. Confusion and ignorance were the root of fear. These three powerhouses were almost the top existence in their respective sects. However, at this time, under Su Yang's power, they did not have the power to resist at all. They were directly suppressed by Su Yang. Then, they were directly returned to the square small world. No matter how powerful they were, the square small world was Su Yang's own world. When they were suppressed in this world, they really did not have the power to resist. Their origin was almost directly taken away. For them, this was extremely terrifying, even frightening. It was a pity that at this time, they no longer had any power to resist. Become the origin, become a part of my world, and then live in another way. This is your destiny. Su Yang's voice reverberated like a deity, directly announcing their fates. Under such majesty, how could they resist? Everything was settled amidst such a powerful aura. Finally, they completely disappeared. This was Su Yang's incomparably powerful power. At this time, Su Yang raised his head and looked at the sky. There seemed to be the most brilliant light in the sky. That was a terrifying and mighty power. After Su Yang directly suppressed them, the world returned to calm again. Su Yang's body fell from the sky. At this time, there was an indescribable feeling in his eyes. It was a kind of enlightenment and also a kind of wisdom. A person's every experience was not made up, and he was increasingly convinced of this. He was also increasingly certain that in the journey of a person's life, every power was a specific reality. It was only because of the existence of such power that they would move forward. Perhaps the process of pursuing power was the meaning of life itself. At this time, Su Yang's eyes were so deep and distant. After understanding the essence of the Divine Gate world, he seemed to have a perception of the meaning of existence. The Divine Gate world itself was fake. Those empires and demonic beasts were just the condensation of Yuan Qi. But that was only to him. Perhaps they themselves were extremely real to the life that was constructed from primal Qi. Whether it was the resentment of the gods or those weak existences, they were also searching for the meaning of their lives. The reincarnation of the Divine Gate seems to have come to an end, because I no longer need to continue to experience it. Perhaps in the next world, I will obtain even more powerful power or extremely precious treasures. But these are illusory to me. The meaning of my coming here is not here. Su Yang's eye of truth purified almost everything at this time. However, before this, there was one thing that Su Yang would not forget. His eyes fell directly on Liu Wu. I won't kill you, because you are meaningless to me. But as I said before, hand over your sky soul herb. After Su Yang finished speaking, Liu Wu almost went limp on the ground. He did not expect that his martial uncle and two other terrifying experts would actually fail. This Su Yang was simply a monster. At this time, the Sky Soul Herb suddenly appeared from his body. He could not forget the Sky Soul Herb, because it could help him break through his current realm. However, he did not even have the courage to resist. He only hoped that Su Yang would spare his life and not kill him. At this time, Su Yang indeed did not want to kill him. Such a person was actually just a pitiful worm. However, he would not do that to He Wanzer. Old He, since you have chosen to stand on my side, I will naturally not abandon you. Now, I will leave the Divine Gate world directly. What about you? Will you follow me or continue to reincarnate in the Divine Gate world and search for your own opportunities? Chapter 1238. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He Wanzer did not hesitate and said with a chuckle, "Of course I'm leaving with you." As for himself, he was very clear that his strength was not strong. Even if he stayed in this Gate of God world and obtained some opportunities, what could he do? He might die unknowingly. Even if he did not die, he might not be able to leave the next time. Anyway, he had already obtained the Sky Spirit Herb. As long as he could consume it after leaving, he would have a chance to break through to the Tao Master realm. To him, this was already the best outcome. As for other things, he did not have any extravagant hopes. This was what it meant to know oneself well. If a person didn't even know his own position, then perhaps his ending would be death. He thinking of Liu Wu, He Wanzer sighed. He and Liu Wu had been good friends for many years. However, at this point in time, they had to part ways. This was because they had chosen different paths. In fact, there was nothing between Liu Wu and Su Yang. It was just a resentment that could not be quelled. But speaking of which, who could be blamed? Su Yang did throw them into this world. However, at the very beginning, they were the ones who wanted to scheme against Su Yang. That was why they suffered retribution. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yang's cultivation level was low and they wanted him to scout the way for them, Su Yang might not have taken a fancy to them. Therefore, in this world, there was a law to everything. In this case, there was no need to say too much. Su Yang nodded and said, "Okay, let's leave." At this moment, Su Yang's attention was focused. He gently grasped with his hand and the scepter appeared in his hand. An extremely dazzling light appeared directly. Just now, that Wei Yang was unable to grab the scepter. It was not because he was not strong enough or because Su Yang had stopped him. In fact, it was because he did not understand this world and used the wrong method. It was also because of this that he was unable to succeed. However, at this moment, Su Yang had thoroughly understood the essence of this world. To him, everything was no longer a secret. Therefore, when his power burst out, the scepter naturally fell into his hand. At this moment, Su Yang directly crushed the scepter. After it was crushed, the scepter turned into golden powder. The powder drifted. Not long after, a divine gate appeared again. Su Yang said, "Okay, we can leave after entering this gate." To be honest, there were countless adventures in this world of divine gates. If Su Yang focused on exploring, he would definitely be able to obtain more. However, since Su Yang already had an understanding in his heart, he would not waste any more time here. He still had the most important person in his heart to save. At this moment, he felt that Enchanting needed him. The terrifying dark power had become stronger and stronger. It had to be said that the dark inky lotus was really a powerful treasure. The dark space that he created had become extremely powerful at this time. With such a rolling power, Enchanting and Water Moon Holy Woman did not even have the strength to resist. Although they could still continue to hold on at this time, they knew in their hearts that when the evil spirit completely stabilized his body, his power would definitely become stronger. At that time, they would not even have the slightest chance. Taoist friend Enchanting, integrate your power directly into my Water Moon sword later. Let's have a final fight. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, this guy's condition will definitely become better and better. After a period of recuperation, their strength had more or less recovered. If they continued to delay, it would be meaningless for them. However, for that guy, his power would become even stronger. This evil spirit was already extremely terrifying to begin with. If its strength was allowed to reach an even more powerful level, How would they be able to withstand it? Therefore, Water Moon Holy Woman was determined to have a final fight at this time. Unending nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." At this moment, she activated her Fog of Clouds spell and a stream of power rushed directly into Hanyu Daozuan's body. Her Fog of Clouds spell was really exquisite. Back then, their spiritual energy was not unsealed, so their power could not break through. This ingenuity had not been displayed yet. However, at this moment, the ingenuity of the Fog of Clouds spell was completely displayed. Although it did not seem very strong in a battle of magical powers. However, if it was used as a support, it had an extremely terrifying power. When Hanyu Daozuan fought with the evil spirit earlier, he was actually seriously injured several times. However, with the support of the Fog of Clouds spell, he recovered almost instantly. Even she had to admit that the Fog of Clouds spell was powerful. At this moment, the Fog of Clouds spell rushed into his body and seemed to complement his own power. His power increased sharply at this moment. Freezing moon ice, break through the greater world. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan's eyes opened completely. That terrifying aura immediately burst out, as if 1,000 miles of ice river had descended. Under such a strong icy power, even the extremely deep dark power seemed to be affected greatly. That terrifying aura changed directly at this moment. Such a display of power was simply indescribable at this moment. The dark space shattered bit by bit at this moment. Good, we can finally break through. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan was overjoyed. It seemed that the endurance just now was worth it. If not for the fact that he was healing his injuries, he would not have been able to break through in one go. At this moment, their power broke through the seal and broke through everything. The power of the ice seal was so strong that the darkness shattered and the two people finally broke free from the darkness. At this moment, the evil spirit suddenly opened his eyes. He was a little surprised because according to his estimation, the two of them could not have left the dark space. However, his heart quickly calmed down. Forget it. Anyway, I have recovered a lot of my power. So what if we leave the dark space? It seems that after so many years, my courage has also become small. But fortunately, he looked at the two people who had appeared in front of him and then said cheerfully, "Haha, you're really amazing. You're actually able to break through my dark space. Two little beauties, don't worry, I'll reward you well." Originally, it was Yoon his body. However, at this moment, there was a complete change in it. First, it was the height. Although Yoon his body was considered tall and straight, at this moment, he was actually a whole head taller. That was not all. Next was his face. At this moment, his face had completely disappeared and he became a faceless person. "Mph, you shameless thing, do you think you can defeat us? It's still unknown who will win." Hanyu Daozuan's sword flashed with a cold light at this moment. The most adorable power exploded at this moment. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. A sword light exploded and enveloped the entire world. This power was so dense that the power of ice had reached its peak at this moment. The most terrifying light appeared at this moment. The dense aura was simply unbelievably strong. At this moment, the cloudy mist technique also appeared. Cosmos Cloud Sword. Dozens of cloud swords fell directly. The most powerful aura flashed directly at this moment. Such power could be said to be extremely dense and had reached its peak. The two powers exploded at the same time. These two powers condensed at this moment and were simply incomparably dense. At this moment, the most violent power was simply incomparably terrifying. This kind of power was truly unimaginable. The evil spirit sneered. These two powers were indeed powerful, but why would he be afraid now? At this moment, he directly blasted out a palm and a violent aura blew towards the two of them. At this moment, he was connecting with the Dark Inky Lotus and was already able to draw power from the Dark Inky Lotus. Although this could not allow him to recover to his peak state, he thought that it was enough to deal with the two people in front of him. However, at this moment, the power of the Cosmos Cloud Sword and Hanyu Daozuan's attack directly merged together. This change was so sudden that even the evil spirit did not expect it. When this attack merged, the aura directly increased by more than 2 times. Kill, the two of them said in unison. Such power fell and destroyed everything. In this world, everything began to be annihilated. That aura was like a terrifying giant beast, completely destroying everything. The palm strike that he had unleashed had been directly dissipated without any resistance. This time, he was really surprised. His attack was actually so directly destroyed. The power of these two people was much stronger than he had imagined. However, at this moment, the dark inky lotus suddenly burst out with black light. Within the black light, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence that was about to break through. The terrifying aura fiercely rushed out and destroyed everything directly. The power of the two people was also directly dispersed. They were even blasted out by the impact. The power of the dark inky lotus was truly terrifying. If the evil spirit did not have the dark inky lotus, he would have died long ago. How could he have survived until now? However, at this moment, not only was he alive, but he also possessed the most powerful and terrifying power. Moreover, as the power of the dark inky lotus continued to be replenished, he became stronger and stronger. Hehe, do you see that? Your power is still so weak in front of me. So, don't resist anymore. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me. I'll let you enjoy extreme pleasure and extreme power. Chapter 1239. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, he finally stood up. His power was surging at this moment. Such an aura was simply terrifying. Tao Master? No, he seems to be stronger than a Tao Master. At this moment, Han Yu Daozuan's expression was somewhat solemn. This guy in front of her was simply extraordinary. At this moment, his power actually increased directly. That was simply terrifying. She even suspected that he would become an extremely terrifying sovereign at this moment. If that was the case, they probably wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, it didn't matter. His power had changed at this moment, and it was simply powerful to the most terrifying extent. His footsteps moved forward bit by bit, and a heavy pressure pressed down on the two of them. All right, it seems like you've made your choice. In fact, I really don't like people like you who don't cooperate. However, there's no other way. You're probably all like this. You always think that you can escape by luck. If I don't let you understand your own weakness, I'm afraid you'll never give up. Even though his face had disappeared, his smile was still as clear as ever. At this moment, his power directly rushed out, and a powerful force pressed down on the two of them. They almost couldn't breathe. The divine gate appeared, and in an instant, it was as if thousands of worlds directly rotated at this moment. That was the most terrifying radiance, and it made people not dare to move forward. It was as if they took a wrong step, they would fall into endless reincarnation. This piece of land had too many secrets. The power of the god's graveyard was indeed magical and unparalleled. At this moment, Huanzi was standing behind Su Yang, and he saw the constantly changing scene around him. Even if his heart was always firm, he already felt extreme fear at this moment. That was too powerful and terrifying. It was even beyond his understanding. If he followed the original trajectory, he wouldn't be able to touch it even if he lived his entire life. Every fragment you see is the space of the world that the god's graveyard has evolved into. This god's graveyard is incomparably terrifying. Although the worlds it evolves are extremely fragile and can allow you and me to come and go freely, there are also worlds that have reached an extremely powerful level. It's not impossible to pass off the false as the real one. Su Yang's voice was still calm, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Sir, if we step into one of the fragments, will we be lost in that world? Huanzi asked. At this time, he had even changed the way he addressed Su Yang. He no longer called him young master, but lord. Although it was only a change of 2 words, the chilling intent behind it was self-evident. This represented loyalty and submission. Su Yang said, "No, only when you are strong enough will you be qualified to get lost in it." Huanzi was shocked. Although Su Yang's words were simple, he naturally understood the meaning behind them. If you were strong enough, you would naturally be lost. However, if you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be lost. Instead, you would directly die. He knew very well that the reason why they were able to walk so slowly at this time was actually because of Su Yang's strength. Without Su Yang, he would immediately be buried here. The most important thing for a Tao master was to grasp the power of space. If you couldn't achieve this, it would be extremely difficult. But now, he was still far away from this point. It was not that as long as you were willing to work hard, you would be rewarded. Many times, even cultivators would be confused and fated. In their view, all of this seemed to be a joke played by fate. Because of this, they felt that all of this was so. I know that you are confused about the Tao Master realm. At the same time, you yearn for it. This is very normal. However, there is one thing you have to remember. There are many things that we can't rush to achieve. Every path you take now is related to your future. Su Yang continued, no one can know whether their future has been destined or not, and whether the future can't be changed. At least, our current strength can't reach the point where we can change the past and shape the future. In fact, in my opinion, no matter who it is, no matter how strong they can't change the future. What we can do is to grasp the present. For you, now is actually a good opportunity. Don't you realize that this place is actually full of unimaginable space and time laws? If you can't comprehend it, then memorize it. Even if you can only remember a little, it's still a good thing. The things in your memory will gradually be comprehended after your realm is improved. And when you encounter it, it will help you more when you comprehend it. Hiwanza was excited. He knew that at this time, it was Su Yang who was guiding his cultivation. This was an extremely magical journey. If it weren't for Su Yang's guidance, he wouldn't have had the chance to comprehend it at all. At this time and space changed. Originally, he didn't dare to memorize it at all, because every time he remembered it, he would feel very painful. When pain suddenly befell them, everyone would always subconsciously choose to escape. But after hearing Su Yang's words, he understood that some pain had to be faced. Because if you didn't face it, you wouldn't even have the chance to get it. He nodded. Then he forced himself to start memorizing it. In the pain, time was indifferent. At this time, Su Yang was actually comprehending it. He was comprehending the development of power and the changes in its trajectory. What he was comprehending was naturally not something Hiwanza could imagine. He had even begun to analyze the space nodes one by one. At this time, he directly opened his eyes. The eye of truth directly swept away the countless mysteries. Every single existence had completely disappeared from this world. This was a terrifying realm. Even a venerable sovereign might not be able to reach this step. This was all because he had the square small world. The evolution of the square small world was the development of space. From the evolution process, he saw the most real space mystery. Wanqing, wait for me. At this time, he spoke softly because he had already seen Enching's location. Since he already knew where she was, he directly activated his power and then headed towards the destination. His power was really strong. Enching and Hanyu Daozuan were actually not weak. Coupled with the fact that the two of them could perform a joint attack at this moment, they could unleash even greater power. However, at this time, their strength was directly suppressed. The existence of the Dark Inky Lotus was simply a nightmare for them. My Dark Inky Lotus is a top treasure. Under the suppression of the Dark Inky Lotus, your power can't be completely unleashed. Moreover, even if you can fully unleash your power, so what? Compared to me, the two of you are still too far away. He had experienced such a difficult task. Although Enching and Hanyu Daozuan were the best in the world, they still couldn't be compared to him. Two little beauties, I don't know why you are so insistent, but it doesn't matter anymore. Come, let us enjoy the greatest joy in this world. I think you will like it. Countless roots appeared from the Dark Inky Lotus. Then, with incredible power, they rushed towards the two of them. Ice Seal, Heavenly Moon. Cloud Sword, kill. Enching and Hanyu Daozuan attacked at the same time. Powerful power erupted at this time, directly rushing towards the roots. They wanted to cut off all the roots. However, in the midst of the laughter, the terrifying power had already entangled them. In fact, their power was already considered strong. However, the roots released by the dark inky lotus seemed to have their own spirituality. They were strong and tenacious. The power contained in them was domineering and terrifying. When this power was completely unleashed, the intensity of the aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, the power between heaven and earth suddenly flickered, as if something was about to descend. Of course, the flickering of the light wasn't obvious. Therefore, no one noticed it. You can't escape. This is really exciting. I really want to see what you will look like when I enjoy you. Ha ha ha. At this time, he was simply incomparably excited. Even he had forgotten how long it had been since he last enjoyed himself like this. All these years, he had been sealed in the boundless darkness. Even his life was constantly flowing away. For someone like him, this was simply a kind of torture. However, now, everything was finally over. After suffering, the sweetness came. He finally welcomed his new life. Furthermore, two beauties appeared before him right after his resurrection. How could he not be excited? Enjoying two women at the same time, this was truly exciting. The dark roots broke through the power of the two women, wanting to completely bind them. This was the rhythm he liked the most. However, just at this time, a cold snort sounded. You talk too much nonsense. Those few words turned into the most terrifying power at that moment. The powerful cyclone directly cut everything apart at that moment. The dark roots were clearly so powerful earlier. However, at this time, they were as weak as ordinary withered branches. His expression suddenly froze, and even his eyes revealed a look of surprise. This was the graveyard of the gods. Every place was an independent space. Who could directly break through to this place? Moreover, the moment that guy descended, he seemed to be able to directly lock onto this place. This greatly surprised him. However, just as he was feeling bewildered, a huge power directly suppressed him. That power seemed to be a monument. Chapter 1240. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Who is it? He was incomparably furious. At this time, he was clearly on the verge of success. He could control the thoughts in his heart and achieve what he wanted. Unfortunately, at this time, someone else suddenly appeared. No pop-up window. Heavens, speak, this made him extremely displeased. Moreover, this person who had suddenly appeared seemed to be extremely powerful. The power he displayed made even him feel waves of fear. Such a burst of power was almost fatal to him. At this moment, his body had already begun to tremble. Clearly, under such suppression, he found it difficult to deal with it freely. At this moment, the dark ink lotus was activated once again. An extremely powerful light directly rushed into the sky. Such a light flashed, and the rich power had even reached an extreme level. The dark roots were densely packed, and they rose up in defiance of the heavens, intending to destroy this power that was like a towering mountain. However, at this moment, Su Yang's power gently condensed, and the power of ice appeared. Hanyu Daozuan's power of ice was already extremely powerful, but it could do nothing against this terrifying power. However, at this moment, Su Yang's power of ice appeared. This won't do. Those mysterious roots don't seem to be afraid of the power of ice at all. Hanyu Daozuan was originally very surprised because just now, he already felt that he did not have much power to resist. He did not expect that at this most critical moment, someone would appear directly. Moreover, his attack was so decisive. That powerful and terrifying power was simply unimaginable. However, at this moment, he realized that this person who had suddenly appeared was actually using the power of ice to deal with it. This made him very nervous. His power of ice just now combined with Enchantting's cloud mist technique had no effect on the dark roots at all. In fact, it was directly cut off and struggled free in an instant. Then, would the power of ice at this moment still be effective against this power? At the very least, he was extremely confident in his own way of ice. However, just as he was exclaiming in surprise, Su Yang's power of ice had already condensed. At this moment, the dark roots were directly sealed in ice. Deep blue ice crawled all over the thick branches. Such power was simply terrifying. The ice continued to flicker. That terrifying power was unimaginable. Such a strong aura had almost turned into a storm. The dense storm aura had reached an endless level at this time. How is this possible? Hanyu Daozuan and the evil spirit exclaimed at the same time. They never would have thought that the roots that were so powerful before would be so weak now. Su Yang's power was actually able to seal it in ice. Chumph, is this all you've got? This dark ink lotus is quite interesting. Su Yang's voice sounded again. The evil spirit abruptly turned around because he discovered that the voice had come from behind him. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Everything that had happened before was clearly under his control. However, at this moment, someone had suddenly appeared. This person's strength seemed to be completely beyond his imagination, which made him extremely flustered. Just as he turned around, Su Yang had already slapped him with his palm. This was an ordinary palm strike, just like a move that two ordinary people would use when they were fighting. However, it was precisely such a move that sent him flying with a single slap. His body was still flying in the air when he landed heavily on the ground. Su Yang looked at him and said directly, "Chumph, do you know? You deserve to die." At this moment, Su Yang's killing intent soared to the sky. That was because that damnable fellow had actually offended Yun Wanqing. Although Yun Wenqing seemed to be safe and sound at this moment, he saw sadness and pain in the depths of Yun Wenqing's heart. "Wanqing, are you okay?" Su Yang asked directly. At this moment, his voice was so gentle. Yun Wenqing shook her head and said, "Su Yang, I'm fine. It's just that he killed my father." At this point, even a strong person like her could not control her tears. A woman would only show weakness in front of the person she loved because she knew that this person was her support. This was the only way to make her heart calm down. This was especially true for a woman like Yun Wenqing. Even at the moment of Yun's death, she did not cry because she knew that she could not show her weakness. At that time, she had no one to rely on and could only rely on herself. But now, she could because the person she could rely on was here. Hanyu Daozuan looked surprised. When Yun Wenqing joined hands with her just now, she thought that she was an extremely strong woman who had a strong heart like herself. However, she had never thought that such a person would actually cry. Who on earth is this man? How can he make her feel so assured? In fact, Hanyu Daozuan had reached this point. She had already disdained all men in the world. After all, she was already a Dao master with an extremely high cultivation. How could an ordinary person possibly enter her eyes? However, it was different at this moment. The sudden appearance of Su Yang aroused her curiosity. After all, Su Yang had done something that she could not do. Moreover, he made a woman whom she thought highly of rely on so confidently. Of course, Su Yang did not know what Hanyu Daozuan was thinking at this time. He just looked at that guy. Is this Yun his body? When Su Yang descended, he felt that something was strange. He felt that this body was somewhat familiar, but there was also a sense of unfamiliarity in this familiarity. At first, he could not figure out the situation. However, now that Yun Wenqing said this, everything became clear. The guy in front of him had actually done such a thing. In fact, Su Yang did not have any thoughts about Yun He. He even defeated him with his own hands and crushed his ambition. Therefore, Su Yang did not care about his life or death. However, it was different now. After all, Yun He was Yun Wenqing's father, and Yun Wenqing was already his woman. Yun He's death would make Wanqing sad. Just this point alone was enough to infuriate him. Cough, 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 who are you? At this time, the evil spirit stood up again. He coughed heavily a few times to calm his breath. At the same time, he looked straight at Su Yang, trying to see through Su Yang's identity completely. However, when his gaze fell on Su Yang, there seemed to be a hazy light on Su Yang's body, making him unable to see clearly. This made him feel fear in his heart. He used to be a big shot, a peak Emperor realm master. Although his realm was no longer there at this time, his eyesight was still there. Moreover, Su Yang was able to directly block the power of his dark ink lotus with the law of ice just now. This showed how terrifying Su Yang was. That's not important. In the end, I want you dead. When he spoke, he was still so calm, without even the slightest aggressiveness. However, it was precisely because of this that people felt fear in their hearts. The killing intent hidden in the calmness was the most terrifying. "Hey, we don't seem to have such a big grudge. Do you really want to do this?" At this time, the evil spirit spoke directly. In fact, his words were already admitting defeat. He felt the terror of Su Yang and felt that he was not confident in defeating Su Yang. Even if he used his trump card, he was not very confident. At most, both sides would suffer. He had just been resurrected and did not want to return to that damn half-dead state again. Therefore, if he could avoid fighting such a powerhouse, it would naturally be for the best. As long as he could escape unscathed this time, he would not mind admitting defeat, even if he had to kneel down. When his strength was restored, he would let this guy know what true fear was. With the dark ink lotus in hand, he felt that he could quickly recover his strength. As a person who had experienced life and death, he knew very well that in fact, the so-called dignity had no meaning at all. Only being alive was real. If you feel offended by this, I can apologize for my actions just now. As for your friend's father, I can also reincarnate his soul. You have to believe that I have the ability to do so. He spoke again. This sentence was actually a threat. He was telling Su Yang that he had something to rely on. At this time, Enchanting said, "No, Su Yang, don't believe his words. Just now, in order to save me, my father had already blown up his divine sense." Thinking of her father's appearance just now, she felt even more pain. A father would always be a father. He could sacrifice everything for his children. At this time, the evil spirit immediately said, "No, no, no. Although he has already blown up his divine sense, this is his body after all. It's impossible for his divine sense to dissipate like this. I think, at this realm, you must know that I'm not lying. Although it's impossible for him to be resurrected, I have the ability to reincarnate him." The implication was very obvious. If you insist, then I will make Yoon his soul completely dissipate, not even giving her a chance to reincarnate. I believe that you do not wish to see his father completely disappear from this world, not leaving behind even the slightest trace, right? A faint smile appeared on his faceless face. At this time, Enchanting was shocked. Her gaze fell on Su Yang, hoping that Su Yang would tell her the answer. Was what this guy said true? Su Yang nodded slowly, then said, "Well, you're right. I can indeed let this last divine sense enter the mysterious cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate." Chapter 1241. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Haha, it's all just a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'll let him reincarnate properly. How about we treat it as if we don't know each other? No pop-up window. Heavenly voice. It would be best if he could get through it safely. He didn't care about that bit of spiritual sense origin. Since the dark inky lotus had already awakened, he didn't need that bit of origin power to recover his strength. However, at this moment, Su Yang spoke. "I've already said it. You have to die." The last three words were still indifferent and cold. This caused his smile to freeze. "What did you say? You mean you want to kill me?" he asked directly. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. This guy seemed to want to kill him. Su Yang nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. You made Wanqing suffer so much pain and sorrow. Naturally, you have to die. Don't you want her father to?" The evil spirit wanted to say something, but Su Yang interrupted him. "I can do what you can do." At this moment, Su Yang had already made his move. His power directly transformed into a cage, enveloping the evil spirit. It was still the power of ice. The ice looked extremely fragile, just thin pieces of ice, but the power that suddenly burst out was extremely terrifying. That extremely powerful light directly descended. The power was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. This power made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He realized that the body that he had modified with great difficulty seemed to be starting to stiffen. This guy actually attacked without any hesitation. "Dark inky lotus, merge with my body. Absolute darkness, descend." He immediately roared. He used his trump card without hesitation. Back then, he was able to get through the darkest and most terrifying time because he relied on the power of the Dark Inky Lotus. He merged with the Dark Inky Lotus and was able to unleash the most powerful combat strength. In this way, his strength would become extremely terrifying. However, the price he had to pay was quite high, because doing so would damage the Dark Inky Lotus. Although it wouldn't hurt his foundation, it would still affect his recovery. The Dark Ink Lotus was an extremely powerful treasure. If he could recover his fundamental strength soon, he could even use Mo Lian to attack the Holy Venerable Realm. This was his hope of proving his Tao, so he would rather kneel down and beg for mercy than use this move lightly. However, at this time, Su Yang had already made it clear that he wanted to kill him directly. In other words, no matter what he said or did, he would not let him go. Su Yang's strength was too strong, making him feel extremely pressured. Therefore, when Su Yang attacked, he directly used his most powerful ability. Damn it, since you won't let me live, then I won't let you have a good time either. At worst, we'll just die together. At this moment, his aura was revealed. At this moment, his pressure was extremely terrifying, as if he was a terrifying sovereign. Yun Wenqing and Hanyu Daozuan's expressions changed. Oh no, it looks like this guy is going to go all out. Fellow Wenqing, tell your friend to be careful. I estimate that this evil spirit will be able to reach the sovereign level in a short period of time. The sovereign level was a power that was completely beyond their abilities. Those two words were very heavy. Hearing this, even Yun Wenqing felt a bit uneasy. She had already lost her father. At this time, she didn't want to lose Su Yang as well. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. You two don't need to worry. Master can handle it. The two turned their heads and found Hewanza standing not far away. Hanyu Daozuan's gaze changed first, and then she recognized this person. You are Hewanza from the Shenyin sect. The Shenyin sect was also a hidden sect with its own small world. Although its ranking was not as high as that of the Heavenly Saint sect, it was one of the 5 Tao Masters of the Heavenly Saint sect. She would not be arrogant and look down on other sects. Hewanza laughed and then said, I really didn't expect that Hanyu Daozuan would still remember me. He was just a venerable. In the eyes of others, he was already extremely powerful, but in the eyes of a Tao Master, he was not worth mentioning. He didn't expect that this powerful female Tao Master would remember him. This was a kind of honor. What did you just call him, Master? Hanyu Daozuan asked. She naturally understood what this word meant. It meant loyalty. He was an elder of the Shenyin sect. Although he couldn't be compared with an elder at the Tao Master level, he was still in a high position. And he recognized Su Yang as master, which meant that he treated himself as a servant. There was no need to think about the difference in status. Yes, after returning this time, I will report to the sect master and then leave the Shenyin sect to serve master. This was his decision because he saw hope in Su Yang. The Shenyin sect was indeed powerful. There were even saint venerables in it. However, he didn't see hope in this sect. Instead, he saw something that he couldn't imagine in Su Yang. It was also because of this that he made this decision resolutely. One had to praise his courage. How could an ordinary person be as decisive as him? However, he didn't feel so emotional about all this. Some people were like this. Once they made an absolute decision, they would follow their own will and walk on unswervingly. However, Hanyu Daozuan obviously didn't pay too much attention to him at this time. After all, he was a powerful Tao Master. It was rare for him to remember Hewanza's name. As for how he chose, she wouldn't care. At this time, she was more focused on the battle. No matter what, Hewanza's answer gave her confidence. She just wanted to see how Su Yang, Yun Wenqing's husband, would deal with such a terrible monster. The Dark Inky Lotus directly entered the evil spirit's body. Immediately, an extremely heavy armor appeared on the evil spirit's body. The appearance of this terrible armor made his aura rise a lot. At this moment, his strength was simply unimaginably powerful. I really miss it. Although it still can't be compared with the original power, it already makes me feel good. At this moment, an extremely dazzling light appeared in his eyes. Such a terrifying power seemed to have compressed and distorted everything in the surroundings to the extreme. At this time, he regained control of the power of a sovereign master. Although he didn't want to use it, since he had already displayed this power, it didn't matter. Did you know? Originally, I was planning to let this go, but you're forcing me to do so. That's why I'm so annoyed. Now, I'm truly angry. So, in your words, you must die. At that moment, he sneered and slammed his palm forward. A brilliance directly turned into a dark inky lotus and directly rushed toward Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang's hand condensed into a sword finger and immediately slashed it down. Such a power directly burst out and turned into the most intense light. This attack was so strong. Su Yang was originally good at sword principle, and at this time, his sword principle had reached the most intense level. When this sword slashed out, the space directly separated at this time, like ripples of water. In the silence, there was a murderous aura all over the sky. At this time, the evil spirit directly shouted, "Shatter, explode." The dark inky lotus directly exploded before it came into contact with Su Yang's sword chi. The terrifying power directly spread out and directly enveloped Su Yang. At the same time, he directly sneered, "Do you really think I will fight with you?" At this time, he directly spread out his power, and directly in front of him, a crack appeared. It turned out that he didn't want to fight with Su Yang at all. For now, to be able to survive was the most important thing. He, who had been resurrected with great difficulty, was not willing to fight to the death with Su Yang. Everything that had happened before was just a show for Su Yang to see. The moment Su Yang directly used the sword chi, he directly detonated this power of his and then disturbed this space. At this moment, he could directly and calmly leave. This was his plan. Of course, at this time, he didn't just simply want to leave. "You damned thing, since you are so desperate, I won't let you have an easy time. I don't know if you will be in pain after losing your woman." The corner of his mouth revealed an extremely cruel smile, and then he directly grabbed Enrich. Enrich was originally not his opponent, and at this time, he was in the form of an overlord. Enrich didn't even have the strength to resist at all. Therefore, this wouldn't take up too much of his time. His palm directly descended, and he wanted to grab Enrich in his hand. This was the method of creating a diversion. From this, it could be seen that he was also an extremely cunning person. However, just as his power was about to envelop Enrich, a ray of sword chi suddenly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. That sword chi was so resolute that it caused his entire soul to tremble. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying, and it made him extremely shocked. How is this possible? He was shocked. The ray of power that Su Yang had just slashed out had clearly been destroyed by the power of his dark ink lotus, and even Su Yang himself had been enveloped by his power. It shouldn't be that easy to break through. However, at this moment, Su Yang appeared in front of him so easily. Creating a diversion? Humph, do you think that you are the only smart person in this world? Su Yang sneered. At the same time that ray of sword chi descended, another ray of power also appeared at this time. Chapter 1242. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation HMPH, idiot. So what if you've seen through my plan? Let's have a real battle. The evil spirit had been unwilling to fight with Su Yang because he was afraid of consuming too much of his power. Fengyun Reading Network had just come back from the dead. He cherished his power very much and hoped to preserve it so that he could recover to his strongest state. But at this time, Su Yang was continuously pressuring him step by step. This made him extremely annoyed. At this time, he was already angry. Since Su Yang was forcing him like this, then he would not take even half a step back. His power erupted at this moment. That terrifying radiance condensed at this moment. The powerful power exploded at this time and darkness rolled over. The power of the dark inky lotus was truly revealed at this time. The aura was extremely evil, as if a real demon god had come back to life. The power of the demon god. Such a dark power was even more evil than the power of the divine resentment from before. Even Su Yang frowned. Because he knew that the essence of this power was extremely terrifying. Even if he was strong, if he did not deal with it well, he might be hurt. For Yun Wn Qing and Hanyu Daozuan, this power was even more fatal. Even if it was just the power that leaked out, it would probably put their lives in danger. Therefore, at this time, he definitely could not let this guy use it here. I'll make you regret it. You shouldn't have forced me. Don't you know the principle of leaving a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future? He asked directly. Then, he stretched out his big hand and charged towards Su Yang. The power of the Dark Inky Lotus had been activated. No matter what, the origin of the Dark Inky Lotus would be damaged. This made him extremely unhappy. In order to let him vent his anger, he decided to kill Su Yang completely. However, just as he attacked, a huge divine gate appeared directly. The moment the divine gate appeared, it exploded with an extremely terrifying suction force and swallowed that guy directly. Such a power surged. At this time, the heavy power was simply unstoppable and extremely terrifying. The power of that radiance was almost the only thing in the world. What? He never thought that such a change would occur at this time. Before he had time to think, he was swallowed whole. Tempage, I hope you can display enough strength and not disappoint me. At this moment, Su Yang's fighting spirit was surging. It had to be said that this guy had indeed become extremely terrifying after unleashing Mo Lian's power. Even though his cultivation was on par with Wei Yang, the Trial Dragon, and Great Siming, this guy was definitely stronger. Su Yang had already sensed it, because he could clearly sense it. This guy's level of strength was extremely terrifying. Even compared to others, he seemed to be a little lacking. In other words, if this guy's combat strength was on par with his, then he might not be a match for him. Such a person was extremely dangerous. Su Yang was not stupid enough to let him go. At this time, the great crisis of the entire world was about to arrive. At this time, Su Yang could feel the oppressive feeling, and it was precisely because of this that an increasingly terrifying aura appeared at this time. It was also because of this that the mysterious divine gate world of the Central Plains had awakened. Those who did not have a strong cultivation were fine, but as long as their cultivation was strong enough, they would be able to feel the oppressive feeling. It was as if a huge saber had been placed on their necks. The impact of such power was the most violent and terrifying power. No one could tell when this huge saber would fall. If one's power was not strong enough, then they could only die in this great catastrophe. Therefore, Su Yang had to increase his strength at all costs. At this time, Su Yang directly unfolded his square small world and suppressed the evil spirit into his small world. The evil spirit was indeed extraordinary. After the initial panic, he immediately calmed down, and then his eyes burst out with an unbelievable brilliance. It's actually a small world. It's really unbelievable that you can condense a small world at your level. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. His level was actually higher than Su Yang's, and he used to be a figure who was almost at the peak. Therefore, there were many things that Su Yang might not know, but he already had an idea in his heart. The significance of a small world was actually very important, as it was the prerequisite to becoming a sacred venerate. Generally speaking, not all paths in this world were fixed. Even if one did not condense a small world, as long as one was strong enough, one could become a sacred venerate. However, if one could achieve Tao with a small world, then the difficulty of becoming a sacred venerate would be much lower. However, it was extremely difficult to condense a small world. In ancient times, there had been so many sacred venerates, but almost none of them had achieved Tao with a small world. This was because it required a huge opportunity. However, at this time, Su Yang actually had his own small world. This was unimaginable. At this time, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Just now, I didn't want to fight with him because this guy is also a powerhouse. It's not worth it to fight with him for nothing. However, now it seems that I have a reason to fight with him. At this moment, his heart could no longer calm down. Just as he had said, he already had a reason to fight with Su Yang at this moment. This was because if he could kill Su Yang, then he might be able to take over this small world. Once he obtained this small world, at this time, Even he felt a rush of excitement. Once he obtained this small world, not to mention restoring his previous level, even becoming a sacred venerate would not be a problem. He might even be able to use this small world to break through to a higher level and become a god. God, I want to become a god too. At this moment, his eyes immediately became like a flame, as if his whole body was about to burn. Originally, he was just passively accepting the challenge. However, he had been pulled into this small world by Su Yang, so he had no choice but to fight. However, at this time, he had already cast aside all his thoughts. Passively accepting the challenge? No, absolutely not. At this time, he had to actively prepare for the battle and make himself the most powerful and terrifying. Because only then would he be able to defeat Su Yang. At this time, he was already going to fight with Su Yang regardless of the consequences. Originally, he wanted to play it safe and let himself recover his strength before fighting with Su Yang. However, it was different now. What he wanted now was to gather everything and then erupt into the ultimate battle. As long as he killed Su Yang, his harvest would be too great. In the face of great benefits, even a god would lose himself, let alone him. At this time, Su Yang's body had already descended. At this time, Su Yang's eyes immediately fell on him, and then he said directly, "Well, just now, you didn't have any fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. You probably didn't want to waste your power source and wait for a comeback. However, at this time, you actually showed such a fighting spirit. It seems that your intentions have changed." Su Yang stood still and then said, "Let me guess. You want to plot against my small world, right? I'm not very clear about the secrets of the small world, but it seems that you know a lot." The evil spirit laughed and said, "You're really interesting. You really don't know that you have a mountain of treasures. However, don't worry, I will inherit this huge treasure. I will accept everything. With this small world, I can evolve it and lay the foundation for me to become a god." At this time, he was extremely arrogant, as if he had already regarded this small world as his own. Su Yang laughed coldly and said, "What an arrogant tone. You are now in my small world. I have the advantage of time and place. Are you really sure that you can win?" When the evil spirit heard Su Yang's words, he immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. At this point, you still don't understand that in the face of absolute strength, everything is illusory. The so-called time and place are simply nonsense. Now, I'll let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Dark Ink Lotus, unparalleled war god, dark war god, descend." At this time, his entire body directly changed. At this moment, he actually turned into a terrifying dark war god. At this time, his aura was so deep that an extremely terrifying power directly descended at this time. Even Su Yang's expression was extremely solemn at this time. "You think that the small world is absolutely invincible? Let me tell you, the power of the Dark War God is unparalleled. He can even penetrate your small world." At this time, his aura skyrocketed again. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already given everything and won't hold anything back. I must obtain your small world. In fact, pulling me into your small world was your biggest mistake. If I hadn't seen this small world, I would still have some scruples and wouldn't have dared to fight you. But now, no matter what, I must obtain this small world." At this time, he was simply incomparably arrogant. The power of the Dark War God was indeed extremely terrifying. He could actually increase his aura to such a level. Chapter 1243. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Do you know how terrifying that battle was? At that time, the whole world was about to collapse, but even in such a battle, I managed to survive. It's all thanks to the Dark God of War. When the Dark God of War's power fell, he immediately changed. Such an aura was almost unimaginable. It was as if everything in the world had been condensed into this power. His strength had risen to such a level. At this point, the scenes from back then once again appeared before his eyes. Even now, when he recalled it, he still felt a sense of fear. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle was. However, he was still very proud because no matter what, he still survived. In this world, a temporary victory or defeat was not so important. Only survival was real. Back then, there were countless powerful existences, but now, they were all dead. They should have completely fallen in this world. And now, he was still alive. Being alive was a kind of victory, and also the capital he was proud of. Su Yang sneered softly. He naturally saw this and said, "What, do you think my thinking is very cowardly? Haha, you idiot, you didn't experience that era at all. It was an extremely terrifying era. In the world, no matter how powerful you are, you can't avoid fighting. Even the powerful gods have fallen. Of course, it's an extremely amazing thing that I can survive." His eyes flickered again, and his most powerful aura erupted to the extreme at this time. Such power at this time was simply inexhaustible. Feeling his own powerful aura, even he himself was intoxicated. "Alright, let's not talk nonsense. I can't wait to get your power." At this time, he gently grasped with both hands, and a huge axe directly appeared. The axe was engraved with dark ink lotuses, which seemed to be the pattern of death. At this time, his power became extremely condensed. Such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yang immediately felt an extremely fiendish aura. Su Yang thought that he had experienced a lot of battles, and his killing intent was extremely heavy. But at this time, compared to the evil spirit in front of him, it seemed that he was still lacking. At this time, his heart had truly calmed down. He knew that the evil spirit in front of him was very likely one of the most terrifying enemies he had ever encountered. If he could not defeat it, then he might be killed here. However, no matter what, he would not allow himself to die here. Facing such a powerful enemy, Su Yang would not choose to be afraid. Instead, he pushed his strength to the limit. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he would be. At this moment, the Taiji sword appeared. He knew that he couldn't hold back when facing this evil spirit, and there was no need to hold back. Only with the death of this evil spirit could he obtain victory. Between heaven and earth, all the auras condensed at this moment. The primordial chi of the small world was directly mobilized by him. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. A ray of sword chi fell, and that violent sword attack directly rushed out. The most terrifying aura flickered at this time. With such power, the aura of the small world was completely mobilized at this time. Such power fell directly on him. That kind of momentum was simply incomparably terrifying. But at this time, the evil spirit was not afraid at all. He said with a smile, "I'll let you see the power of the Dark War God." Chop! As soon as he said that word, the dark giant axe released the most violent aura, and a terrifying trace directly rushed into the sky. The appearance of this trace immediately caused the world to be in the most chaotic state, as if it was going to directly break the aura of the small world. Su Yang had to admit that such a terrifying aura had already brought him a great threat. He knew that at this time, he could no longer hesitate. Supreme Sword Pinnacle, Annihilation. At this time, he did not dare to hold back any of his strength. That terrifying radiance directly erupted, and the dense sword attack was simply terrifying. Such power turned into the most fundamental of everything. At this time, the endless power directly poured down at this time. In an instant, the two forces finally collided, and that dignified aura burst out, as if it was going to directly open up a world. Su Yang's supreme sword flight was displayed, and in an instant, he was already beside the evil spirit. "Ha ha ha, good boy, you actually dare to fight with me in close quarters. Not to mention other things, your courage has already amazed me." At this time, the evil spirit's power changed. At this time, everything that was dignified had reached the most violent point at this time. After this exchange, Su Yang's brows furrowed because he discovered that he was actually at a disadvantage after this exchange. At this time, he had experienced many battles, but in so many battles, he almost always grasped the situation and took the initiative. From the beginning, he was confident, and then he put his own calculations and plans to defeat the enemy step by step and get what he wanted. However, this time around, he was actually already at a disadvantage in their first clash. His utmost extermination sword was actually only capable of blocking that frightening axe strike. "Haha, boy, How do you feel? Is it very exciting? At this time, the evil spirit was simply incomparably terrifying. In the state of the dark god of war, he was so powerful. A feeling of invincibility arose spontaneously. At this time, as long as he thought about how he would be able to obtain this small world after killing Su Yang, it made him even more excited. This way, he had absolute motivation. That power was so powerful that it was as if everything was condensing at this time. Such an aura was even more violent and terrifying. Then, the evil spirit continued to drop the axe. Every move was extremely simple and wide, showing his extremely powerful aura. Under this situation, Su Yang could only be forced to defend. This won't do. If this continues, I'll be completely suppressed. Su Yang knew that if he was completely suppressed when fighting against such a person, then he would really lose. No matter what, he could not let himself be like that. Therefore, at this time, he suddenly made a grabbing motion, and several auras of laws directly condensed at this time. Between the laws, Sword of Annihilation, Kill, at this moment, his power erupted once again. When this move appeared, it directly turned into the most terrifying storm. The aura swept, boundless and boundless. At this time, he really threw everything aside. There was only one thought left in his mind, which was to condense the most powerful power and directly defeat the evil spirit. At this time, the power of laws condensed and then directly gathered in the Taiji sword. At this time, the rich aura kept rolling at this time, and the violent power also appeared at this time. At this time, all the power directly condensed. Su Yang's eyes directly erupted with the most determined aura. At this time, the sword light emerged with the most terrifying brilliance. Su Yang directly exploded with this attack. He wanted to directly disintegrate the evil spirit's violent aura with this attack. After being possessed by the dark god of war, he was really too powerful. If the evil spirit's aura was allowed to condense again, then there might be no need for him to continue fighting. Therefore, Su Yang directly attacked at this time. The mighty power of this sword was indeed terrifying. That boundless axe shadow was actually directly broken apart. Therefore, at this time, everything completely disappeared at this time, and the most terrifying power immediately became illusory. At this time, Su Yang was finally able to free himself from the axe. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to be able to interrupt my chain of attacks. You're a pretty good genius. Unfortunately, there are many geniuses in this world, but how many of them can survive until the end? Yi Shiwen laughed. Yi Shiwen was a bit surprised. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to interrupt my chain of attacks. He was really surprised that Su Yang was able to kill his attack. However, at this time, he did not panic, because at this time, his power directly erupted to the extreme. That terrifying aura moved directly. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. Not only did the power of darkness not decrease, but it also became denser at this time. At this time, his eyes burst out, turned into a dark dragon, and swept towards Su Yang. However, you can't use such a powerful sword at will, right? Otherwise, you might really be able to defeat me. He was very proud because at this time, he had seen through Su Yang. Su Yang did not deny it, and only said, well, you're right. I can't use that move at will, otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. That strike just now was a combination of the power of the Sword of Laws and his most terrifying and violent sword chi. How terrifying was that? Even his chain of slashes was directly broken. At this time, the dark dragon had directly rushed towards Su Yang. Hehe, kid, your name is Su Yang, right? Not bad, I will remember your name, so. It's an honor for you. At this time, his aura had become even denser. At this time, the dark dragon was constantly surging, as if to directly trap Su Yang in it. At this time, Su Yang felt a huge pressure. Chapter 1244. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Every single one of these dragons of darkness did not seem to be fake. They were real dragons. Such power was extremely terrifying. With all these dragons hovering here, it was really terrifying. Fengyun Reading Network. One should know that the true dragon was the strongest existence in this world. In the ancient times, the 3 dragon gods dominated the world. Who could stop them? And at this time, the power that he had conjured was actually all true dragons. This was simply terrifying. The power was directly condensed. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, it seemed that all the dragons were resurrected. Vaguely, Su Yang found that the dragon's resentment on his body had appeared. How is this possible? Could it be that these black dragons are real? Even Su Yang was surprised at this time. He even blurted out. At this time, he immediately laughed. Haha, kid, you're right. These are real dragons. Of course, these guys are just dead dragon souls. They were just enslaved by the Dark War god. At this moment, he seemed to have everything under control. The Dragon Clan was the strongest in this world. In his era, the Dragon Clan was much more powerful than the modern era. But at that time, they still dared to slaughter the Dragon Clan. They even collected the souls of the Dragon Clan and turned them into dragon souls. Then, they became a part of their own strength. This showed how rampant they were. It is just that I did not expect that your body would actually possess such a dense dragon's resentment. This is just right. These dragon spirits are originally filled with a murderous aura. The dragon's resentment on your body will completely arouse their ferocious nature. Now then, die for me. Dozens of dragon souls directly charged at Su Yang. Even Su Yang didn't dare to face them calmly. At this time, he directly slashed his Taiji sword. A ray of light immediately appeared. The aura was even more terrifying at this time. Such a power appeared at this time. So what? I'm not even afraid of living dragons. Why would I be afraid of these dead dragons? As Su Yang spoke, the terrifying dragon souls had already surrounded him. But the strange thing was that these dragon souls didn't move forward at all. Instead, they stopped. This was really strange. What's going on? You can actually restrain the dragon soul? He didn't react for a moment, but he didn't intend to let Su Yang continue. Dark Battle Axe, kill. At this moment, he raised his battle axe and charged towards Su Yang once again. That terrifying aura was displayed once again. A powerful and frightening force ruthlessly pressed down. Facing such a terrifying attack, Su Yang's expression changed. Regal sword flight. At this moment, he knew that he was no match for his opponent. He immediately used the Regal Sword teleportation technique and disappeared from his original spot. What an exquisite escape technique, to actually be able to escape from my power, truly not simple. At this time, he praised, but he did not give up. It's just that if you think you can escape from my pursuit like this, that's too laughable. The sky is square and the earth is square, all hopes are dashed. He threw another blow, causing the impact to explode and turn into countless dragons spreading in all directions. That terrifying power seemed to cover every corner of this small world. Today, I'll let you know that in the face of my power, all your efforts are in vain. His aura directly appeared at this moment. Such a change in power caused a storm to blow. That terrifying power fiercely attacked as if it was going to destroy everything. Su Yang used the Regal Sword flight again and again, but he still couldn't get rid of this power. It's useless. No matter what kind of escape technique you use, my power will firmly follow you. You can't escape, so at this time, you'd better accept your fate. At this moment, he was truly displaying his ferocious might. It seemed like everything was going to fall into his control. He was so arrogant. At this time, the dragon souls that had been paused earlier began to attack again. When Su Yang was fighting other existences, he was calm and composed. Even when facing the Dragon King Bugadier, he could still deal with it calmly. However, at this time, in his own small world, he could only keep running. Let's see how long you can hide. Black lotus blooms, clear as the sky, he shouted again. At this time, the black lotus spread out from his body. It was clearly a small flower, but at this time, it suddenly enlarged. It seemed like this black lotus was the only thing left in the whole world. Such an aura directly rushed down. That dark power kept changing, and at this time, it had reached an endless level. Darkness began to sweep. Originally, This small world was a chaotic place. There was no pure light, but there was no true darkness either. However, at this time, darkness appeared. That darkness was only a small area at first, but in an instant, it had covered the whole world. After all, this is a small world. How much power do you think you can unleash? Humph, do you think you can do whatever you want in your small world? Now, I'll completely fill up this small world of yours. I'd like to see what you can do. At this time, he let out a series of roars. The majesty of the Dark War God was vividly displayed at this time. When the darkness spread out, Su Yang's regal sword teleportation seemed to slow down. There were a few times when the dark dragon almost tied up his body. At this time, Su Yang suddenly stopped. Humph, why aren't you running? Or do you think you have no way out? He was very proud. He looked at Su Yang, but his eyes were burning. This was because Su Yang was his hope. Once he succeeded in killing Su Yang, he would be able to obtain everything he hoped for. Su Yang took a deep breath. At this time, he indeed felt that it was extremely difficult. At this time, he suddenly swayed, and behind him, a terrifying shadow directly appeared. That was the shadow of the true demon. The power of the true demon. The evil spirit was clearly taken aback. Even in their era, the true devil was an extremely ferocious existence. There was almost no need to doubt his strength. That terrifying power seemed to be able to kill everything. Back then, it was unknown how many people had been directly defeated by him. I really didn't expect you to be able to give me such a surprise. I originally thought that you were already extremely heaven-defying to be able to control a small world. I didn't expect you to be able to control such power. If the real great demon Heaven Lord was here, he would have used all his power to escape. However, he had already sensed that although this true demon's shadow had his power, it did not have a consciousness. Or rather, its consciousness was extremely weak. So, what was he afraid of? On the contrary, this was his opportunity. As long as he could directly subdue this power, he would be able to obtain even more power and take one step closer to the path of becoming a god. At that time, no matter how the world changed, he would be the most powerful existence high above. Only then, he, who was in an invincible position, would be able to look down on this world. In his eyes, Su Yang had become a boy who gave him treasures. He had absolute confidence in his body of the Dark War God. No matter how much power Su Yang displayed, he would not be afraid. On the contrary, he saw everything about Su Yang as his own. At this moment, he gave the order, and the dark dragon had already charged towards the true demon's shadow. The true demon's shadow also roared and fought the dark dragon. Even if you can display the power of the true demon and temporarily resist the dark dragon, my power is still greater than yours. How are you going to face me? This was the power he displayed after he had cut off all means of retreat. Since he had paid such a huge price, he naturally wanted to control everything. His strength was something that even Su Yang could not deny. During the process of fighting with him, Su Yang had always been at a disadvantage. His means were simply ever-changing. From this, it could be seen that his earlier loss was not unjust at all. This evil spirit had too many tricks up his sleeve. Of course, the root of all this was that Dark Lotus. If it weren't for the revival of that Dark Lotus, he wouldn't have such means. Therefore, the Dark Lotus was still the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the most terrifying power directly condensed at this moment, and the power of darkness rioted bit by bit. In the small world, the power of darkness became even more intense. If this small world was directly filled with darkness, perhaps Su Yang's advantage in time and place would no longer exist. The evil spirit released his Dark Lotus for this purpose, which was to devour Su Yang's small world. Su Yang was the owner of this small world. If he could kill Su Yang, then this small world would naturally be ownerless and could be refined by him. But similarly, if the small world was contaminated, Su Yang would not be able to obtain the support of the power of the small world. In that case, how could he continue to fight with him? Wouldn't he still end up dead in the end? Therefore, at this moment, he directly attacked from both sides and wanted to kill Su Yang. Su Yang naturally felt that the situation was critical. However, at this time, he was also helpless. This guy was really powerful and terrifying. He had to wait for the right time and look for an opportunity. Weren't you very arrogant at the beginning? Now, under my power, you're still a dead dog. I'll make you food on my path to becoming a powerhouse. Of course, for you, this may be your honor. He was so arrogant at this time. Of course, for him, he was completely qualified to be so. After all, his power was too terrifying, and he had completely occupied the dominant position now. Chapter 1245. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Regardless of whether it was the battle for the small world or the battle between him and Su Yang, he had completely gained the upper hand. In his opinion, there was no reason for him to fail. It was precisely because of this that he could be so presumptuous at this moment. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had gathered. A terrifying power changed at this moment, then condensed into an attack and charged directly at Su Yang. I'd like to see how long you can resist. At this moment, he knew that he had gained the upper hand, so he refused to relax at all. Instead, he continued to increase the pressure. He already understood that he had to take advantage of this opportunity to crush Su Yang directly. Although he looked so proud on the surface, in fact, he was constantly on guard against Su Yang's counterattack. After all, Su Yang was able to possess the small world and even took out the true demon's shadow directly. He was probably not a simple person. He had already died once, so at this moment, he did not want to die a second time. In the battle between him and Su Yang, he had gained the upper hand and wanted to crush Su Yang directly in one go. At this moment, Su Yang seemed to have been swept into the storm. At this moment, he could only passively defend to ensure that he would not be destroyed by this terrifying storm. Of course, at this moment, Su Yang did not completely give up. Instead, he was waiting for an opportunity. His current situation was indeed very dangerous, but he knew that he absolutely could not lose his composure at this time. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he had to remain calm. Only in this way could he find an opportunity in the midst of failure. For a long time, the reason why he had been able to achieve victory was because of this. At this moment, he was directly suppressed, and the deep power was extremely terrifying to him. However, at this moment, he was not worried because he knew that he would definitely be able to win and be the one who had the last laugh. At this moment, Su Yang's gaze could almost see through the sky. All the power was completely condensed at this moment. In the sky, an extremely terrifying light shadow began to descend. Such power was constantly changing at this moment. The terrifying aura had already begun to fluctuate. This was the shaking of the small world. In fact, this was definitely not a good thing, because this meant that the small world was gradually beginning to be contaminated. Haha, look, how great is the power of the dark ink lotus. Even your small world is gradually being corroded. All of this changed greatly at this time. The small world had never been in such a crisis before. Revered pinnacle sword, infinite wrath. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly activated his power. His gaze changed at this moment, and then he performed a sword move. The terror of this sword was simply unimaginable. Such a dense sword had already formed the densest trajectory at this moment. This strike was the most powerful attack that Su Yang had recently condensed. It was also a sword move that he had recently comprehended from the revered sword mantra. As soon as the sword appeared, all of Su Yang's essence, qi, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. This was an extremely terrifying sword. Its power was even greater than that of the Sword of Annihilation. The Berserk aura had reached its peak at this moment. As soon as the sword appeared, the entire small world was directly affected. The change in the small world meant that all of the power directly fluctuated at this moment. A crack finally appeared in the dark power. It was fought for by Su Yang with his own power. His sword was so terrifying at this moment. It was as if he had placed all his hopes on this one sword strike. Therefore, when the sword exploded, its power was so powerful and terrifying. The intense radiance was simply out of control at this moment. The terrifying aura was even more indescribable. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Yang had actually shattered that frightening axe shadow. The sudden explosion of this sword surprised the evil spirit. This was because it had never thought that Su Yang would be able to display such power at this moment. How is this possible? At this time, you can still break my power. Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? At this moment, it still did not dare to believe that Su Yang could actually do this. The power that he had just displayed was already extremely powerful and terrifying. In its opinion, no matter what, Su Yang should not have been able to do this. However, it was disappointed. In that instant, the power that Su Yang displayed actually shattered its attack. That was not all. Its power changed at this moment, and it was so powerful that it was boundless. The power that it displayed at this moment could only be described as terrifying. The power of the heavy axe was shattered. Su Yang finally completely breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that was really powerful. However, that was not the power that belonged to you. Su Yang said directly. The evil spirit sneered, "Humph, the dark ink lotus belongs to me, and this power is also displayed by me. Do you think that there is any meaning in your nonsense?" At this moment, he was already extremely arrogant. Although he was extremely surprised that Su Yang had shattered his attack, Su Yang was still able to do so. It did not think that Su Yang could make a comeback. On the contrary, it felt that this was Su Yang's final and useless struggle. As the dark ink lotus continued to devour this small world, Su Yang's power should become weaker and weaker. However, it was different for him. Not only would his power not become weaker, but it would also become stronger. This was because the dark ink lotus had already begun to plunder the vitality of this world. When the vitality of this world completely belonged to him, then it would be time for him to unleash his full power and destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yang sneered, "Do you think that your dark ink lotus has already touched the foundation of this small world, and that you should be able to suppress me directly?" At this moment, Su Yang's sudden question gave it a strange feeling. At this moment, it actually did not feel any fear from Su Yang. However, this was extremely illogical. At this moment, Su Yang should be trembling and feeling fear for its power. However, why was he not afraid at this moment? He was about to lose his small world and was even about to die. Why was he not afraid? At this moment, Su Yang said, "All right, it's about time to start the counterattack." At this moment, Su Yang's aura had clearly become deeper. The Taiji sword directly bloomed with brilliance at this moment. That was the nature of a divine spirit. If the Taiji sword had been hidden before, then this time, it could be said that the Taiji sword had completely revealed its sharpness. When this ray of brilliance directly illuminated the entire world, the evil spirit immediately exclaimed, "Divine sword, it's actually a divine sword." Just now, it actually did not immediately see the divinity of this sword. Su Yang said, "Yes, it's a divine sword. Furthermore, this is a divine sword that will kill you." When the divine sword appeared, the power of the most supreme sword soul also directly began to integrate into it. This caused Su Yang's aura to skyrocket at this moment. Such a change in power was simply too terrifying. At this moment, his light was constantly trembling, as if it had begun to come into contact with this world. Impossible. Even if this sword is a divine sword, you can't defeat me. After the power of the dark inky lotus devours this small world, you will lose your reliance. How can you be my opponent? At this moment, he directly retorted. "Ha ha ha, devour this world. If you can do it, then please continue." At this moment, Su Yang's spirit was shaken, and he immediately launched an attack. Previously, he was clearly being suppressed by the other party. However, at this moment, not only was he not afraid, but he also directly attacked. This was simply the behavior of a madman. However, Su Yang never did things that he was not confident in. Since he dared to attack like this at this time, naturally, he was confident. Right at this moment, bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the small world. The lightning's appearance was almost inexplicable, which greatly surprised the evil spirit. How is this possible? How can this small world give birth to lightning? This lightning is a manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. How can such a small world, the small world of a guy who doesn't even have a venerable emperor, give birth to lightning? This was something that he could not understand. However, at this moment, Su Yang directly roared, "Ha ha ha, When did I say that this is my small world? His words made the evil spirit even more confused, but his heart suddenly jumped. At this moment, a golden light directly appeared. The moment that golden light appeared, it directly dispelled a large area of darkness. What's going on? What is the foundation of this world? At this time, he was almost dumbfounded, because at this time, the core of the world had actually burst out such a terrifying counterattack. This was definitely not something that Su Yang could do. It seems that you have finally touched the core of this world. This is good too. When you touch the core of this world, it will be time for me to launch my counterattack. Power of the Black Tortoise, explode. Power of the Dragon Soul, activate. At this time, Su Yang directly shouted, and then at this time, waves of power appeared at this time. At this time, the change in his aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the endless power had reached the most terrifying level. The sky was originally dark, but at this time, the darkness dissipated and light descended. At this time, a terrifying will appeared at this time. The moment that will appeared, a holy song lingered, and sacred notes resounded. Chapter 1246. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The dark ink lotus trembled slightly. Fengyun Reading Network. The evil spirit was completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. He had yet to figure out what was going on. What's going on? Why is this happening? Wait, you said this isn't your small world? He seemed to have grasped something. Su Yang said, have you finally figured it out? I'm not afraid to tell you that this small world was originally Ancestor Budua's square seal. I don't know if you've heard of Ancestor Budua. Su Yang chuckled. However, this chuckle infuriated him even more. Ancestor Budua. Damn it, this is that old bastard's square seal. Ancestor Budua was a powerful existence who could fight with the great demon Heaven Lord. He was also an extremely terrifying and ruthless character. If this was his square seal, then wouldn't the evil spirit be attacking the power he left behind by touching the core with the dark ink lotus? In that case, the direct backlash of the power at this time could be explained clearly. At this moment, Su Yang's power finally began to erupt completely. From the beginning, when the dark ink lotus appeared and began to erode his small world, he had been waiting for this opportunity. He knew that it was difficult to suppress the dark ink lotus with his own power at this time. He had to admit that the power of the dark ink lotus was indeed terrifying. He could only suppress the dark ink lotus if he exerted his full strength. But obviously, reality did not allow him to do so. At this time, there was another extremely powerful guy, the evil spirit who had displayed the Dark War God. This guy not only had extremely powerful and terrifying power, but he also had the most terrifying combat attainment. He was completely different from the previous opponents. It was impossible for the three fellows who had been suppressed by him to reach the Emperor realm by themselves. It was only after using some secret technique or treasure that they were able to reach this level directly. It was like a child suddenly getting an adult's weapon. Although they were much stronger than ordinary children, they were still far from being a match for real adults. They couldn't possibly be a match for an adult. The guy in front of him was originally an adult, and then he got the power of an adult. In such a state, he was naturally unimaginably powerful. At this moment, his aura began to rise. That kind of powerful strength naturally did not need to be described. The radiance of his power began to condense bit by bit. Such a powerful and dense aura began to rise and change at this moment. This small world was the Four Directions seal, which he had refined bit by bit. But all this time, there was one thing that he could not truly change, and that was the Divine Temple. Although the power of the Divine Temple looked like this, Su Yang had not done anything to transform it. In fact, it should be said that he did not dare to transform it because the power he was nurturing was too strong. It was a powerful force that was hidden deep within, and it was left behind by the Ancestor Budua. How could such a terrifying figure like the Ancestor Pagoda not make any arrangements for such an important treasure? Perhaps he was waiting for Su Yang to make a move, so that he could directly suppress Su Yang in one go. Therefore, all along, Su Yang's method was to slowly refine it, hoping to directly obliterate the core of the divine temple at the smallest cost. Although it would take an unknown amount of time, Su Yang did not have a better way, so he could only do so. However, it was different now. At this moment, the dark inky lotus directly made a move. The appearance of the dark inky lotus was a huge disaster for Su Yang, but it was also a good opportunity. That was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Therefore, when the dark inky lotus began to devour the origin of this small world, Su Yang simply did not care and directly released the most terrifying power. His aura changed at this moment, and the extremely violent power surged. It was simply unimaginable. With such a power, Su Yang could not block it even if he wanted to. However, what he hoped for finally happened. This power completely exploded, and then it clashed with the power of the divine temple. At this moment, the divine temple directly released the most terrifying majesty. The divine temple was left behind by the ancestor Buddha. Naturally, it would not allow such a power to suddenly devour itself, so it immediately released such a terrifying suppressive power. At this moment, the dark inky lotus's foundation was immediately affected. It was also at this moment that Su Yang directly made a move. Just now, Su Yang was right about one thing. After all, this was not his own power. The dark inky lotus supported this evil spirit and made him extremely powerful. However, what if the dark inky lotus could not even protect itself? Then where did the evil spirit's power come from? That evil spirit thought that everything was under his control. The dark inky lotus was not his power, but he could use it to directly suppress and even kill Su Yang. Then, what was the difference between this and his own power? Su Yang's words were just self-deception. However, at this time, he finally understood the meaning of Su Yang's words. This brat had already planned to trick him from the beginning. This brat was really abominable to the extreme. At this moment, his entire body was about to explode. The dark inky lotus was affected, and the power of his dark war god actually fluctuated. At this time, Su Yang suddenly slashed down with his sword. That terrifying aura was simply violent and terrifying. The moment this sword slashed down, it seemed that the space was about to be directly cut off. In this small world, he was originally extremely violent, but at this time, he was suppressed by Su Yang's sword. This change came suddenly. Damn it, why is this the ancestor Buddha's square seal? He was much more clear about the ancestor Buddha's majesty than Su Yang. Why did his square seal have such a name? It meant to suppress the square world. The ancestor Buddha was together with the great devil Heaven Lord back then, and they were both extremely terrifying powerhouses. Damn it, this brat is really despicable. How dare he tempt me like this? At this time, he was really furious to the extreme. In his opinion, all of this was Su Yang's fault. If he hadn't tempted him like this, why would he attack? However, at this time, how could Su Yang pay attention to him? He finally had the opportunity, so he naturally had to attack with all his might. His Taiji sword completely exploded at this time. Coupled with the revered Supreme Sword Soul, its power was boundless. The power of the Dark Battle Axe weakened at this time, so Su Yang naturally gained the upper hand. Not only that, but the change in Su Yang's power was extremely terrifying. All of his aura changed at this time, and it had reached the most violent state. The dark dragon soul that Mo Lian summoned, who was fighting with the true devil shadow, suddenly stopped at this time. Then, they directly let out a low roar and charged toward the evil spirit instead. What? How is this possible? How can the dark dragon soul betray us? The dark dragon soul had been refined by the dark inky lotus, so they should have been enslaved by the dark inky lotus. Even if the dark inky lotus was attacked by the ancestor Buddha's power, it still existed. As long as the dark inky lotus existed, the enslavement would not be removed. But at this time, why did they suddenly betray him? This was not normal, but he soon realized that all of this must be related to Su Yang. This damn brat, who knew how many tricks he had hidden. At this time, Su Yang laughed and said, "Haha, the dark dragon soul is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, their essence is still the soul of the dragon clan. Once they encounter the Dragon King's fire, do you think they will still be enslaved by the dark inky lotus? The dragon clan's hierarchy was very strict. It was a powerful suppression that came from the depths of the soul. At this time, the dark inky lotus was attacked, so all of its power could not be as strong as before. At this time, Su Yang directly released the Dragon King's fire. How is it possible? How can such a thing exist in your world? At this time, he simply could not believe it. The Dragon King's fire was such a precious thing. How could Su Yang actually have such a heaven-defying thing? Su Yang laughed. You are unlucky. Just before I met you, I had just suppressed a Dragon King's fire from the Dragon Clan. In fact, Su Yang had 2 Dragon King's fire at this time. One of them was the Dragon King's fire brought by the judge, and the other was the blood-winged wyvern's. Although the blood-winged wyvern was suppressed by Su Yang in the end, at the last moment, he had actually condensed the Dragon King's fire, because at that time, he had already transformed into a real Dragon King. Of course, his power might be the weakest among all the Dragon Kings, but even the weakest Dragon King was still a Dragon King. Su Yang had refined the 2 Dragon King's fire at the same time. Of course, he would not let go of such a powerful and precious aura. In the beginning, Su Yang did not dare to use the Dragon King's fire because he was worried about the terror of this dark inky lotus. This dark inky lotus seemed to have an extremely terrifying power. Perhaps it was a treasure that determined the strength of a powerhouse. Otherwise, it would not have such a terrifying majesty. At this time, the Dark Dragon Soul directly launched a counterattack. For the evil spirit, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would lose such a comprehensive advantage at this moment. Su Yang did not waste any more time. He directly used the Dragon King's fire to command the Dark Dragon Soul to trap the evil spirit. At the same time, the true demon shadow directly descended from the sky. The true demon shadow brandished its long saber. The huge saber directly opened up an extremely terrifying scar in the small world. The appearance of that scar seemed to want to bury the entire world. Chapter 1247. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The evil spirit was terrified when he saw the slash. Such power was extremely powerful even for him. If he was hit by this slash, he wouldn't be much better off now. However, he was already trapped by so many dark dragon souls at this time. It was already extremely difficult for him to dodge, so he could only block this attack with the dark battle axe. Boom! This attack directly exploded, and the terrifying sound was like a great bell. That terrifying aura spread out, and the violent power displayed endless majesty at this time. The terrifying sonic storm had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. It seemed like all the power in this world was going to be directly annihilated by this attack. Such an aura was simply unimaginably powerful. Everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. Damn it, how can this attack be so powerful? At this time, he was simply in incomparable pain. The terror of this attack was already beyond his imagination. Fortunately, this attack seemed to have been blocked in the end. This allowed him to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the corners of his eyes twitched, and a huge sense of danger surfaced in his heart again. Exalted slash of annihilation. Because it was at this time that Su Yang directly attacked. Su Yang's attack was not ambiguous at all. This sword directly struck at this time. This sword strike, coupled with the exalted sword evasion, had the most fatal power. Moreover, Su Yang's sword strike was extremely ruthless. This sword strike directly pierced the evil spirit's chest. However, the moment Su Yang's sword struck, a dark radiance exploded and finally blocked this attack. This dark ink lotus is really powerful. Even at this time, the armor formed by its power can actually block my sword strike. At this time, Su Yang was also shocked. He originally thought that at this point, this guy could not block his sword strike no matter what. However, he did not expect the armor formed by this dark ink lotus to have such terrifying defensive power. Even at this time, it could still block his sword strike. Such power was simply terrifyingly powerful. Compared to Su Yang, the evil spirit breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when Su Yang attacked with this sword strike, even he himself felt fear. Fortunately, Mo Lian's power did not disappoint him. Haha, I still blocked it. He rejoiced in his heart. However, unfortunately, at this time, a huge tortoise suddenly appeared above his head. No, that was a black tortoise. This black tortoise directly smashed from the sky. That evil spirit was still laughing just a moment. Translation the next moment. Translation the tortoise translation translation. Translation translation. 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 Translation boom. He was with translation 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 with a loud sound. Translation translation of pain translation translation translation. 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 Translation translation. 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 Translation is translation. Translation. Before the evil spirit could stop, Su Yang had already caught up to him and slashed at him with his sword. Just like this, the evil spirit was continuously ravaged by Su Yang. Such power was simply pitilessly terrifying. That indescribably powerful and imposing aura was simply terrifying beyond compare. It wanted to completely pulverize him. Even though he had a powerful defense, he was still extremely miserable at this time. Being ravaged by Su Yang continuously was simply his agony. However, in the beginning of the battle in his consciousness, he clearly still had the upper hand. D***mn, why is it like this, why? He kept shouting in his heart. He was clearly the one who should have taken the initiative, but why was he so miserable at this time? In this way, it was simply a complete and utter abuse. This made it difficult for him to control himself. However, Su Yang did not pay any attention to this. He was not even the least bit pleased with himself, nor was he dejected because his attacks were all blocked. Instead, he continued to attack extremely seriously. Su Yang knew very well that this time, his victory did not come easily. If it was not because this guy was too greedy and wanted to erode the small world and kill him at the same time, which endangered the core power of this world, causing this power to suddenly explode and suppress the Dark Ink Lotus, then he was afraid that he would really be done for. For him, this was a victory that was no longer within his control. And it was precisely because of this that he was extremely unwilling to accept this result. Everything that was out of his control was not a good thing. He did not want to pin his hopes of victory on the temple because he knew that the temple was actually his enemy. If the ancestor Budur took the opportunity to make arrangements at this time, it would be a disaster for him. At this time, his power was rolling, and that terrifying aura also underwent the greatest change at this time. That oppressive and terrifying power continued to resound. At this time, as the Dark Ink Lotus was gradually suppressed, the darkness continued to shrink. The defensive power of your armor seems to have begun to decline. Su Yang spoke. He had already felt all of this, so at this time, he urged his own power. In this way, that armor finally began to show signs of shattering at this time. This was a chain reaction. When the first crack appeared, this armor was no longer as strong as imagined, and it began to shatter continuously. At this time, waves of power continued to appear at this time. It was simply unimaginable. No, I'm not willing to accept this. How can I lose? Clearly, a great future was in front of him. Clearly, he was only one step away from victory, but at this time, he was directly defeated. The power of the Dark Ink Lotus was constantly weakening. At this time, the reason why he was able to survive was because of the Dark Ink Lotus. When the power of the Dark Ink Lotus completely dissipated, then he would have nothing left. He knew this, which was why he was more nervous. He really did not want to die. He did not want to return to those days where there was no daylight. Extinction, extermination, limitless, slash. At this time, Su Yang directly exploded with terrifying power again. The violent aura was simply unimaginable, and the strong power rose to the extreme at this time. 3 slashes. This time, he directly slashed out 3 times. The sword light flew in the sky. No, it was already soaring in the sky. The powerful aura had already arrived in front of the evil spirit in an instant. At this moment, the evil spirit did his best to protect himself, wanting to avoid being directly injured by this attack. But at this time, he was completely unable to do so. The power of the dark ink lotus was no longer enough to support him. Hence, at this moment, Mo Lian's armor finally shattered completely, and his pale body was directly exposed before Su Yang. The power of those 3 slashes not only shattered his armor, but also severely injured his body. At this time, he was simply in an extremely sorry state, and his entire body was trembling non-stop. That was such a heavy and terrifying slash. What kind of violent power was that? Su Yang looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a dead person. You've lost. After saying this, he directly started to attack without any hesitation or pause. He did not want to give this guy any chance at all. At this moment, his power came so fiercely and so violently. Wait a minute. At this time, he naturally did not want to die. Hence, he felt that he had to say something at this time. He wanted to beg for mercy, and he also wanted to swear loyalty. But it was useless. Su Yang simply did not give him a chance to speak. With this attack, he directly descended. This attack came too quickly. It was like a gust of wind. In an instant, everything came to an end. Su Yang's sword pierced through his head. That faceless head flew high into the air at this time. This evil spirit finally died at this time. He had already died once and was resurrected with great difficulty. Unfortunately, before he could enjoy the process of being alive, he had already died again. Su Yang's expression was calm. After this slash, he directly reached out with his hand, and a streak of light exploded, directly rushing into that consciousness that was about to completely collapse. Afterwards, he grabbed a bit of spiritual light from inside. That was the last spiritual light of Yun Wen Qing's father, Yun He. If this spiritual light was also extinguished, then all traces of his existence in this world would completely disappear. However, as long as this spiritual light existed, there was a possibility of him being reincarnated. Although this possibility was not high, Su Yang still wanted to do his best to fight for such an opportunity. After the spiritual light was grabbed, the evil spirit's head was still floating. However, at this moment, Su Yang's eyes frowned. This was because he discovered an unusual power at this time. Then, his gaze suddenly fell on the dark inky lotus. At this moment, the dark inky lotus suddenly flickered with a black light. Then, roots appeared and directly tied up the head. That was not all. The dark roots also engulfed the entire body of the evil spirit. This unforeseen event came too suddenly. Even Su Yang was not prepared for it. However, he understood that this was definitely not a good thing. Supreme Nirvana slash. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly slashed with his sword. Such a sword aura whizzed out at this moment, heading towards the roots. He did not hold back at all in this slash. In fact, it even exploded with a power that was stronger than usual. However, at this moment, the dark roots actually blocked this attack. Almost at the same time, the evil spirit's body was directly swallowed by the dark inky lotus. What's going on? This dark inky lotus actually swallowed its master's body directly. Su Yang was shocked and simply could not believe it. At this moment, he suddenly gathered his power. Divine Temple descends, suppress. The Divine Temple seemed to be extremely hostile towards the dark inky lotus. However, the Divine Temple was imprisoned in the core area by Su Yang. Chapter 1248. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He could not refine the temple, but he could seal it. After all, he was already half the owner of this small world. However, at this time, Su Yang no longer chose to continue sealing and suppressing the temple. Instead, he let the temple appear directly. The powerful temple fell and suddenly pressed down on the dark inky lotus. It was as if it felt that it was its natural enemy, and it did not give up. At this time, the dark inky lotus also changed. Countless dark roots exploded and tied up the power of the temple. The power of the two divine objects began to entangle with each other. It seemed that the most fundamental fight had begun. At this time, Su Yang did not move at all. Instead, he looked straight at the terrifying power that was changing. This is the evolution of the law of power. Even he felt extremely shocked at this time. This was because the change of power was simply a terrifying evolution. All the power between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this time. Such an aura was so powerful that it had reached the most terrifying level. The light gathered at this time, and the strong power at this time was simply extremely powerful. The light of pagoda burst out at this time. There seemed to be a will in the dark. Is that the will of the ancestor pagoda? Sure enough, such an old monster will not die so easily. The power condensed in it is even more unimaginable. At this time, Su Yang exclaimed in his heart. He had personally entered this temple before, but at that time, he did not feel the will of ancestor pagoda at all. In the end, he was still not strong enough to truly reach that level of understanding of yin and yang. However, at this time, the power of the dark inky lotus burst out seemed to threaten the temple, so these two powers were entangled. After the appearance of the light of pagoda, the temple also condensed an extremely violent and terrifying power at this time. A looming dark god of war appeared. That is the dark god of war that was summoned by the evil spirit. It is actually an individual with an independent consciousness. If it had not been entangled with the consciousness of the ancestor pagoda and finally manifested, Su Yang would not have been able to see it at this time. The dark god of war clearly had its own will, and it seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence. This guy, is he related to the dark demon sect? In fact, during the battle just now, Su Yang had an extremely strange feeling in his heart. At this time, this feeling was even more obvious. The dark power of the dark demon sect seemed to be very similar to his power. In that case, there must be a huge connection between the two. At this time, the will of the two and pagoda. This won't do. Su Yang's translation, these two old things, Su Yang's was, the strength of the twos were, their strength was. Translation. Su Yang. When their strength was completely unleashed, Su Yang knew that he would not be able to do anything to them. But as pagoda. Is pagoda translation pagoda? Pagoda. I have always thought that I have already taken control of this small world, but now it seems that this is also the scheme of the ancestor Buddha. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly felt cold sweat dripping down his back. In fact, he had been wrong all along. Just as he had thought, he had been too arrogant from the start. He had thought that he had changed the four corners seal and had even refined this small world step by step. But in reality, the will of the ancestor Buddha was hidden in the temple. The reason why he did not make a move was definitely because he had his own plans. If Su Yang did not miscalculate, then this old thing most likely wanted to directly pluck the fruit when the time came. He had paid a huge price to condense this small world, and at the moment when it was about to be completed, this guy would definitely make a move and use his terrifying power to seize this small world. At that time, not only would she have to work for him for free, even her own life would be in danger. Damn it, these old bastards are all extremely terrifying and scheming. If it wasn't for this lucky stroke, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found out about this. This made Su Yang extremely angry. No matter who it was who was played like this, they would not be happy. However, fortunately, this time, it was really a lucky stroke that allowed him to discover the truth. This won't do. I have to think of a way. If these freaks just explode, or if they just join hands at this time, not only will this small world disappear from my hands, even my life will be in danger. At this time, Su Yang's power was withdrawn by him. The dragon soul transformed into the azure dragon and the black tortoise's power had all disappeared. Although these two powers were powerful, they were not mature enough to deal with this terrifying power. On the contrary, if he were to display these two powers, then he was afraid that they would be directly swallowed up. At this time, Su Yang suddenly remembered the Godslayer sword's fear of the regal sword soul. That's right, the regal sword soul. At the beginning, the Godslayer sword probably really wanted to directly refine him into a scabbard. However, it gave up in the end. Su Yang knew that this was not because of his kindness, but because the Godslayer sword was afraid of the power of the regal sword soul. The regal sword soul was the most fundamental existence to Su Yang. He should have died long ago and should not have appeared in this world. After all, when he was on Earth, he suddenly had a heart attack, and his heart was completely dead. Even with the medical advancements of that era, after his heart died, he could not be saved. However, because of the regal sword scripture, he was resurrected in this world. Therefore, the regal sword soul was his foundation. No matter what, it could not compare to the regal sword soul. It was his foundation, so it was naturally the thing that Su Yang trusted the most. Furthermore, his power might be much greater than what he had imagined. Since that's the case, then let's take another gamble. At this time, Su Yang directly condensed his consciousness. This small world was originally connected to his mental world, and it could even become a derivative of his consciousness later on. The moment he willed it, the regal sword soul immediately appeared. Sword soul, suppress the universe. At this time, Su Yang directly shouted. In reality, there was no need for Su Yang to say anything. That sword soul directly headed for the two divine objects at this time. The regal sword soul was originally only a meter long. However, at this time, it directly reached a length of several hundred meters in an instant. After the several hundred-meter-long sword soul appeared, it immediately crashed down fiercely. The regal sword soul was practically a part of Su Yang, so whatever Su Yang thought was what it would do. When that sword soul crashed down, the divine temple and Mo Lian immediately changed. At this time, they seemed to have sensed an enormous threat. The two powers actually rose into the sky at the same time to resist the regal sword soul. As expected, these two consciousnesses are extremely independent and cannot be controlled by me at all. That's fine too. It's better to explode now than to let you lie dormant. These two existences were too uncontrollable for Su Yang. Since that was the case, rather than letting them lie dormant and explode later, it was better to end things with them now. Therefore, at this time, not only did Su Yang not feel any shock from the sudden explosion of these two powers, he was instead incomparably excited and worked hard to stimulate the regal sword soul's power. At the same time, he shouted again. Bright moon, green lotus, if you don't appear now, when will you? His will moved again, and the green lotus anomaly and the bright moon anomaly in his sea of consciousness immediately appeared. This strange phenomenon originally existed in his sea of consciousness, but at this time, Su Yang actually directly manifested it in the small world. Because at this time, Su Yang wanted to make a very bold move, which was to connect this small world and his consciousness intimately, or even directly. In this way, the consciousness would be the small world, and the small world would be the consciousness. This showed Su Yang's determination. At this time, he did not want to compromise at all. He wanted to settle everything in an instant. The bright moon appeared and directly hung in the sky. A faint radiance sprinkled down. Every ray of radiance was Su Yang's power. And the green lotus directly manifested beside the two great powers. No, to be precise, it was beside the dark ink lotus. Then, it swept towards that power. At this time, his power was so powerful and miraculous. That power directly changed, and in the end, it even condensed with that power to the extreme. At this moment, that power was so dense and so firm. Su Yang wanted to directly devour the power of the dark ink lotus. This was naturally an extremely long process, but it was not impossible. At this time, Su Yang's regal sword soul had directly suppressed these two great divine objects. To be precise, it had suppressed the will of these two powerful existences. I am determined to get this small world. Whether it is the ancestor Budur or the Dark War God, it is impossible for them to take it from me. Since you have already left behind so many arrangements, then we might as well see whose means are more brilliant. Su Yang had already made up his mind to fight this power to the death. The regal sword soul directly exploded, and then the regal sword codex also manifested. The regal sword soul came out from this sword codex, and now, even the sword codex had appeared. Su Yang had already taken out his real trump card. He would either succeed or die trying. Chapter 1249. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Such a small world was naturally extremely precious. However, if I can't control this small world, then what's the point of it being precious? Perhaps it was a huge hidden danger that would explode at the most critical moment. It would devour him directly. Su Yang wasn't someone who didn't know how to make a choice. On the contrary, he treasured his life very much. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The entanglement of the two powerhouses gave him an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. When his regal sword soul directly suppressed them, the two powers exploded at the same time as if they were going to put up a final resistance. However, he understood that it was impossible for these two forces to truly be of one mind. Instead, they were extremely wary of each other. Therefore, this was his chance. At this moment, what he needed to do was to unleash a thunderous attack and completely suppress the two powers. You still want to put up a resistance at this point. Why don't you just submit? At this moment, his voice was like thunder. The terrifying and enormous power exploded at this moment. The powers of the Green Lotus and the Bright Moon were pushed to the extreme. The powerful aura kept changing and manifesting at this moment. In an instant, Su Yang's power actually suppressed them. Page. The Regal Sword Codex is all-encompassing. Su Yang poured all his power into the Regal Sword Codex. At this moment, this golden page shone with the brightest radiance. He was like a blazing sun. The intense radiance was truly terrifying. Let's transform into the blazing sun. At this moment, Su Yang activated it again. Since he wanted to turn this place into a small world, he had to do it thoroughly. How could a so-called small world not have a sun and a moon? At this moment, his bright moon avatar had already manifested. It hung in the sky and released the divine moonlight to suppress the two divine objects. Therefore, he might as well turn the Regal Sword Codex into a blazing sun. Under his will, the Regal Sword Codex rose into the sky. Sun and moon shine together, chaos explodes. Su Yang suddenly shouted. The light of the sun and moon shone at the same time. At this moment, the entire small world shook. There was even a sacred sound that began to resound. Such a terrifying sound flashed with the most powerful and terrifying power at this moment. At this moment, the small world was completely transformed. Perhaps there was still power left behind by the temple in the original small world. However, at this moment, Su Yang was directly transforming the sun and the moon. This method was simply unbelievable, especially the Regal Sword Codex. It was a supreme book with unfathomable power. And at this time, when this power completely displayed its powerful essence, it was even more terrifying. Boundless majesty was displayed at this moment. That powerful force was simply like a storm. The violent aura was unimaginable. At this moment, this power was the only power, being that power was the power. Is translation, is translation. Is translation. When the power of the sun and the moon fell at the same time, chaos began to reverse. Then, even the wills of the two powerhouses could no longer resist. After all, what existed here was not their actual bodies, but only their wills. You want to use your own wills to set up a trap. Then, I will directly destroy your wills and let you know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. At this time, Su Yang seemed to have a sacred aura. This time, he directly transformed the sun and the moon. It was almost a process of splitting heaven and earth. This also allowed him to have a new understanding of himself. At this time, he was already a Tao master. At this time, his realm was surging and rising again. They were all Tao masters, but there was a huge difference in strength. This all originated from his understanding of the Great Path. What was the Great Path? That was the principle of this world. Now, he was almost directly splitting heaven and earth. Although it was only a change in the small world, it was already extremely terrifying. He cut off the chaos and integrated it into the small world. This was an unstoppable destruction, but it was also the purest creation. After this, his understanding of all this directly rose to a new level. To put it bluntly, at this time, he had already experienced something that even an emperor master could not experience. Therefore, at this time, his understanding of the origin of the Tao naturally rose. With the rise of his realm, his strength naturally rose as well. In the world of the Divine Gate, he had devoured an endless amount of vitality. This vitality was the unique aura of the god's graveyard. It was even more superior than spiritual qi. Originally, if he did not have the power of the highest and forcibly devoured this power, Su Yang could only be like the others, ugly and inedible. However, That was only because he relied on the power of the highest. Now, his cognitive realm had risen. Even if he did not have the power of the highest, he could still digest and use this powerful power. And now, the ever-changing power had become a part of him. Good, good, good. Indeed, dedication and opportunity coexist. If it were not for this, I don't know how long it would take for me to reach this step. Now, my comprehension has risen directly. At this time, he was really excited. This was the joy of comprehending the great path. At this time, Su Yang's confidence skyrocketed. Following that, his strength and realm had also reached the most terrifying level. At this time, that power directly suppressed down. Such a terrifying aura directly underwent a huge change at this time. At this time, that power was almost endless. Its terrifying majesty was unparalleled. When the powerful power fell, it almost suppressed everything within it. At this time, the two powerful consciousnesses had already realized that things were not good. At this time, they really wanted to join forces to overthrow Su Yang's highest sword soul and directly disperse the power that suppressed them by Su Yang. Unfortunately, it was too late at this time. How could Su Yang allow such a thing to happen? The sword light directly fell at this time. The most terrifying power surged at this time, and the brilliance of the sun and the moon shone. Then, the two divine objects directly changed. In the end, the most primitive consciousnesses were directly captured. One of them was the shadow of a dark demon god. At this time, it was restrained by that light and then directly emerged from it. It was obvious that this shadow was extremely unwilling to accept this. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, but at this time, he was actually directly detained. The Dark War god had also experienced reincarnation. This dark ink lotus was an extremely important part of his layout. Originally, after entering this small world, he had the same idea as the evil spirit, which was to take this small world for himself. In fact, that evil spirit had always been very careful and didn't dare to act rashly. It was deeply afraid that one wrong step would cause it to be consigned to eternal damnation. However, at that time, its desire to take this small world as a comrade was so strong that it directly cast aside its fear of death. Of course, it was because of its own ambition, but more of it was because the Dark War god had unknowingly influenced it, which directly expanded its ambition without limit. As a result, it had such a strong will and made a move to cut off all means of retreat. That evil spirit was actually a pitiful guy. It had always thought that it controlled the Dark Ink Lotus, but it didn't know that it was actually the Dark Ink Lotus that controlled it. It was the Dark Ink Lotus that unknowingly influenced its thinking and then set up a layout to make it do things according to its own thoughts. However, this didn't work for Su Yang at this time, because Su Yang had directly restrained it with unimaginable power. Green Lotus, devour and suppress. At this time, Su Yang directly integrated this consciousness into the Green Lotus. This Green Lotus was born in Su Yang's sea of consciousness and was not a part of his body. At this time, Su Yang wanted to directly refine this consciousness and make it a part of him completely. In this consciousness, there was an extremely powerful darkness origin. To be honest, Su Yang was very interested in the power of darkness because this power of darkness was really strong. Whether it was the Dark Devil sect or the Duanmu Longhu, they all had considerable spiritual control of the power of darkness. Therefore, Su Yang wanted to master this power. In this way, when he fought with them in the future, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Humph, still want to struggle? At this moment, Su Yang's consciousness directly exploded, and a terrifying aura burned out. On top of the Green Lotus, flames appeared directly. As soon as the flames appeared, they immediately burned. As for the consciousness of the ancestor Budur, it went toward the Regal Sword Codex. The consciousness of the ancestor Budur was also extremely strong, but at this time, in front of the Regal Sword Codex, it was even more unbearable. The scorching sun of the Regal Sword Codex appeared with golden light and burned him directly. Then, all of the consciousness origin was completely devoured. At this moment, the Regal Sword Codex seemed to have become more solid, and it was also at this moment that Su Yang could feel that his spiritual strength had become even more powerful. The Regal Sword Codex was one with him, and when this power was strengthened, his spiritual strength also received great benefits. At this time, Su Yang directly looked up to the sky and roared, "Great, this is really a blessing in disguise. I have removed the layout of the ancestor Budur in this small world, and my power has become even stronger. Black Tortoise, Green Dragon, return to your positions. And all of you souls, remove all of your wills and become my puppet." Chapter 1250. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yang had everything under his control. Originally, he did not have control over this small world because there was a temple in this small world. Su Yang had always been unwilling to touch the core of this temple because he was afraid that when he touched it, his most fundamental power would explode. However, at this moment, he had already removed this hidden danger. To him, this was simply the best and most perfect ending. The benefits were almost unimaginable. With such a small world, he would have his own foundation. From the words of the evil spirit, he could tell that a real small world would bring great benefits to his cultivation. Just now, he had also realized that from the growth of a small world, he could directly observe the changes in the Great Path, which could rapidly increase his strength. Moreover, this kind of increase was not just a simple increase in strength, but also in realm. As long as he had a deep enough grasp of the Great Path, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. At that time, he would be able to take the initiative. He always felt that the sudden appearance of this central land, the world of God, was definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps it was a sign, or perhaps it was a symbol. The appearance of this symbol and omen brought him immense pressure. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth began to change. Perhaps this was the process of announcing the arrival of a new era. When the era began to change, perhaps everyone would be involved in it. In fact, the current Su Yang was sometimes a little confused because he couldn't find the right direction. At this moment, what he needed most was someone who could show him the way. Of course, all of this could be discussed later. What he needed to do now was to survive and become even stronger. What happened this time was a wake-up call for him. It was also because of his good luck that Yun Wanqing was safe and sound this time. However, luck would not always be by his side. He had experienced too many losses, so he knew how to cherish them. No matter what, he was not willing to let the people he wanted to protect be in danger. When everything was settled, the Black Tortoise and the Azure Dragon condensed again. At this time, the power of the Azure Dragon had already come out of the Black Tortoise. After all, the Black Tortoise back then was only refined with the divine soul of the white-boned Black Tortoise. However, the Azure Dragon was refined with the fire of the two great Dragon King and the dragon soul of the blood-winged wyvern after its death. In addition, it was fused with his dark dragon soul at this time. This made the Azure Dragon soul even more powerful. In addition, Su Yang even began to transfer the great demon dragon's heart. Since the great demonic dragon has already said that his will have to start anew, then this heart will become an independent entity in the future. I might as well create a new great demonic dragon. This idea could be said to be extremely bold. Su Yang actually wanted to create a new great demon dragon. He wanted to use the great demonic dragon's heart as the core and then work with the Azure Dragon to shape it. If he could really succeed, then he would be able to comprehend the process of creation. Not only that, but he would also gain an extremely powerful helper. This was a powerful existence that was truly loyal to him. Of course, this process would not be simple. But Su Yang was full of yearning. However, he would not do it at this time. He impressively left this small world by himself. This was because he knew that at this time, Unending must be worried about him. This was his own small world, not the world of samsara like just now. If he wanted to leave this place, it would only take a moment. In just a moment, he had already left this small world of his. When he reappeared, he was already in the outside world. At this time, Unending was indeed very worried. Of course, she did not express this worry. As more and more things had happened, Unending had become more and more composed. However, when Su Yang appeared, she was still extremely pleasantly surprised. "Su Yang, are you okay?" When she saw Su Yang appear, she still subconsciously showed concern. Then, she poured the cloud technique into Su Yang's body. Su Yang looked at her and showed a gratified smile. Now, he was carrying too many burdens. Therefore, he had always put himself in such a heavy burden. Even when he was alone, he was still thinking about how to make his cultivation stronger. Although pressure could improve one's strength, in fact, sometimes pressure could also crush one. However, Su Yang understood that no matter what, he could not easily collapse. He had to support himself and make his strength stronger. However, in front of Enrich, he could show that he was at ease. This was a kind of peace that could only be shown in front of the people closest to him. In fact, Su Yang had not smiled from the bottom of his heart for a long time. The two of them hugged each other and enjoyed this moment of peace. When Hanyu Daozuan saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little moved. Of course, that was all. She was a strong person, but this time, she was in such a difficult situation. She even needed a stranger to save her. In her heart, she was actually unable to accept it. Therefore, at this time, she had made up her mind to make herself stronger. Su Yang and Enrich soon ended their intimacy. Wanqing, take another look. Maybe you won't be able to see him again. At this time, Su Yang took out his last spiritual light. When Wanqing saw this spiritual light, she was already on the verge of tears because she knew that from now on, she would never be able to see her father again. Even the current Lingguang no longer had any thoughts of her own. Her father was dead. This death was a true disappearance. He had completely disappeared from this world. This was an extremely cruel thing. However, at this time, she had no choice. Perhaps, if she had to say, this was fate. It was a fate that she couldn't escape from. Su Yang, let him enter the cycle of reincarnation. Although I don't know if he will be reincarnated successfully in the end, perhaps this is fate's arrangement. Her voice was soft, but it revealed a kind of strength. It wasn't that she didn't care. Instead, it was because she already knew that sometimes, the things that were lost could never be regained. The dead were gone. She wouldn't die with the dead because that was definitely not what the dead wanted to see. What she could do now was to live a better life. Su Yang nodded. At this time, he activated his power. At this time, his power manifested. Then, his last spiritual light finally disappeared completely. Su Yang had done his best. This was the only thing he could do now, which was to send this spiritual light into the so-called cycle of reincarnation. Okay, Su Yang, let's leave here. I don't like it here. Although she was extremely strong, she couldn't let go when she thought of her father's tragic death. Her father had died here. Hanyu Daozuan, this is my father, Su Yang. Enrich pulled Su Yang to the depth of Hanyu Daozuan. Su Yang also nodded to greet her. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan said, this time, thank you, Daoist Su Yang, for saving my life. Thank you, Daoist Wanqing. I will definitely remember this kindness. If it wasn't for Su Yang and Enrich this time, then she would definitely be dead. Although the murderer seemed to be Enrich's father, she wouldn't say a word at this time. Su Yang said, we're all friends. It's what I should do. Now, let me take you away. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan said, this seems to be the depths of the Middle Earth. This place is extremely strange. When I first explored it, I felt the endless power of space at the edge of this place. I immediately understood that once I entered, I would get lost, so I prepared to go back. Su Yang knew what she meant. She wanted to remind him that the power of space in this place was deep, and it was easy to get lost in the turbulence of space. She said this out of goodwill, but Su Yang said, don't worry, since I can find this place, I can naturally take you out. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan remembered that the strength Su Yang had just displayed was extremely powerful. It was unknown how much stronger he was compared to her. And the other party could directly track them here, so his attainments in the power of space were definitely not shallow. It was just that at the beginning, she still forgot about it. At this time, Su Yang's light flickered little by little. At this moment, the light appeared in a flash. Powerful and terrifying energy continued to swirl. In the end, it turned into a space door. This space door was opened, and it was a huge gate of God. After experiencing several battles, Su Yang was already very familiar with the control of this power, and opening a space passage was almost a walk in the park. Well, let's go out. Su Yang called He-Wanza, and then directly entered the space door. Hanyu Daozuan looked at this door and couldn't help but sigh. Su Yang was also in the realm of Dao Master, but he was so powerful that in such a place, he could actually open a space door at his fingertips. This was something she couldn't do no matter what. Not only herself, even her senior brother couldn't do it. No wonder he was chosen by Tianji Laoren. He's really powerful. After sighing with emotion, she also stepped into the gate of God. At this time, she was finally sure that she had finally woken up from this nightmare. Everything that she had experienced these days was simply unbelievable. As a Dao master, she actually felt like this, which made her feel very tired. Chapter 1251. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It had been a few months since they returned from the central region. In the past few months, Yun Wanqing and Su Yang had been staying in the sect and had not taken a single step out. The trip to the Gate of God was not easy. They had encountered countless life or death crises. Yun Wenqing had even lost her father. Of course, for Zhong Daqian and the others, they had also witnessed an even greater power. Yi Xingxing and Zhong Daqian, in particular, were already on the verge of becoming Dao masters. Their battle strength was already strong enough to contend with some Dao masters. However, after this trip, they realized that they were still too weak. It was not because they were not good. On the contrary, it was extremely rare for them to achieve such results and battle strength. However, the world had always been cruel. It would not treat you well just because you were outstanding. It was a cruel fact that one was not strong enough. Therefore, after Yi Xingxing returned, he went straight back to the Stupa sect and began to cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to become a Dao master. He already knew that he had no excuse. He had to become stronger. Only then could he make it look effortless. At this time, Zhong Daqian was also doing the same. Of course, if he stayed in the Leitang sect and cultivated in seclusion, it would be extremely difficult for him to become a Dao master. At this time, the gap between the foundations of the sects would be reflected. The Stupa sect had a strong foundation, so it could provide good conditions for Yi Xingxing to cultivate in seclusion. However, the Leitang sect did not. Because of this, Lei Wanjuan was worried sick. He even blamed himself for it. However, he also knew that no matter how much he blamed himself, it was useless, because this was a congenital deficiency. In the end, he went through all the ancient books in the sect and finally found a map. The map pointed to a place where there were no hidden treasures. It was a secret realm. It was a land of thousands of thunderbolts. That place was extremely mysterious. It was full of countless thunderbolts. As long as one entered that place, even just walking on it, they would attract thunderbolts. It was extremely domineering. Therefore, there were almost no living beings around that place. Dhn, this secret realm was discovered by our ancestor. He called it the Land of Thunder Devil. If you want to become a Dao master, you have to accept the baptism of thunder. I thought about it for a while, and only that place has such conditions. However, you have to understand that that place is extremely dangerous. Even with your current realm, you may not be able to survive. At this time, Lei Wanjuan's heart was extremely heavy. He couldn't bear to see Zhong Daqian being unhappy because he couldn't break through, but in fact, he also didn't want Zhong Daqian to go there, because that place was really dangerous. Therefore, in the end, he let out a sigh and gave Zhong Daqian the power to make the decision. Let him choose for himself. Zhong Daqian took the map without hesitation and said, "Master, I want to become stronger." In fact, Lei Wanjuan almost treated Zhong Daqian as his own son, and Zhong Daqian was the same. He was adopted by Lei Wanjuan since he was a child, so he respected Lei Wanjuan very much. He naturally understood Lei Wanjuan's current feelings. But just like what he said earlier, he wanted to become stronger. Most of the time, everything was not a reason, but a belief was enough to explain everything. These simple words were his determination. Lei Wanjuan seemed to have expected that his disciple would say this, so he nodded helplessly and said, "Daqian, I'm useless. I can't help you more. You have to walk your own path in the future. After saying that, he turned his head and left. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. Jong Dakian was silent, and then said, "Don't worry, I'll be back, father." If Lei Wanjuan heard this, he didn't know what he would do. At this time, he could only make such a choice. This was because he wanted to become even more powerful. Even Su Yang was cultivating so desperately, so how could he relax? In fact, he already knew that the world would change greatly. He had a reason to become stronger, that was, to protect everyone. This time, if it weren't for Su Yang, they would have died. In front of those true experts, he was so weak. In this world, how could there be so much logic to speak of? Being weak in itself was a sin. In the past, the Sound of Thunder sect was one of the top sects in the 5 counties. But now, it was actually very weak. As time passed, those powerful sects would come back one by one, and the gap in strength would become even greater. At that time, weak sects like theirs would only be cannon fodder. He couldn't watch the Sound of Thunder sect become like this, and he didn't want to rely on others to support him. Therefore, the Sound of Thunder sect had to have its own Dao master. Before leaving, he called Chang Wuxin over. Chang Wuxin was the most talented disciple in the Sound of Thunder sect after him, and the person who was most likely to become the new Dao master. Therefore, at this time, he imparted his cultivation experience to Chang Wuxin without any reservation. Wuxin, you have to remember that you can only control your own destiny when you are strong. Now, I have to fight for my own destiny. If I don't come back alive, then I will rely on you in the future. He originally thought that Chang Wuxin would be a little reluctant, but he didn't expect this kid to just smile faintly and say, "I have never worried that you would die. If you die like this, then I will be very disappointed. As for the Sound of Thunder sect, whether you live or die, I will support it." At this time, Jong Dakian realized that his little junior brother was even more arrogant than he was. However, his words dispelled the little depression in his heart. "Ha ha ha, good boy. Then I will look forward to seeing you become stronger. I hope your strength can surpass your senior brother's." After saying that, he left without looking back and headed for the land of thunder demons. Within the Heavenly Cloud sect, Su Yang was currently in the courtyard. He was currently sweeping the floor with a broom in his hand. Bit by bit, he was earnestly sweeping the floor. Su Yang was now an extremely powerful and terrifying expert. This time, news of his actions had spread to all the sects. At this time, no one doubted his strength and qualifications. However, these people would never have thought that this incomparably powerful Su Yang was sweeping the ground at this time. This was really shocking. However, Su Yang did not do so. Instead, he swept the floor with extreme care and seriousness. It was as if this simple sweeping contained a profound Tao. At this time, Enchanting came over. "Su Yang." Su Yang didn't raise his head, but said lightly, "How is it? That kid went to the land of thunder demons, right?" Enchanting nodded, and then said, "Yes, he just set off from the Sound of Thunder sect." Su Yang said, "It's not surprising. This kid's character is like this. He will be a real powerhouse." Su Yang also had some understanding of Jong Dakian. This Jong Dakian was very similar to himself in some aspects. However, it was a good thing that he could be so hardworking. If he didn't even have the courage to move forward and face danger, then it would be a real failure. Well, by the way, Su Yang, some of those people who entered the central region seem to have returned, although not many have. Enchanting said. She was also the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. She naturally paid attention to many things in this continent. After all, she was not only responsible for herself, but also for the other disciples of this sect. Well, it's not surprising. You can imagine that those who came out alive, although they didn't get the so-called divine treasure, their strength must have been greatly improved. Su Yang still didn't raise his head, but he seemed to have expected everything. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. You're right, their strength has improved, especially Yi Kongxing of the Pagoda sect. His strength is extremely terrifying. It seems that as soon as he came out, he directly killed a demon king of the ancient demon shrine. The demon kings of the ancient demon shrine were extremely terrifying. The nine-headed demon snake was already at the peak of the Tao master level. However, it was not the nine-headed demon snake that died this time, but another demon king, Cyan Wolf. Last time, the nine-headed demon snake was severely injured by Su Yang. Although he was lucky enough to escape, his origin was completely damaged and he had fallen into a deep sleep. At that time, if the Bloodwinged Dragon had not broken through to the Dragon King level and forced Su Yang to concentrate all his energy to deal with the Bloodwinged Dragon, the nine-headed demon snake would not have been able to escape at that time. After the nine-headed demon snake's slumber, the one who appeared in the ancient demon shrine was the Cyan Wolf Demon King. The Cyan Wolf Demon King was stronger than the nine-headed demon snake. Many sects even thought that the Wolf Demon King would seek revenge on Su Yang. However, no one expected that he would be killed by Yi Kongxing. After Yi Kongxing left the world of God's Gate, the Wolf Demon King seemed to want to rob him, but he did not expect that Yi Kongxing's strength had improved so much. Not only did the Cyan Wolf Demon King not get any benefits, but he was also killed by Yi Kongxing. Su Yang's name was already very famous. However, Yi Kongxing's battle record this time was also absolutely stunning. It seemed that the two experts predicted by Tianji Elder had already shown their sharpness and terror. As for the remaining two, they had not yet shown their extraordinary abilities. However, at this time, no one doubted it anymore. Subsequently, the demon clan of the northern region, the Devil's Doctrine of the Southern Sea, and the underworld forces had placed sky-high bounties on these two people. Chapter 1252. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As for Su Yang and Yi Kongxing, they were even more terrifying. However, no one dared to accept the offer. After all, the strength and terror of these two had been thoroughly displayed. There were not many who had the guts to accept their offer. Latest chapter to read. Celestial sects Qin Wuyang and Sky Saint sects Ling Likong. In the past 10 years, even up until now, their battle records had always been extremely powerful and admirable. However, when a comparison was made, the difference would be directly reflected. Su Yang and Yi Kongxing's battle records were too exaggerated. Of course, if they knew about Su Yang's battle records in the world of gods, they would be even more shocked and even terrified. Among the 4 Tianzhu Dao masters, the one with the most valuable head was of course Su Yang. And the one who paid the highest price was none other than the dragon tribe of the West Baron. Su Yang had directly sent one of their dragon kings to his grave. In addition, there was still the existence of the dragon's resentment on him. The dragon tribe would definitely not let such an existence go. If it were not for the fact that the dragon tribe was not allowed to come in person at this time, Bugadier or the other dragon kings would have paid him a visit regardless of the consequences. However, even if they could not kill Su Yang, they would be more than happy to bring some trouble to Su Yang. For this, the Dragon King of the Dragon Tribe personally offered an extremely attractive reward: Dragon Scale Counterattack. This was an extremely powerful armor. The entire body of this armor was made with the scales of the Dragon Tribe. If it were anyone else who dared to use dragon scales to make armor, they would definitely be tainted with the dragon's resentment and be hunted down by the Dragon Tribe. But this one wouldn't, because it had the Dragon King's blessing on it. With this armor, not only would one become an extremely terrifying expert, but they would also receive the blessing of the Dragon Tribe. If there was a Dragon Tribe member nearby when you were fighting, then the Dragon Tribe member would even rush over to fight with you. Such an armor was naturally enough to make many people go crazy. This was especially true for some of the demonic Dao cultivators. For such a treasure, they would naturally go crazy. Unfortunately, there were too many people who did not know their limits. They were killed before they could even enter the Heaven and Earth Organization's trump card. Su Yang's strength was constantly improving, and Yun Wenqing's combat strength was also constantly increasing. Under such a premise, they certainly wouldn't watch their own sect's disciples fail to improve their strength. The entire Heaven and Earth Organization was shrouded in the Great Array. Su Yang had also directly improved the cultivation methods, causing the Heaven and Earth Organization to have many more combat methods. Under Su Yang's guidance, their strength naturally rose rapidly. Even so, Su Yang continued to live a leisurely life, sweeping the floor and cultivating. It was on this day that he suddenly felt something. Then he said to Enrich, "Wanqing, a friend of mine is coming. Go and get ready to welcome him for me." At this time, Enrich was stunned. Of course, she was not stunned because Su Yang asked her to welcome a friend. In fact, she was very happy. The reason why she was stunned was because how did Su Yang know? During this period of time, Su Yang had been repeating a monotonous and boring life. It seemed that he had even forgotten that he possessed extremely powerful strength. He treated himself as an ordinary person, an ordinary disciple. But at this time, he suddenly spoke like this, and it was obvious that he was extremely confident. As if seeing the doubts in her heart, Su Yang said with a smile, "Cultivating the body and the mind is not because it is too tiring, but because it is necessary to calm down and comprehend fate. Fate is a very strange thing. You can say that it doesn't exist, but everyone is actually walking in fate. If it is said that it is saved, no one can grasp it. I just felt a little touched and felt that someone would come, so you'd better help me take a look." Of course, Enrich would not refuse. She did not understand Su Yang's words, but she also knew that it must be an extremely profound principle. Although she was already a Tao master, she was afraid that she could not understand it. She was prepared. Since Su Yang personally asked, she certainly would not embarrass Su Yang. She walked outside and waited for the arrival of Su Yang's friend. At this time, a Y shadow quietly appeared. Enrich seemed to have sensed it, and she almost subconsciously wanted to make a move. This was because the fact that such a shadow had appeared without a sound was simply shocking. If this person wanted to kill, it would be extremely dangerous. However, just as she was about to use her Chenkuan cloud sword, a voice came from the shadow. "Sister-in-law, don't make a move. I am Su Yang's friend." Then, he directly revealed his figure. At this time, Enrich looked over and found that it was a very elegant man in white. This surprised her, and there was a woman behind this man. This woman's charm was boundless, and she was as bright as summer. "Sister-in-law, I am brother Su Yang's friend, Feng Yushan. This is my wife." It turned out that the person who appeared at this time was actually Feng Yushan. When Su Yang first came to the Nine States continent and caused havoc in the Boundless Demon sect, this person left the Nine States continent with his wife and came to the Five Counties continent. At that time, he was already in the Venerable Realm. At that time, it was difficult for even Dragon Realm experts to appear in the Five Counties continent. His strength was definitely enough to dominate the world. It was just that at that time, he was unknown and had hidden himself deeply. Later on, when Su Yang returned to the Five Counties continent, he actually asked people to inquire about him, but this guy hid himself. Of course, the reason why Su Yang looked for him was that he was worried about his friend's comfort. He also knew about Feng Yueshan's ability. He, who had obtained the power inheritance of Great Emperor Wei Ying, would not be able to find him if he wanted to hide. Perhaps the old man in the Divine Secret Pavilion could, but that old man would not be so bored as to calculate Feng Yueshan's movements. "So, it's really here." At this time, Enrich was shocked. Su Yang's premonition actually came true? "Well, what are you talking about?" Enrich also realized that she had lost her composure, but then she said with a smile, "It's my fault for being rude. I'm afraid my husband is already waiting for the two of you. Please come with me." Feng Yushan and his wife looked at each other. The former proprietress was also puzzled. "Could it be that your friend knows that we're coming? Did you secretly communicate with him before?" Feng Yushan smiled bitterly and said nothing. He had never communicated with Su Yang before. Enrich led the two to the courtyard. At this time, Su Yang had already brewed tea and was waiting for their arrival. "Today, I had a feeling that an old friend would visit, but I didn't expect it to be Brother Fang's family," Su Yang said calmly. "Feeling something? You can't be so sure that we're coming, right? You're really amazing, my brother," Feng Yushan said directly. The two of them had experienced life and death together in the past. At that time, if it were not for Su Yang's help, Feng Yushan would have been devoured by Great Emperor Wei Ying. He and Su Yang had a very deep friendship, so at this time, he was not polite to Su Yang. Su Yang said with a smile, haha, probably. Sit down, old Fang. Of course, it's fine for you, but don't tire my sister-in-law and my nephew out. Su Yang said directly. At this time, Enching's eyes also moved. She also said with a smile, my eyes are really bad. It turns out that my sister-in-law is already pregnant. This is great. The two of them were extremely powerful. At this time, it was impossible for them not to see that the proprietress was already pregnant. The proprietress was a little shy and a little happy, and Feng Yushan was also very happy. After all, his Fang family had a descendant. Brother Su Yang, I won't be polite with you. This time, I'm here to rely on you. My child is about to be born, but this world is too chaotic. I'm afraid that something will happen, so I came to your Heaven and Earth organization to rely on you. Feng Yushan was also a straightforward person and directly stated his purpose. In fact, his consideration was also correct. Now, the world was becoming more and more chaotic. Although his strength was actually considered strong, in today's world, such strength could not guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Okay, Wanqing, take your sister-in-law to rest. I'll catch up with old Fang. Enching agreed, then took Feng Yueshan's wife to rest and prepared a guest room for them. Tell me, did you encounter any trouble? Su Yang knew Feng Yushan very well. If there was nothing difficult for him to deal with, this guy would not come out to trouble him. Feng Yushan shook his head, then said, can you not be so powerful? It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. Su Yang said, we're all brothers. What's there to be polite about? Besides, if you want to hide it from me, why are you here? After thinking about it, it should be because of Y Shadow. However, there shouldn't be any problems with your bloodline now. Y Shadow's power won't be passed down to your next generation. Feng Yueshan's bloodline was once cursed by Y Shadow. However, after the incident with Emperor Y Shadow, the curse should have been lifted and would not be passed down to the next generation. Brother Su Yang, you're not lying to me, are you? Hearing that sentence, he was pleasantly surprised. Which father would not want their offspring to be safe and sound? Su Yang said, yes, I don't think my senses are wrong. I don't feel Y Shadow's aura in the noble lady's body. Su Yang continued, it seems that the problem lies with you. His eye of truth could see that the grey aura in Feng Yueshan's body seemed to be recovering. Feng Yushan nodded with a bitter smile, then said, that's right. You really have a sharp eye. I don't know why, but I keep feeling that my Y Shadow's power is going out of control. This makes me feel very uneasy. Chapter 1253. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The shadow power was Feng Yueshan's biggest nightmare. It had always been a huge problem for him since he was young. Later on, during that battle, he obtained the power of the Shadow Emperor's other mind. Finally, he eliminated the hidden danger and even directly reached the Venerable One realm. He originally thought that his hidden danger had been eliminated. However, during this period of time, he felt the throbbing of this power. Moreover, the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. Su Yang spread his perception power and probed Feng Yueshan's body. Feng Yushan knew that Su Yang would not hurt him, so he did not do anything. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, he would have exploded long ago. This was because this was an extremely dangerous thing. If the other party probed his body with his power, he might be able to kill him directly. Moreover, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. However, he believed that Su Yang would not hurt him. Su Yang's power directly entered Feng Yueshan's body and began to investigate. He had to find out what had happened to Feng Yushan. It was best that the shadow power had not awakened. If not, it would be really terrible. At this time, Su Yang's divine sense was already incomparably powerful, and it was naturally incomparable to back then. Back then, there were many things that Su Yang could not find, but now, that might not be the case. Even so, his divine sense fell bit by bit. The first time, he felt that Feng Yueshan's body was very normal, as if there were no accidents. The power in his body was also his own power. The second time, the third time. Time passed bit by bit, but Su Yang still did not find anything wrong. In fact, even Feng Yushan himself began to wonder if he was going to be a father, so his mind was in a mess. Forget it, Su Yang, maybe I'm thinking too much. This is for the best. Nothing will happen, and he'll be safe. That's the best. If something really happens, it'll be terrible. At this moment, he said with a gentle smile. During this period of time, he almost did not dare to let his wife know because he was afraid that she would be worried. Now, even Su Yang could not find any problems. It seemed that he was really worried. However, at this time, Su Yang's expression did not improve at all. Instead, it became more serious. He believed in his intuition and was sure that he would not be wrong. Just like how he had a feeling that Feng Yushan and Su Yang would come today. This was definitely not nonsense. Now that his realm had increased, he had gradually had an extremely about fate. Although he could not know what this meant, he had a sense, he had a sense of danger. He had already used his divine sense to explore the area 10 times, but he still couldn't find anything amiss. However, the feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. One last time, Su Yang said with great determination. Then, his eye of truth operated at full force. At the same time, the power of the regal sword soul was directly released from the small world and integrated into his eye of truth. Now, the regal sword soul was suppressing 2 great divine objects. The divine temple of ancestor Budur and the extremely strange black lotus. Although the divine consciousness in these 2 things had disappeared, the divine objects were still extremely powerful. Su Yang had not been able to completely refine them, so how could he dare to let them move freely? Therefore, at this time, he could only use the regal sword soul to suppress them. Therefore, the power of the regal sword soul would not be used easily. However, at this time, for his friends, he did not hesitate to use this power. At this time, the eye of truth had become even more powerful. That gaze directly appeared at this time. The flickering gaze could almost see through reality and illusion. At this time, his expression suddenly changed. In the depths of Feng Yueshan's power, he saw a small dot. His divine consciousness had actually swept over this dot 10 times, but each time, he automatically ignored it. It seemed that there was an extremely mysterious power protecting this small dot. However, at this time, after Su Yang operated the regal sword soul, that power could no longer be concealed and was finally discovered by him. After a long time, Su Yang finally withdrew his gaze. Feng Yushan saw that Su Yang's expression was not good. He immediately knew that this was not good news. Of course, he still tried his best to calm himself down. Then, he said, "Why? You haven't discovered it yet." "I told you." At this time, Su Yang interrupted him, "Old Fang, don't deceive yourself. Your feeling is not wrong. Although your ancestors helped you remove the curse of your bloodline, your body was actually tampered with at that time." Feng Yueshan's smile immediately froze. He did not even know what to say. He did not speak anymore. Instead, he calmed down and quietly waited for Su Yang to continue. Su Yang said, "If I'm not wrong, there is a shadow dot in your body. That is a spatial coordinate, an extremely hidden spatial coordinate. Normally, it will not do anything strange. However, if the existence controlling this power moves, you will become a transmission point." This sentence had already frightened Feng Yushan. He said, "If that's the case, what will the result be?" In fact, he already knew that this was an extremely serious matter. Su Yang said directly, "In other words, you will become a spatial transmission point. Perhaps you will even become a coordinate for the opening of the gate to the shadow world. You will even directly become a powerful shadow creature." This was an extremely terrifying matter. Shadow creatures were extremely terrifying existences. Their danger was definitely not inferior to that of demons, or even above them. Their invasion was an extremely huge challenge to the boundless continent. And if they directly entered this world through Feng Yushan, what would happen to Feng Yushan? Perhaps death was the best ending for him. If it was as Su Yang said, that he would become a terrifying and powerful shadow creature, how cruel would that be? Would he make a move on his friends, or even his wife and children? At this time, Feng Yushan was really afraid. He did not want to become such a monster, absolutely not. However, at this time, He seemed to have no way to go. At this time, he was about to reach the cultivation of a Tao master. Thanks to the strength of his shadow power, even if he did not cultivate, his strength was still increasing over the years. However, even if he became a Tao master, so what? Compared to the powerful and terrifying shadow creatures, it was nothing. Su Yang, kill me, kill me. This man, in the end, actually said such words. At this time, he actually thought of suicide. Because he did not want to hurt his friends, wife and children, nor did he want to become a terrifying shadow creature, or a spatial transmission point for these abominable things. This would make her suffer immensely. Therefore, at this time, the best ending he could think of was death. However, he couldn't bear to part with her. It wasn't easy for him to be together with his wife. It wasn't easy for him to free himself from fate and have a child of his own. But who would have thought that even at this point, he still couldn't free himself from it? Those damned things, like a nightmare, actually haunted him. In this dilemma, he could only choose to die in the end. Perhaps if he died, he would be free and would not bring misfortune to the world, to his wife and children. Su Yang, I'm serious. Take good care of Anuo and my child, then kill me and destroy me completely. As long as I die, the space coordinates will be lost. In this way, those monsters will not come. Feng Yushan had never felt so powerless before, but now, he was really about to collapse. At this time, Su Yang said, don't be naive. Even if you die, those monsters will still come. Su Yang was not joking. What he said was true. He did not believe that these terrible shadow creatures would only put their chips on Feng Yushan. Absolutely not. Therefore, even if Feng Yushan died, they would still come. At most, they would delay their appearance. That was all. Of course, this did not mean that Feng Yushan's efforts were useless. At the very least, he should work hard for himself. Old Fang, listen to me. Don't be so pessimistic now, because pessimism will not change your fate. We still have time and opportunities. At this time, Feng Yushan had calmed down after hearing Su Yang's words. He was not afraid of death, but he had a wife and a child. He had not seen his child yet, so he really could not bear to die. If possible, no one would be willing to die. Being alive was beautiful. Moreover, he still had so many things worth being sentimental about. Just now, he felt that he had lost all hope, which was why he thought of death. However, at this time, he decided to believe in Su Yang. No matter what, Su Yang was a trustworthy person. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to find Su Yang. Su Yang, what should I do? He was also a person who had experienced great storms. He had only heard the news abruptly, so he was momentarily at a loss. However, at this time, he immediately came to his senses. He knew that he should not be like this. If he did the same, it would only make his family's situation worse. Therefore, he forced himself to calm down. How far are you from Tao Master? Su Yang asked directly. Chapter 1254. Feng Yushan said, Tao Sovereign? I don't know. It doesn't seem far, but it also seems impossible. I haven't cultivated for so many years. Full text reading. Su Yang was speechless after hearing his words. Never cultivated. This guy was already a 5 essences sovereign. He just didn't know how to break through to the Tao sovereign realm. Countless people were willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of cultivation. Zhong Daqian, for example, had even gone to the land of lightning devils to cultivate in order to break through. As for the guy in front of him, he had not cultivated since he had left the 9 continents continent. What made him even angrier was that even so, he had already reached the level of a 5 essences supremacy. Hehe, I really don't know what to say about you. He really couldn't compare to this guy. His strength was just too terrifying. If his strength increased, it would be unimaginable. Feng Yushan also seemed to feel a little uncomfortable. He said, actually, I don't care if my strength doesn't increase. As long as I can stay alive, it's fine. It wasn't easy for him to enjoy a peaceful life. Naturally, he didn't want to work hard to increase his strength. He just wanted to spend every day with his wife, travel, and live a good life. At this moment, Su Yang gently shook his head and said, A person without foresight will have immediate worries. You're a man, so you should understand that if you're not strong enough, how can you protect your family? Just like now, if you're strong enough to control your own destiny, would you still be like this? That was true. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. It was his misfortune to be schemed against by the shadow creatures. But what about Su Yang? Su Yang was known as the child of destiny. Who knew how many experts had schemed against him? Actively or passively, he had become a chess piece directly or indirectly. The great devil Heaven Lord, Ancestor Buddha, the great devil dragon, and even the island master of God Devil Island. Which one of them wasn't extremely powerful and terrifying? However, Su Yang never panicked because of this. He didn't know when these people would make a move, take his life, or make him do something. He only knew that he had to live well and try his best to live until tomorrow. As long as he was still alive, he would work hard until the day came when he could break free from this damned fate. He would be able to control his own path and choose his own direction. There were too many people in this world who were born unlucky. Some people were willing to fall into depravity. They felt that falling into depravity was their mission. They came here to add some pessimism to the human world. However, there were also people who were stubborn and refused to give up on life. They were the true experts. This was a matter of one's mentality and choice. Su Yang didn't say too much because he believed that the man in front of him could understand. If he couldn't even understand these principles, then his life wouldn't have much meaning. Although Feng Yushan did not come to his senses, he knew that he was too powerless just now. Admittedly, such a situation was very bad, but was he really willing to accept such a fate? Was he really willing to die before he could even see his own child? No, he was not willing. Absolutely not. Since he was not willing, then he would fight for it and struggle out of this fate. At this moment, the originally dim radiance in his eyes began to shine brightly. Even his aura had become more solid. Su Yang looked at him and showed a gratified smile because he knew that his friend should have come to his senses at this time. Very good. It seems that you have come to your senses. Su Yang said directly. Feng Yushan said, well, *ck it. No matter what, I should fight. As for what will happen in the future, who knows? At this moment, he actually displayed a sense of heroism. Well said. A real man is born in this world. If you don't even have the heart to fight, and know how to compromise no matter what you encounter, then what is the point of living? At this time, his strength had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. Su Yang stood up directly and then said to Feng Yushan, well, since you don't want to give up, then I won't give up on you. We are not without any hope. At least we still have a chance to fight. At this time, Feng Yushan said, well, Su Yang, you say it. I will listen to you. At this time, he had also made up his mind. No matter what, he would fight and never give up. Feng Yushan said, well, since Su Yang is willing to put aside your own things to help me, then I have no reason to retreat. In fact, at this time, he still felt very embarrassed because he had brought trouble to Su Yang again. Su Yang did not need to do this, but in order to help him, he had to do this. At this time, Su Yang said, why are you talking so much nonsense? You have to know that every choice and even every step of a person may have been recorded in the long river of fate, so you don't have to do this. I am indeed helping you now, but I am also walking my own path, right? Su Yang's words were so profound that even he did not understand. Although his strength was not bad, almost reaching the level of Tao Master, compared with Su Yang's experience, he was still too shallow. Most of the time, the more a person experienced, the more he knew. It was because of this that his strength could be so strong. At this time, a light began to flash in the sky. It was the light of enlightenment in the sky. In fact, it was just an ordinary sunlight, but at this time, his mood was fluctuating, so when he saw this light, his heart fluctuated, and he felt that this was the enlightenment given to him by heaven and earth. Su Yang knew his mood at this time, so he did not talk nonsense. He just said, well, go and tell your wife. As for whether you want to tell her the truth, it is your choice. Then, we will set off tomorrow. Some things were better done sooner rather than later. This was especially so when it came to the hidden dangers in Fang Yueshan's body. No one knew which would come first, between the crisis and tomorrow. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yang was concerned about their relationship as husband and wife, Su Yang would have brought him to the 9 continents continent right away. Feng Yushan nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, I know. I will take care of it." With Su Yang's surge, he was finally relieved. In this case, the most important thing at this time was to deal with the matter in front of him. This night was very peaceful. As usual, Su Yang hugged Yun Enching and fell asleep peacefully. That night, it wasn't a peaceful one because a certain lady boss was very worried. Although she didn't cry, her heart was uneasy. Feng Yushan finally chose to tell the truth. This was because he clearly knew that his wife would definitely want to know the truth. Now that they were already husband and wife, no matter what happened, they should face it together. If he did not tell her, he might be able to delay her for a while. However, if he did not come back alive, she would definitely know. At that time, she would be in great pain and even blame herself. Therefore, he finally chose to tell the truth, and the husband and wife would bear the burden together. This night was not peaceful for the two of them, but their hearts were together. No matter what happened, they would bear it together. At least, they did not let this sentence become empty words. This was already an extremely rare thing. Early the next morning, Su Yang directly left with Feng Yushan. At this time, Su Yang no longer needed to use a warship to cross the endless sea. Moreover, he had the sea-splitting demonic snake, the overlord of the sea. After devouring the 9-headed demon snake's clone, the sea-splitting demonic snake had evolved again, and his strength had become even more powerful. This guy even shouted that he would directly devour the 9-headed demon snake's main body next time. Of course, Su Yang did not care about this guy. Last time, the 9-headed demon snake was probably scared by him and was crippled. He did not know when that guy would have the guts to appear again. Of course, as long as this guy dared to appear, he would kill him again. At this time, watching the two men leave directly. However, the two women were holding hands. Feng Yueshan's wife said, "Sister Wanqing, every time he leaves, don't you worry?" "Not worried. How could that be?" However, Yun Enching knew that she could not restrain him. Her man was a true dragon destined to roam between heaven and earth. Since she loved him, she should not restrain him with her love. "I only know that he will definitely return safely. This is enough. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for him. If he doesn't come back, then I will go down with him." Yun Enching's words were extremely calm, but these calm words were so resolute, which was admirable. At this time, the lady boss said, "I know, I understand." She gently stroked her stomach and said, "Baby, my dear baby, let's wait for your father to come back together. He will definitely come back, right?" At this time, her stomach seemed to move, as if the child heard her voice and was answering her. Feeling the memory of her child, she smiled with relief. "Yes, this world is so cruel, but no matter what, we have to find the meaning of our existence in this cruel world." Chapter 1255. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The demonic sea snake swam quietly in the sea. The demonic sea snake was huge now. At this moment, his aura was directly revealed. The powerful sea beasts in the surroundings didn't dare to approach because they knew very well that the guy in front of them was an extremely terrifying predator. If they got close, they would be devoured immediately. By then, they would not even know how they died. If they dared to be impudent in front of such a terrifying monster, they would be courting death. Therefore, the usually frightening and ferocious sea was strangely calm at this moment. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, specks of light began to shine. It was early in the morning, and the light was the first sunlight to rise between heaven and earth. The light gave people great strength. It was as if as long as there was light, there would be hope in the world. The reason why humans were alive was because this world contained their warmth and strength. If they did not have even a little bit of strength, perhaps the world would lose all hope. Su Yang and Feng Yushan walked further and further away in the light. Coincidentally, the light shone on the Heartless Island in the distance. After going through a catastrophe, the Heartless Island did not show any signs of depression or decadence. Instead, it gave birth to a brand new strength. The dead would find rest, and the living would become stronger. There was no doubt about it. Although it was impossible for the dead to be resurrected, those who were still alive should continue the hope of the dead. This was the so-called future. At this moment, Su Yang's strength had become even more powerful. His aura was constantly rising because at this moment, there was a small world evolving in his body. On the Heartless Island, Chu Linga's aura was also changing constantly. Because at this moment, she seemed to be closer to the heavenly Tao. A heartless person was not heartless. Instead, he had lost his selfishness and became a change in the heavenly Tao. This was Chu Linga's choice back then. Right at this moment, she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. In the vast sea, a figure fell into her eyes. At this moment, she wanted to cry. She had not seen this person for a long time. In the past, she missed him every day and night. However, at this moment, it was undeniable that his figure in her mind was gradually fading. This was her choice. She naturally knew the consequences. In fact, it was heartbreaking. It was more terrifying than being stabbed by swords or struck by lightning, but she still chose to do so. In this world, there was always someone who had to bear the pain. The one who bore the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether she chose the heavenly Tao or the heavenly Tao chose her, it was no longer important. What was truly important was that she had already begun to accept her fate. At this moment, Lin Editor. Translation Lin Shui Translation. It's not too late to give up now and regret it now. Look, she's right there. As long as you're willing, you can go over, meet her, and be together with her. Junior sister, don't worry. I am not master. Not only will I not stop you, but I will also support you. You should not bear such a heavy burden. Lin Fang's voice was so gentle. Her calm words seemed to contain boundless charm. As long as you were willing, you would be able to return to his side and lie in his embrace. Chu Linga knew that her senior sister would not lie to her. She sincerely hoped that she could do so. Forget it, senior sister. I will not regret it. Finally, she shook her head. She had once longed for something so much, but she gave it up. It was not that she did not miss it, nor was it because of the so-called responsibility. It was just that she would not turn back. She wanted him to be better, so she gave it up. Now, she began to believe that everyone had their own destiny. It was because of this that everyone needed to work hard bravely in times of despair. She was the same. Perhaps, this was her destiny. Then, she would fight for it. At this moment, she finally understood. The so-called heartlessness was not to give up all feelings in the world, but to become the heavenly Tao. The heavens did not have a heart. It was only because there were all things in the world that the heavens had a heart. The heavenly Tao had a heart, but it was emotionless. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also grow old. It was at this moment that Su Yang sensed something. In fact, Su Yang could not see Chu Linga at this moment because Chu Linga was using the heavenly eye. She was using the power of the heavenly Tao to see. However, at this moment, he felt something in his heart because he had already understood destiny. He was able to sense anything that was related to his fate. Of course, this was only an extremely vague feeling. He did not even know where this feeling came from. He only understood one thing. The person who was spying on him just now must be extremely important to him. Moreover, he seemed to be about to lose her. In this world, there was nothing heavier than losing something. It was pain and torment that came from the heart. Su Yang did not want to lose her, but destiny was telling him that this was something he could not change or go against. At this moment, Feng Yushan saw the change in Su Yang's expression. He asked directly, "Su Yang, what's wrong?" He was very puzzled. Su Yang's strength was far from what he could compare to. Back then, he had already become a supremacy, but Su Yang was still in the dragon realm. However, in just a few decades, although he had become a 5 essences supremacy and was not far from becoming a Dao supremacy, Su Yang was already so powerful. He could not even sense Su Yang's aura. If he had to use a word to describe Su Yang, It would be that he was as deep as the sea. Lin Fang was a little surprised. Then, she said, he seems to have sensed something. Junior Sister Linger, this little lover of yours is not simple. She chuckled. That was indeed the case. She was a true supremacy, and Chu Linger had already communicated with the power of the heavenly Tao. Her every move had the majesty of the heavenly Tao. Ordinary people, even powerful supremacies or supremacies, would not be able to notice Linger's gaze. However, Su Yang actually sensed it. He has always been an incredible and trustworthy person. When talking about Su Yang, Chu Linger would still smile faintly, as if she was reminiscing about the past. Lin Fang looked at Chu Linger. She suddenly thought of Zhong Ziyi. She shook her head. Then, she said, "Have you really decided?" Chu Linger nodded without hesitation. The sea swayed leisurely, moving according to its own rhythm. The sea breeze blew, as if to blow away all the troubles. "Sigh, you don't need to do this. Even if the sky falls, there should be someone tall to hold it up. You're just a weak girl." She sighed, as if she was regretful. However, she still took out something in the end. "Take it. Master gave it to you. That old woman seems to know that she doesn't have much longer to live." Lin Fang, the eldest senior sister, did not show the slightest respect for the heartless fairy. Instead, she was extremely casual and even directly called her old woman. Chu Linger took the jade pendant from her hand. Then, she asked, "What is this?" It was a stone, an extremely ordinary stone. When she received it, she already felt an extremely familiar aura. "It's just a broken stone." That old woman called it the Heavenly Heart Stone. After saying that, she had already left. In fact, what she said was both right and wrong. The Heavenly Heart Stone was indeed just a stone. However, how could it be just an ordinary stone? It was the Heavenly Heart Stone that nurtured the Heavenly Heart's power. According to legend, it was a stone left behind when the heavens and earth were first created. It contained the rhythm of the heavenly Tao. For such a small stone, even a holy sovereign or a heavenly god would be extremely greedy for it. However, in her eyes, it was indeed a broken stone. So what if she truly comprehended the heavenly Tao and became an immortal god? Was a life without emotions really a good life? That rotten aura was extremely annoying to her. She even loathed it. The higher her cultivation level, the more she hated it. If it were not for repaying that old woman's kindness, if it were not for protecting the silly women on this island, she would not have bothered to cultivate or fight. Chu Linger held the stone, but her eyes became calmer. Streams of power converged towards her body, and everything flickered continuously at this moment. At this moment, her aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, she even had a sacred aura. Unknowingly, the Heavenly Heart Stone gradually sank into her body. She became even more sacred. "No, nothing. I just feel that someone is finally leaving me." When Su Yang said this, he did not realize that he had unknowingly started to tear up. Seeing this, Feng Yushan did not speak again. He knew that everyone had their own helplessness. Since Su Yang was unwilling to speak, he naturally would not probe further. "Have you finally chosen to leave?" Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was Chu Linger's final thoughts burning at this moment. Su Yang actually felt that the person who was about to leave completely and cut off their fates was Chu Linger. She was once his wife, but now, she was about to become a passerby. Chapter 1256. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Let's go to the sky and take a look. I suddenly feel like looking at the scenery in the sky. Wind and Cloud Reading Network, Su Yang suddenly said. The sea-splitting demonic snake roared and flew into the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with sunlight. Endless golden radiance shone at this moment, appearing extremely beautiful. The radiance that filled the sky was indescribably beautiful. Such a scene would shock anyone. It was as if it could wash away all the worries in one's heart. Su Yang's gaze became blurry. He did not know why, but he had become more and more sentimental during this period of time. It was as if he had the entire world in his heart. At this moment, the specks of radiance were flickering. The sea was so magnificent. The distance between the 5 counties and the 9 provinces was really far. Even with the sea-splitting demonic snake speed, it had been flying for several days. Fortunately, at this moment, the continent could finally be vaguely seen in the distance. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake roared. His roar was filled with boundless power. It sounded like the roar of a dragon. Originally, there were many creatures flying in the sky. Nature's creation was extremely mysterious. Naturally, it was impossible for only one kind of creature to exist in the world. Those creatures flying in the sky were the darlings of nature. Their existences all had their own meanings. Those ordinary creatures were perhaps just a part of the food chain. While they were hunting for their own prey, they were also the prey of other stronger creatures. At this moment, the roar sounded, and these creatures were all startled. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake was definitely at the top of the food chain. His roar was so powerful and terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. The sea-splitting demonic snake was really simple. His thoughts were very simple. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become more powerful. He wanted to evolve continuously. That was the meaning of his existence. Of course, he was also very vengeful. He wanted to kill those powerful creatures that had once threatened him. He had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, he was slowly increasing his strength. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had traveled in the sky. At this moment, he was flying freely in the sky. How delightful was that? Of course, he didn't release his true might for no reason. Otherwise, just this might alone would be enough to completely kill those creatures. At this moment, Feng Yushan suddenly spoke. Su Yang, look there. In fact, there was no need for Feng Yushan to speak. Su Yang's divine will had already discovered that a bloody scene was unfolding at the seaside. Many living beings were being massacred. As for those murderers, they were an extremely strange life form. From the looks of it, they were a type of fishmen. Their forelimbs were extremely sharp blades, and their teeth flickered with a cold light. They seemed to contain extremely terrifying poison. These things were simply rampaging. This place was probably too remote, so there weren't any decent experts. Only a few fishing villages lived here. At this time, the sudden outbreak of the murlocs was a great disaster for the entire fishing village. No one could stop it from happening. That terrifying killing intent surged at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying aura seemed so strange and terrifying. At this moment, the aura was constantly changing. Those demons were really terrifying. Let's go and take a look. In fact, Su Yang was already used to seeing killings by now. This was because this chaotic era was about to arrive. Who knew how many people would die? Although he was merciful, he was not the legendary bodhisattva who saved the dying and healed the injured. There would always be a time when a person's strength was exhausted. This was the case even for cultivators. If he didn't see it, there would be nothing he could do. However, now that he had seen it, he naturally wouldn't just stand by idly. Moreover, there was one thing that was extremely important. These monsters gave Su Yang an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The sea-splitting demonic snake was above their heads, releasing a powerful might directly. Feeling the powerful might, the murlocs didn't start to tremble. Instead, they became even crazier, as if they had lost their minds. The murderous aura became even more terrifying. How can this be? Feng Yushan asked directly. This was too abnormal. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of creature it was, unless it had extremely high spiritual intelligence and strength, it should immediately tremble when facing such a terrifying aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this time, these murlocs clearly didn't have a high level of command, and their strength couldn't be too strong. At this time, facing such a powerful aura, their first reaction was not fear, but crazier killing. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until they killed all the living creatures here. This was extremely strange. At this time, Su Yang said directly, "Don't look anymore. They are not creatures created by the Creator. Kill them." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to these murlocs. Killing these murlocs was naturally not a difficult task for the sea-splitting demonic snake. In almost the blink of an eye, all the murlocs were killed. The surviving humans thought that the dragon god had descended and saved them, so they started to thank the dragon god for his help. However, they didn't know that the dragon clan and the sea-splitting demonic snake were enemies. Damn it, these stupid guys are really idiots. How can I be one of those stupid and arrogant dragons? Where are their brains? At this time, he really wanted to spit these people to death. However, he knew his master's temperament, so he naturally wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He had no choice but to fly back into the sky. At this time, Feng Yushan asked, Su Yang, what's the situation? What do you mean by not creatures created by the Creator? He really didn't know about this. At this time, Su Yang said, it's actually very simple. These things are transformed creatures after being contaminated with the demonic qi. In other words, demons have started to appear in the Jojo continent. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, based on these strange demonic creatures, he could speculate that demons must have appeared in this place. However, these demons were very likely to have been killed. Unfortunately, the huge amount of demonic qi leaked out and contaminated the creatures here, causing them to change. The reason why demons were the great enemies of the Wuji world was not only because they had an extremely strong killing intent, but also because their existence would cause pollution to the Wuji world, completely destroying this world. Demons have started to appear. Feng Yueshan's heart was heavy. After all, he was a human first, and this was a matter of great importance to the survival of his race. Su Yang said, yes, that's about it. However, it doesn't matter. Many things happen out of our control. The only thing we can do is to prepare the best response when things happen. As the saying goes, do your best and leave it to fate. Feng Yushan smiled softly and said, you guy, don't talk about grand principles every time you open your mouth. It's getting harder and harder for me to keep up with your thoughts. Su Yang laughed and said, it's just because your realm is not high enough. Don't use this as an excuse to be lazy. Feng Yushan said, where are we going? Su Yang said, let's go to the Taihang Soured faction first. In the Jojo continent, Su Yang had the best relationship with the Taihang Soured faction. At this time, he wanted to know the development of the situation, so the best choice was naturally to go to the Taihang Soured faction. Feng Yushan naturally had no objection. Since they had already arrived in the Jojo continent, Su Yang and the others naturally got off the sea-splitting demonic snake. This time, the sea-splitting demonic snake refused to go back to sleep in the sea no matter what. It had been sleeping for long enough. Therefore, it turned into a mini huck dragon. Huck dragons were a very cute species commonly seen in the Jojo continent. Many female cultivators loved to pet them. Because of this, it could openly appear next to Su Yang. Su Yang naturally didn't object. Su Yang and Feng Yushan felt that the Jojo continent seemed to be different from before. The most obvious point was that the atmosphere here seemed to have become heavier. The people here seemed to have gone through the baptism of war. Su Yang inquired along the way and finally understood what had happened. In fact, the main reason was the power struggle between the sects. After the Limitless Demon sect was disbanded, there was peace for several years. However, war still broke out later on. The various branches of the demonic sects started to compete with each other. In addition to the territory, there was also the struggle for the treasures left behind by the Limitless Demon sect. Among them, the Limitless Demon sects Senluo Hall and Whitebone Hall had become two independent sects at this time. They were also the strongest. On the other hand, Yang Xiao established the Yama sect. Of course, the other sects wouldn't just stand by and watch them do this. Naturally, they also took action. Regardless of whether it was to loot a burning house or to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, this was how the war broke out. The flames of war were always the cruelest for the innocent. However, they also had the least right to choose. The reason was very simple: they didn't have the power. In this world, being weak was a sin. Of course, the Taihang Soured faction didn't participate in the war between the sects. They only defended their territory and didn't expand. The Taihang Soured faction had Zhongzi and Xue Xingchuan's rise. After a few times of killing them as an example to others, those ignorant fellows finally stopped looking for trouble with them. Because of this, Many people who had the ability to go to the Taihang Soured faction. That was the only place where they could be protected. Chapter 1257. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this time, Su Yang and Li Xiu retracted all their auras and followed the crowd. Feng Yushan asked, Su Yang, with your strength, shouldn't you be able to reach their sect directly? Why are you doing this? This was also what he didn't understand. At this time, Su Yang's strength was already extremely strong. If it was possible, he could go directly to the Taihang Soured faction. Feng Yushan had stayed in the Taihang Soured faction with Su Yang back then. He knew that the Taihang Soured faction welcomed Su Yang very much. But now, Su Yang just had to do this and wander around in this place. He clearly had enough strength, but he insisted on staying with ordinary people. He couldn't understand Su Yang's logic and thinking. Su Yang just smiled. Then, he asked casually, are we not human? This was not nonsense. They were human. However, they were not ordinary people. Their cultivation was so strong. Not to mention Su Yang, even Feng Yushan was already a venerable Wu Yuan at this time. This kind of cultivation was enough to transcend all living things. They were high and mighty, like immortals. But why did they still have to wander around in this place like ordinary people? At this time, Su Yang opened his mouth again and said, we are cultivators, but cultivators are also people. We also started as ordinary people. Have you forgotten this point? Feng Yushan was speechless. He didn't forget. He just subconsciously believed that he was strong enough. Since he was strong, he naturally had to enjoy the power of being strong. There were many things that he didn't have to abide by as usual. This was the benefit of power. However, when Su Yang said this, he was stunned. He suddenly realized Su Yang's intentions. They used to be ordinary people, not much better than them. They used to struggle and work hard to survive, but as their cultivation gradually increased, they subconsciously ignored this point. They even no longer saw themselves as ordinary people. No, it should be said that he would not look at ordinary people. Although he wouldn't admit it at times, there was one thing that couldn't be wrong. Were those weak people really different from ants in his eyes? In normal times, whether it was out of goodwill or malice, he would always look down on others from a high position. However, he would no longer blend in with those people like before. There were too many people who gradually drifted away. What was gradually drifting away was not their path, but their hearts. The more powerful they were, the more they would distinguish themselves from the ordinary. This was actually understandable. After all, wasn't the point of training hard to make oneself stronger? However, was this really a good idea? What I'm saying is, if everyone could be simple, perhaps this world would be better. This was Su Yang's thought at this moment. At this moment, Su Yang's realm seemed to have reached an extremely crucial point. At this point, it was no longer simply increasing his power, but a kind of understanding and a kind of thinking. This was the key to his advancement. At this moment, he would instinctively determine what his path would be, and would think about how he could better survive in this world. In other words, at this moment, he needed to find a way to define himself. Another half a day passed, and they quickly set foot on this piece of land. At this moment, Su Yang had a clearer understanding of this place. In this place, he could clearly feel a wave of power. There seemed to be a sword qi faintly existing on the ground. It was the Taixing sword qi. Taixing was like a mountain. The Taihang Soured faction's sword qi was as heavy as a mountain, but also as steady as a mountain. In the past, when he came here, he did not have such a feeling. But now, it had appeared. At this moment, Feng Yushan said, "What's going on? Why do I feel that this place is different? It seems that even the ground under our feet has changed, become a little more terrifying." He was already a venerable Wu Yuan. Although he had not become a Dao master yet, he was blessed by nature in terms of perception and could sense some things. Because someone has become an emperor. Su Yang did not seem to be surprised at all. In his opinion, this was a very normal thing. That person's cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was not an ordinary person. It was not unusual for him to be able to cultivate to the Emperor realm. It was just that he didn't expect that person to take this step so early. Emperor? Do you mean the Emperor realm? Feng Yushan was shocked. Before this, even Dao masters were extremely rare, and the Emperor realm was a legend. But now, someone in the Taihang Soured faction had become an emperor. This naturally surprised him. Sect Master Zhongzi is a legend. It's not strange that he can become an emperor. Let's go and pay him a visit. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he did not take half a step forward. Instead, he said to Feng Yushan, step back. Feng Yushan did not know what Su Yang meant, but since Su Yang said so, he naturally would not stand there foolishly. Instead, he took a few steps back. But in these few steps, he had already noticed a change. At this moment, the front of Su Yang suddenly began to become misty. An extremely mysterious power appeared at this time. It seemed to be a glimmer, but also seemed to be an unimaginable power. In this power, an extremely heavy aura appeared. Of course, this was just an extremely heavy aura. He did not feel any pressure. Of course, he did not think that it was because the power was just a facade, so he did not feel any pressure. Instead, he knew that it was because this power was too strong, and its control had reached an extreme level. So much so that even though it was only a few steps away, he felt as if he was looking at a shadow. At this time, Su Yang said softly, "Since Senior is in the mood, Su Yang will accompany you." As soon as he finished speaking, clouds and mist appeared beside him. Then, an extremely powerful power was displayed. However, the two powers slowly came into contact with each other. At this time, Feng Yushan felt that the ground in front of him began to change. At this time, the power was rolling. Although there was no earth-shattering sound, there seemed to be a terrible change happening between these two powers, so much so that everything here was trembling at this time. Su Yang, who is he fighting with? Feng Yushan was stunned at first, but then he realized who was fighting with Su Yang at this time. Su Yang, has he become so strong that he can actually fight with a venerable emperor? From the beginning, he knew that Su Yang was very strong, but at this time, it was difficult for him to perceive how strong Su Yang had become. But at this time, it seemed that this guy's strength was still beyond his imagination. Now, he could actually fight with a powerful venerable emperor. Such strength was simply terrifying. When that beam of power landed, the power of light was boundless, as if it was going to devour everything. At this time, in his eyes, the two people seemed to have disappeared directly, and were replaced by two swords. One of them was simple and steady, as if it was formed by the condensation of countless mountains and lakes, while the other sword was full of incomprehensible things. This was the manifestation of the power of Su Yang and the venerable Emperor Senior. The two swords stood motionless. It seemed that nothing had happened at all, but at this time, he already knew that an extremely terrifying battle was taking place between the two swords. The violent aura was simply unimaginable. The strong power was only suppressed in an extremely narrow space. Even a Dao master would find it difficult to control this space. At this time, another person appeared, but it was Xue Xingchuan. "Well, Sect Master, the guest has just arrived, and you can't wait to start the competition with him. This is not good." Although he said so, at this time, his power began to change, and then directly inserted itself into the battle. And the target he chose to attack was Su Yang. "Long time no see. Let me see how much you've improved." He chuckled, and at this time, his power became stronger and stronger. At this time, the three people almost disappeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they were above the ninth heaven, and even close to the void. Two seniors, this junior will embarrass himself. Su Yang naturally knew that the reason why these two seniors attacked was to test him. Of course, it was also possible that these two old guys suddenly felt itchy and wanted to find someone to torture. Of course, in any case, this was actually a kind of guidance. These days, Su Yang's strength had improved extremely quickly, and he was also more clear about his own path. However, many paths and many things could not be just imagined. They still needed to be proven in practice. Therefore, it could not be better to have powerful seniors to guide his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous if he only found out his shortcomings in battle. After all, the enemy would never be merciful. As long as he made any mistakes, he would be directly caught and then put to death. Good boy, your strength has really improved a lot. Take this sword of mine. This was Xue Xingquan's real attack. His sword directly condensed, and the heavy power at this time was displayed. Such a power directly fell, with an unimaginably terrifying sharpness. At this moment, the sword seemed to have been completely resurrected, as if it had its own life. This was spirituality. Although it was just guidance and testing, Su Yang did not dare to be careless at this time. He also condensed sword qi in the void, and then directly burst out with a sword. Chapter 1258. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Such a sword burst out directly. Fengyun Reading Network, the sword light flashed. In terms of sword energy, Su Yang was actually superior to Xue Xingquan. The two sword qi surged, immediately causing countless waves to appear in the 9 heavens. It was as if waves had suddenly appeared in a calm sea. After this attack, Xue Xingquan suddenly appeared beside Su Yang. Come, again. With a few simple words, he directly attacked again. At this time, he had completely raised his strength. At this time, Su Yang was fighting with this person and immediately realized how powerful and terrifying he was. He seemed to have casually used his palm, but it seemed to have directly drained the surrounding power. The aura between heaven and earth seemed to be able to move with his strength. This was extremely difficult. He could feel that Xue Xingquan was also a Dao master. Back then, he had already fought with many experts at the peak of the Dao master level, but it was undeniable that none of them were a match for Xue Xingquan. The so-called peak was actually just a description. Xue Xingquan seemed to want to understand the two words Dao master to the extreme, so that his strength could be completely released. Of course, Xue Xingquan was strong enough, but Su Yang was definitely not weak. Since they were already in the 9 heavens, he did not hold back. He directly burst out with a palm, and a terrifying attack suddenly met with Xue Xingquan. The two forces directly collided, and for a moment, the aura of a dragon and a tiger emerged. With such a power entanglement, the 9 heavens began to change. This attack seemed to be a tie, but at this time, Xue Xingquan's expression had become strange. In fact, as one of the people who fought, he naturally knew that Su Yang seemed to have held back in the attack just now. Even so, he was only a tie with him. This kid, how much has his strength increased? He was a little speechless. Every time he saw this kid, he had a huge change. And at this time, he was even more straightforward, as if he could already defeat him. Come, take my sword with all my strength. At this moment, Xue Xingquan's aura changed. Countless auras gathered towards him. These auras turned into huge mountains and rivers. Then, the mountains and rivers became a sword. The power of this sword stretched across the sky, and then continuously changed, gathering into the shape of a divine sword. Taihang. Su Yang immediately knew that this was the Taixing God sword. At this time, Xue Xingquan had already communicated with the Taixing God sword and then used an absolute attack. Su Yang, this is an absolutely powerful sword attack that I've unleashed with the Taixing divine sword as the foundation. Don't hold back. You don't have to give me any face. Let me see how you deal with this sword attack. In truth, Xue Xingquan already knew that he was probably no match for Su Yang. Right now, Su Yang's aura was too strange. Facing Su Yang, it was as if they were facing Zhong Ziyi. Therefore, at this time, he immediately knew that Su Yang's strength had probably surpassed his. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to know how strong Su Yang had become, so that he could know the gap between them. Since Xue Xingquan had already said so, Su Yang naturally wouldn't be polite with him. He didn't make any preparations. He just casually slashed, and a faint sword aura appeared at this time. Such a sword aura surged at this time. The change in power was really unimaginable. At this time, a sword aura directly appeared. That sword aura condensed and evolved the yin and yang qi into a unique power. At this time, this power had already rushed towards the Taixing sword aura. What Su Yang condensed was naturally the sword aura of his Taiji God sword. This was already a competition of sword wills. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sound exploded in the 9 heavens. The people on the ground thought that the sky was about to change at this time. Moreover, the sound of thunder seemed to be a little too terrifying. The Taixing sword was incomparably fierce. The thick mountain aura seemed to want to flatten everything. However, the power of the divine sword formed by the yin and yang qi seemed to be a ribbon, but also seemed to be an even more terrifying mountain. This power was constantly changing. Gradually, it directly dragged the power of the Taixing sword, as if it had sunk into a quagmire. What a strange power! Is this your sword? This seemingly gentle power actually had such power. 1,000 mountains, 10,000 swords. At this time, Xue Xingchuan struck again. The Taixing sword directly changed at this time, and its power became even more unfathomable. His idea was extremely simple, and that was to use brute force to break through the sword completely. He wanted to make the power disappear and merge with the earth. Such a change could already be said to be terrifying. At this time, Su Yang's gaze had become even more profound. He could feel the enormous pressure that his opponent brought to him. Yin and Yang sword, burning heaven. At this time, the Taixing sword directly turned into Yin and Yang qi. Yin and Yang were the foundation of heaven and earth. Yin alone could not be born, and Yang alone could not be born. When these two powers were combined, they could erupt with extremely terrifying power. Under such a blow, the power of the 1,000 mountains and 10,000 swords was directly shattered. At this time, it could also be announced that Xue Xingchuan had lost. Su Yang said directly, "Senior, admit it." Xue Xingchuan laughed and scolded, "Damn it, kid, are you a monster? I can't beat you anymore." Now that he thought about it, when they first met, Su Yang's cultivation was still extremely weak and was nothing in front of him. The two of them went through life and death together in front of the evil sword Cold Jade and established a friendship. Later on, Xue Xingchuan guided Su Yang many times. This allowed Su Yang to take fewer detours on the road of cultivation. But at this time, he was no longer a match for Su Yang. This guy was simply a monster. His growth was so fast that it was shocking. He thought that he had reached the peak of Tao Master and could almost break through to the sovereign realm. But at this time, Su Yang was even stronger than him. Just now, he had already seen that Su Yang had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At this time, he said directly, "Sect Master, shouldn't you fight with Su Yang yourself?" At this time, Zhong Ziyi said, "That's what I was thinking." At this moment, these 4 words suddenly changed and then transformed into 4 streams of sword qi. He could directly turn his words into sword qi and then directly suppress it. This was terrifying. Each of the 4 sword qis was extremely heavy. Xue Xingchuan's sword was actually very powerful, but at this time, it was still much weaker than this terrifying power. At this time, Su Yang really felt that everything around him had been suppressed by this terrifying power. That terrifying power rolled down at this time, but it seemed to want to drown everything. Such power was simply so powerful that it was terrifying. At this time, even he did not dare to be careless. He directly drew a line in front of himself, and then a boundary appeared. After the appearance of this power, the most terrifying aura immediately flashed. Supreme, Nirvanic Slash. Su Yang knew that he was facing an sovereign realm expert, so at this time, he had no intention of holding back. At this time, a powerful force directly burst out at this time. Such a force rolled out, and the terrifying aura was simply too powerful. Such a blow was terrifying. The two forces directly collided. It seemed to be silent, but in an instant, it had shattered countless spaces. This kind of confrontation was really terrifying. At this time, Su Yang shouted, "Sword of the Laws." His opponent was Zhong Ziyi, who was already a real sovereign realm expert. In fact, Su Yang had been looking forward to fighting with a real sovereign realm expert, because only then could he verify his strength and path. That strike just now barely cancelled out his power. At this time, he directly took the initiative to attack, and the Sword of the Laws directly condensed at this time. Su Yang's Sword of the Laws was extremely powerful because he had mastered more than one kind of law. Lightning, darkness, fire, and ice, all of these laws fused together in an instant. Then These laws directly turned into the most terrifying sword light. When this sword light appeared, it immediately swept up an unimaginable power. Such a sword strike was simply shocking. At this time, Xue Xingchuan cursed again. Damn it, how many laws have you mastered, kid? There was a hint of envy in his words. Ordinary Dao sovereigns had mastered a law, and then condensed this law to become the foundation of their path. However, this kid was good. He took out the laws as if they were free, and he was using them in batches. With such a power of laws condensed together, there was naturally no need to say more about the strength of this power. Xue Xingchuan knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to block this sword. Even if he could block it, he would be covered in scars. It was because this power was far too terrifying. It was as if it had hidden everything in this world. Such a surging aura was simply unbelievably terrifying. At this time, the power directly condensed at this time, and the violent aura was simply terrifying. Even Zhong Zi's expression changed at this time. Good, this power is your true strength. The younger generation will surpass us in time. As he spoke, his palm moved, and a mountain suddenly appeared in the void. Of course, this was not a real mountain, but an evolution of power. Such a change in the power of laws possessed too much power. Chapter 1259. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he still felt that it was not excessive for him to use such a method against Su Yang's attack. After all, even he could not master as many laws as Su Yang. Of course, he also knew that the number of laws did not determine everything. As long as one's power was strong enough, even the most ordinary power of laws could suppress everything. At this moment, the two forces collided directly, and a terrifying light immediately burst out. The extremely violent and terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. It was really terrifying. Even Xue Xingchuan could only keep retreating under this attack. Such power was no longer something he could deal with. Many things were like this. Even if you regretted it, you had worked hard enough. However, there would always be someone stronger than you, and then they would surpass you. Of course, he was still open-minded. If he could not accept this, he would not be Xue Xingchuan. After an unknown period of time, the powerful and terrifying power fluctuations finally stopped. At this time, Su Yang said directly, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The combat strength of a venerable sovereign was absolutely terrifying. If they really fought, the power just now seemed to be nothing at all. He knew that the reason for this was because Zhong Zi was giving him guidance. Zhong Zi laughed and scolded, "Well, don't talk about guidance. You are really a freak. Your combat strength is no weaker than mine." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Once upon a time, he was still a high and mighty expert in front of Su Yang. At that time, he was already a Dao master, and what realm was Su Yang at? But now, this guy was actually able to fight on par with him. If they were to fight to the death, he was not sure what the outcome would be. Of course, he and Su Yang were friends, and it was almost impossible for them to fight to the death, so this was meaningless. However, through this exchange, he had a general understanding of the situation. Congratulations, Senior Zhong. I really admire you for being able to break through to the venerable sovereign realm. Su Yang's words were not out of politeness, but out of genuine admiration. After all, how many people in the entire 9 provinces could reach the venerable sovereign realm at this time? However, this was actually related to the change in the number of days. At this time, the 5 counties had undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the changes in this world were not as great as the changes in the 5 counties, it was still extremely great. This was an extremely obvious matter. It's just a fluke. Moreover, it's related to the changes in the world. For me, this is indeed a good thing, but for the entire world, it's not so certain. At his level, his perception of the changes in the world was naturally extremely clear. Su Yang naturally understood what he meant. When the world changed, it was because the world itself felt that danger was coming, so it changed the vitality. It was a change in the heavenly Tao, and ordinary people would not be able to sense it. However, venerable sovereigns were already extremely powerful, so they could clearly sense every single blade of grass and tree, let alone such a change. Naturally, They could sense it clearly. What Zhong Ziyi said was not unreasonable. If it were not for the change in the heavenly fate, even he would not have been able to break through to the Emperor realm so easily. Therefore, to him, this was an extremely fortunate thing. However, when the Great Tribulation came, it was naturally the time when the people would not be able to make a living. No, it was not just that. At that time, no one knew how many people would be able to survive. Therefore, for the people of the world, this was not a good thing. Su Yang said, "Senior, there is no need to be so emotional. What is to come will come, and you and I can't stop it. You and I are just two stones in the long river of fate. Where the river of fate will lead to is no longer something you and I can think about. We can only do what we can and leave it to fate." Zhong Ziyi smiled softly and then said, "Ha ha ha, well said. I didn't expect that I, Zhong Ziyi, would be lectured by you." Of course, he was not unhappy. In fact, there was no need for him to be so. At this point, the so-called age and seniority were naturally empty. Only strength was needed to determine a hero. This was the so-called the one who reached the top first. But speaking of which, Su Yang, you are really amazing to be able to raise your cultivation to such a level in such a short time. Even Duanmu Longhu is only SOSO compared to you. Zhong Ziyi sighed. Su Yang was stunned and then said, "Senior, you have fought with Duanmu Longhu?" Back then, Su Yang had told this person to pay attention to that fellow by the name of Duanmu Longhu. That was because Duanmu Longhu was truly a poisonous snake. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying snake. Normally, he would hide himself, but when he appeared, he would definitely come into contact with his target and cause fatal damage. Yes, we have. Last time, this guy actually communicated with the fiend race and directly attacked Passionless Island. This really surprised me. It is, as you said, a real poisonous snake. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "All right, if you two want to talk, find a better place. What's the point of talking here? Mind your own business, I'll go back first." After he finished speaking, he directly used his power and tore open space, heading towards the Taihang Soured faction. Zhong Ziyi smiled, then said, "Let's go back to the sect and talk." Su Yang nodded, then followed this person back to the Taihang Soured faction. Along the way, Zhong Ziyi told Su Yang about what happened on Passionless Island last time. He had been to Passionless Island last time, so naturally, he already knew about the relationship between Chu Linga and Su Yang. Then, he also told Su Yang about Chu Linga's current situation. "Su Yang, if you still want to redeem yourself, it might still be too late to go over now. However, once she has completely embarked on that path, then the heavens will be her heart, and she will no longer have any feelings," Zhong Ziyi said directly. Obviously, he had some understanding of Passionless Island. In comparison, he was considered lucky. Lin Fang's cultivation was also at the Emperor realm, and she was even stronger than him. However, Lin Fang did not choose that path in the end. Instead, she had begun to deviate from the path of Passionless Island. In fact, the stronger one was, the more one understood power. Lin Fang already knew the details of this path on Passionless Island, and it was because she knew it that she was afraid. Therefore, she did not want to be like this and began to search for her own path. However, Chu Linga had so stubbornly chosen this path. However, Su Yang smiled bitterly, then said, "Forget it. Since this is the path she chose, then let her go." It was not that he did not want to, but because he knew that she had already made the final choice. She loved him, and he loved her. However, it was because of this that he could not be selfish. Everyone had the right to choose their own future and path. He could not keep her by his side because of selfishness. When they were on the sea, although the two did not meet, Su Yang already felt her determination. Therefore, Su Yang decided to respect her. This was something that he could not do anything about. Zhong Ziyi smiled and nodded, then said, "If that's the case, then let's look on the bright side." Then, the two of them began to change the topic. "By the way, Senior, when I came to the 9 states, I found some strange fishmen by the sea. They seemed to have been infected by the power of the demons. This was actually not a small matter. If the demons' power had already invaded at this time, then it would be the beginning of a huge disaster for the 9 states, no, for the entire infinite world. At this time, Zhongzi said, "Yes, actually, I already knew about this matter. I even joined forces with the Divine Wind sect and the Blazing Flame sect to stop the demon slayers from going to kill those things. Unfortunately, the results were not good. These things were extremely cunning. Every time their disciples appeared, they would immediately escape. However, once these disciples left, they would come back to cause trouble. In that case, there must be someone behind these things." Su Yang had come into contact with those things and was very clear that their intelligence was not high. Therefore, it was impossible for them to be so organized and disciplined. In that case, there was only one explanation, and that was that there was someone behind them that was controlling this group of things. Such a group of things was actually an extremely terrifying existence, and it was even more so if there was someone with intelligence. Yes, that is indeed the case. These things have even ambushed our disciples before. At this time, the 9 states has entered an eventful period. Many sects have joined in the struggle for hegemony. It seems that there is a mastermind behind all of this. Actually, it had been a long time since the Limitless Demon sect was disbanded. However, in the past few years, these guys had always been peaceful. Even if there were conflicts between them, it was impossible for such a large-scale war to break out. However, at this moment, they were biting each other like mad dogs. Moreover, they had gradually dragged the extremely large sects into the water. If one were to say that this was a coincidence, it would be nonsense. Su Yang was silent. Then, he said, "Sai, the great calamity has yet to truly arrive, but there are already people jumping up and down, wanting to mess up the situation. I don't know what they are thinking. It was clearly an extremely dangerous time, and they needed to work together to get through this crisis. However, at this time, there were people who wanted to mess up the situation. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, the unity of heaven and earth is just a saying. It is very difficult to achieve. There will always be people who disregard the common people for their own benefits. There are thousands of ways to cultivate. Those who go against the path of chaos are like this." Chapter 1260. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, all the power in the world was changing. And in this world, the methods of cultivation were naturally endless. Some cultivated the way of the sword, using a single sword to break through 10,000 techniques. There were also those who cultivated the 5 elements, using the 5 elements to comprehend the world. There were also the Heartless Tao, Destruction Tao, and Chaos Tao. These were all Taos that relied on the negative emotions in this world to cultivate. When the Great Tribulation was about to arrive, these people would be the most uneasy factor, because they wouldn't be of the same mind as the world, and would even obstruct it. Those who cultivated these Taos were all ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** time for these people to rise. Even some of the people from the Devil Tao couldn't compare to them. At this moment, the aura of the Great Tribulation appeared in the sky. Such power continued to manifest at this time. It was simply incomparably terrifying. This wasn't just about them, but also about how they would affect the world. So that's the case. Chaos Tao, Destruction Tao. H. These people can only be killed. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "There's one more thing. These guys seem to be using Pan Province as their core." Pan Province was a very special place. In the past, it was the headquarters of the Limitless Devil sect. Even the other sects of the 10 great sects were afraid of the Limitless Devil sect. But now, it was different, because the Limitless Devil sect had collapsed. Even the entire Pan Province had encountered a huge calamity back then. During the ceremony of the Limitless Devil sect, powerful demon gods appeared, demon gods roared, and shadow emperors wreaked havoc, causing countless massacres. Who knew how many living beings in Pan Province had died at that time? After a few decades of development, this piece of land finally began to gradually recover its vitality. However, it was still extremely bleak. Almost no one was willing to go to that place. The terrifying death had cast a huge shadow on that piece of land, as well as endless disasters. Even the surviving disciples of the Limitless Devil sect weren't willing to go there. The Limitless Devil sect's White Bone Hall and Dark Azura Hall had become independent, but they had no intention of returning. It was the same for the newly established Yang Luo Dian. However, there was a group of people who liked that place very much, and they were the successors of the Path of Annihilation. For them, such a place was simply a perfect place to cultivate. It was precisely because of this that many people from the Path of Annihilation raised their heads there. If it wasn't for the sudden outbreak of the battle between the various sects at this time, perhaps some sects would have already started to kill them. Su Yang was silent. He had a premonition that the Path of Annihilation would become a huge problem in the future. It seems like I have to go there and take a look. I have a feeling that the Annihilation Order will become a huge problem in the future. If possible, I will directly kill them. Although Su Yang was not a savior, he would not be stingy if he could do it in the face of a great calamity. At this time, Zhong Ziyi said, "Don't act recklessly. This matter is definitely not simple. There seems to be an Emperor Realm Master guarding that place." Back then, Zhong Ziyi had naturally thought of killing those guys directly. Unfortunately, when he took action the last time, he was blocked. Moreover, the person who blocked him was extremely powerful. His cultivation was actually not inferior to his. "Well, don't worry. I naturally know what to do." Su Yang would not act recklessly. However, his current strength was already extremely strong. Even if he encountered an Emperor Realm Master, he would not be too worried. After all, even if he really could not defeat them, he could still leave calmly. Besides, who would emerge victorious in the end was still unknown. "Su Yang, what do you think of the Five Counties continent?" At that time, the Taihang Soured faction had once wanted to spread their strength to the Five Counties continent. There were almost 1,000 things waiting to be done in that place. If they could gain a firm foothold there, it would definitely be a huge benefit to their development. Unfortunately, the development of the Five Counties continent was too unexpected. At this time, the Nine Continents continent was also surging. Therefore, Xue Xingchuan eventually returned to the Nine Continents continent to preside over it and gave up on the Five Counties continent. Su Yang said, "It's also a gathering of the winds and clouds. There have been a lot of changes." Therefore, he told him about the current situation of the Five Counties continent. The two of them started to talk about the situation of the two continents. "By the way, Senior, this time I came to the Nine Continents continent mainly because of a friend of mine." Su Yang then told Zhong Ziyi about Feng Yushan. Hearing this, Zhong Ziyi became extremely serious. After all, this was not a small matter. The danger of the shadow creatures was definitely not in the heart of the demon. If they attacked at this time, it would be no different from adding fuel to the fire for the infinite world. "Then, what do you want to do?" Zhong Ziyi asked. He believed that since Su Yang had come here, he must have his own plans. In his sect, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were extremely outstanding young people. However, he was not comparable to Su Yang now. In fact, there was a huge gap between them. Over the years, Su Yang had begun to stand out. At this time, he had reached a point where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhong Ziyi. "I want Brother Fang to become a Dao Master." Su Yang directly told him his plan. "Continue," Zhong Ziyi said indifferently. Su Yang continued, "The space node in Old Fang's body is actually a kind of power. If Feng Yushan is strong enough, he will be able to take the initiative. If he can become a Dao Master or even an Emperor Master, he will be able to steal the power of the shadow world through this space node. In my opinion, in this way, we will be able to take the initiative." Su Yang naturally did not do things carelessly. Instead, he had his own plan for every step. At this time, in his opinion, he had to make sufficient preparations. This was because only then could he directly exert his power. If he just wanted to escape, he would kill Feng Yushan in order to prevent the space node from taking effect. This was actually an extremely negative behavior. If he killed Feng Yushan today, would he be able to kill others in the future? One had to know that these were all his friends. If Su Yang became a person who would even lay his hands on his friends, then there would be no meaning for him to continue living in this world. Well, I will fully support you in this matter. Zhong Ziyi nodded directly. Of course, it was actually very difficult to accomplish this matter. That was the people of the Tai Ching sect. The Shadow Emperor was an existence that the Tai Ching sect feared the most. At this time, Feng Yushan wanted to break through the realm and become a Dao Master, and even an Emperor Master. In a sense, wasn't there another Shadow Emperor? Moreover, the Shadow Emperor was actually not dead. The Shadow Emperor was another personality born from Feng Yueshan's ancestor. The main personality of Feng Yueshan's ancestor had died, but the Shadow Emperor did not. He went to the Shadow World. At this time, perhaps he had already recovered his cultivation, or even improved his strength a step further. The space node in Feng Yueshan's body might have been arranged by him. If Feng Yushan broke through the realm, the Shadow Emperor would be able to sense it immediately. At that time, this guy would probably intervene. Of course, it was very likely that it would not be as simple as intervening. This space node was so ingenious that it must have cost him a lot to arrange it with his cultivation at that time. It could be said that he had paid such a high price to arrange it, so he must want to get a sufficient return. If Su Yang's speculation was correct, then he wanted to take over Feng Yueshan's body and directly take it back. In this way, the resurrection of the Shadow Emperor would be completed. For the Tai Ching sect, this was an extremely dangerous situation, and they were absolutely unwilling to do so. Although Su Yang was powerful, he was not arrogant enough to do whatever he wanted. Since the mysterious Tai Ching sect could become one of the top 10 sects, it must have its own foundation. However, the best place for Feng Yushan to break through the realm of Dao Master was the Shadowland, and that place was right next to the Tai Ching sect. It would be strange if the Tai Ching sect did not know about it. Therefore, Su Yang actually wanted to ask for Zhong Ziyi's help this time. Okay, leave the Tai Ching sect to me. But Su Yang, you have to understand that this is definitely not a joke. Since we have already taken action, we must succeed. Zhong Ziyi said solemnly. If Zhong Ziyi took action, then in a sense, it would be a declaration of war against the Tai Ching sect. If it could be handled well, then it would be fine. But if it was not handled well, then it would be a war between the two powerful sects. At this time, the 9 continents continent was already very complicated, and the relationship was extremely tense. If a war broke out between the two powerful sects, then the situation would be very bad. At this time, the 9 continents continent's fate would be extremely bad. Of course, Su Yang had also considered this point, which was why he had invited this person to take action. After all, Zhong Ziyi's reputation was not small, and it would be best if he could persuade the other party without having to fight. Su Yang himself was mainly dealing with the crisis of the shadow creature. Su Yang had already dealt with these damn things, and it could be said that there was a conflict between them. This time, it was the right time to directly resolve it. At this time, since the idea had been decided, they would not delay any longer. Chapter 1261. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Land of Shadows was a place where death was a constant companion. There was a terrifying power in this place, and that was desolation. It was a forbidden area in the 9 states continent. Almost no one would come here because shadow creatures would often appear here. These shadow creatures seemed to be creatures born in another extreme world. They were extremely powerful and difficult to kill. Moreover, once they touched you, it was a harbinger of tragedy. Those damnable things will do everything they can to devour you or even kill you. When the shadow creatures invaded, the 9 states continent was plunged into the fear of death. Even at this point, many sects were extremely wary of this term. Among them was the extremely powerful Tai Ching sect. The Tai Ching sect was located in this desolate place to suppress this place. Firstly, it was to prevent others from entering this place. Secondly, it was to prevent the shadow creatures from leaving this place. A few decades ago, there was a crisis here. Later on, the Tai Ching sect's sect master used this divine sword to suppress it. Only then did they survive this crisis. After that incident, the guards here have become even stronger. Su Yang and Feng Yushan walked towards the valley. At this moment, the valley was surrounded by a dense crowd of disciples. When they saw the two of them, they immediately stepped forward. This is the forbidden land of shadows. No one is allowed to come close. You should leave. The Tai Ching sect had set up a formation around this forbidden land. It was not easy to break in. When Su Yang and Feng Yushan arrived, Zhong Ziyi had already arrived at the Tai Ching sect's entrance. Zhong Ziyi of the Taihang Soured faction is here to visit Senior Yu Qingzi. His voice was like flowing water as he slowly walked towards the sect. At that moment, within the Tai Ching sect, the person by the name of Yu Qingzi opened his eyes. Zhong Ziyi. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be qualified to meet him. But Zhong Ziyi was different. He was the leader of the Taihang Soured faction. Most importantly, he was an extremely powerful person. He was almost a genius among geniuses. When he was young, he had come to this place to hone his swordsmanship. Zhong Ziyi was his junior, but now, Zhong Ziyi had already become an emperor master. His cultivation was no longer below his own. Even he himself did not know if he could be a match for Zhong Ziyi. Men, prepare to welcome the guests. At this time, Zhong Ziyi suddenly came to visit. He didn't know the reason. After all, the Tai Ching sect was different from the other sects. They were almost in a state of semi-seclusion. They were only here to suppress the shadow. They didn't have any disputes with the other sects. But since Zhong Ziyi had already arrived, they naturally could not be negligent. Sorry, we can't leave. Instead, we have a reason to go in, Su Yang said softly. At that moment, the disciple's expression turned extremely unfriendly. However, he still emphasized, "Brother, I advise you not to make a mistake. This place is extremely dangerous. Those powerful and strange shadow creatures can take your life at any time. So, I hope you don't take the risk." He was still patiently persuading, but in fact, he had already begun to send a signal. Su Yang said, "Sorry." After he finished speaking, his power gently spread out, and then all of them were enveloped by his power. Su Yang and Feng Yushan slowly walked inside. "Senior Yu Qingzi, this junior actually has to apologize to you," Zhong Ziyi directly said after sitting down. Yu Qingzi said with a smile, "Apologize? What's the crime?" He didn't understand what Zhong Ziyi meant. Zhong Ziyi said, "This junior has a friend who has already entered the shadow. This is the crime." Zhong Ziyi noticed that Yu Qingzi's expression had changed, so he continued, "Senior also knows my two friends. They are Su Yang and Feng Yushan. I think Senior should still remember them." Yu Qingzi nodded and then said, "Yes, I remember. Feng Yushan is the successor of the Shadow Emperor, and little friend Su Yang is a rare genius. I remember that he is a disciple of your Taihang Soured faction." When Su Yang came, he did say that he was a disciple of the Taihang Soured faction. At this time, Yu Qingzi could still be so calm. It could also be seen that his cultivation was good. Zhong Ziyi said, "I'm ashamed. Fellow Daoist Su Yang was originally only in name in my sect. My sect can't nurture such an outstanding disciple." At this time, Yu Qingzi was surprised because he heard very clearly that Zhong Ziyi called Su Yang fellow Daoist. The two words fellow Daoist were not casually called. First of all, the person who was called fellow Daoist had to be qualified. Unless Su Yang could be on par with Zhong Ziyi, otherwise, how could there be a discussion of Dao? At this time, Zhong Ziyi took the initiative to say, "Maybe Senior doesn't believe it, but fellow Daoist Su Yang's combat strength is already on par with mine." This sentence was enough to shock everyone. When Su Yang had first arrived, although he had displayed powerful combat strength, his cultivation was only in the Dragon Realm. He had not even reached the Honorable Realm. Now, only a short while had passed and his combat strength was actually on par with Zhong Ziyi. Yu Qingzi knew Zhong Ziyi very well. He was a ruthless character. His strength was extremely tyrannical, and his combat strength was far above his realm. However, what he just said was that Su Yang's combat strength was no longer below his. How was this possible? How long had it been? Even Yu Qingzi found it difficult to calm down. However, since these words were said by Zhong Ziyi, then it could not be false. Zhong Ziyi smiled bitterly and said, "Not to mention Senior, even I don't dare to believe it. However, there are always people who are favored by fate. Moreover, fellow Daoist Su Yang has experienced countless battles over the years and has seen countless lives and deaths. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. At this time, Yu Qingzi said, "Well, fellow Daoist Zhongzi, let's get back to the topic. Why did the two of them enter the Shadowland this time?" Zhongzi did not hide anything and directly told the reason for the matter and Su Yang's purpose. Sure enough, Yu Qingzi's complexion became a bit unsightly. Then, he asked, "Fellow Daoist Zhongzi, you should know that to a large extent, this is to revive the Shadow Emperor. The strength of this monster is absolutely not simple. Even if Su Yang's combat strength is no weaker than yours, I am still not at ease." Speaking of this, he had already stood up. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind to stop Su Yang from doing this. "You should know that Feng Yushan will definitely break through to the Dao Master realm. The Shadow Emperor must be able to perceive it and will never give up this opportunity. This guy's strength is already extremely terrifying. If he obtains Feng Yushan's body, then in a sense, he will be completely resurrected. At that time, he was just the Shadow Emperor, but at this time, he may be the Shadow Sage. At that time, the Shadow Emperor was already extremely terrifying and stirred up the world. Now, if he became a sage, it would be even more amazing. What's more, at that time, there was another personality in the Shadow Emperor's body. At least that personality had a good side, and in many cases, it would inadvertently affect the Shadow Emperor. But now, that personality was dead and had completely disappeared. If that was the case, the Shadow Emperor would be even more unscrupulous in doing things. His heart would only become more evil. You should know the consequences of this. Zhongzi smiled bitterly and then said, "Yes, I naturally know, but this matter may not become so bad. I believe in Su Yang." This was the reason why Zhongzi made this choice, because he believed in Su Yang. "So, you're here to keep an eye on me?" Yu Qingzi asked directly. Shadows rushed towards the two people one after another. These shadows were like wandering ghosts, and they were very difficult to deal with. However, for Su Yang and Feng Yushan, these shadows were nothing. They were still too weak. The shadow power here is strong enough. "You can break through to the Dao Master realm here," Su Yang said. Feng Yushan's heart became heavy. After arriving at this place, his spatial mark seemed to have become more obvious. This made him feel even more uneasy. In this place, he seemed to hear the call from another world. There was a voice constantly calling him, asking him to quickly improve his cultivation, break through the barrier, and directly reach the Dao Master realm. If it was in the past, he would have chosen to escape. He didn't want to take too many risks. But at this time, he understood that he had almost no way out. When a person had no way out, he could only keep moving forward. "Okay, I got it." He tried to calm himself down. However, Su Yang understood that at this time, he was still a little nervous. Of course, this was human nature. Su Yang said, "Old Fang, don't be afraid. Think about your child. Since there are some things that must be faced, then let yourself be braver." After saying that, Su Yang retreated into the distance. At this time, Feng Yushan finally calmed down completely. At this moment, he directly opened his eyes. At this moment, the entire Shadow Valley was in a riot, and the most terrifying energy directly gathered towards his body. He was the bloodline of the Shadow Emperor, and also the shadow child of this world. When he calmed down to face everything, then all the shadows would go crazy. At this time, shadow creatures constantly emerged and gathered towards his body. At this time, they didn't have any thoughts, and only acted based on their instinct. Chapter 1262. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. No one knew what these shadow creatures were thinking. Perhaps they just wanted to devour Feng Yushan and become stronger. Perhaps they wanted to worship their emperor. However, the moment they approached Feng Yushan was the moment of their death. That extremely terrifying power continued to gather at this moment. When the shadow arrived in front of Feng Yushan, it directly transformed into the most primitive power and was directly devoured by him. At this moment, Feng Yushan's aura began to increase crazily. Some people were truly blessed by the heavens. In this world, how many people worked hard for their own realm? For example, he once cultivated extremely hard, but because of his limited talent, he could only wander around the supremacy realm. Even though Su Yang had given him the sky spirit grass this time and gave him hope of breaking through, it was extremely difficult for him to improve himself. The sky spirit grass only gave him such an opportunity, but it did not guarantee that he would be able to break through. However, Feng Yushan in front of him had only convinced him to become a Tao Lord. So many shadow creatures gathered towards his body and became his nutrients. It has already begun. H. Zhongzi, you guys are quite capable. Yu Qingzi mocked. At this moment, he took a step forward and was about to leave. However, at this time, Zhongzi had already rushed in front of him. Senior, why don't you give them a chance? Yu Qingzi made a move, and a golden divine radiance appeared. How can such a matter be taken lightly? Chance, I'll give them a chance. Who will give me a chance? At the same time, his voice was transmitted, disciples of the Jade Pure Sect, listen up. Stop the two people in the Shadow Valley with all your might. The Jade Pure Sect was one of the 10 great sects and had many experts. Although he was stopped by Zhongzi, there were other experts in the sect, including 2 Tao Masters. Zhongzi said, giving others a chance is actually giving yourself a chance. Senior, I'm really sorry. Please enlighten me. Zhongzi didn't care about the others because he believed that they couldn't stop Su Yang. Only the Taiching sect master before him had this ability. Therefore, what he had to do now was to stop this person. Sea-splitting demonic snake, don't let those people come close. Of course, don't hurt them either. Su Yang had already sensed the strange movements of the Taiching sect. However, he was already mentally prepared. When these fellas rushed over, he would let the sea-splitting demonic snake deal with them. The sea-splitting demonic snake was already extremely powerful and terrifying. He should be enough to deal with those guys. So what if he was a Tao master? With the terrifying strength of the sea-splitting demonic snake, even a Tao master would not be his match. All these years, the will of the sea-splitting demonic snake had been in a deep slumber. Unknowingly, his strength had become extremely powerful, and that terrifying and berserk aura was even more so. Although the demonic sea-rending snake seemed unreliable, Su Yang was still willing to trust it during critical moments. This was Su Yang's evaluation of the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Su Yang had already focused his attention on the battle. This was because he knew that his opponent was about to arrive. At this moment, an extremely oppressive aura appeared. This aura was extremely deep and terrifying. Then, a huge hole appeared. There seemed to be endless terrifying evil spirits roaring in that hole. At this moment, the sky had become extremely gloomy. The power of darkness also became extremely deep at this moment, as if the entire sky was about to fall from the 9 heavens. At this moment, Su Yang opened his eyes. His eye of truth directly saw through everything around him. Under the eye of truth, the real spatial door was finally discovered. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying creature that was about to emerge from the spatial gate. Those powerful shadow creatures were different from the shadow creatures in front of him. They weren't unconscious ghost-like existences. Instead, they were creatures with extremely powerful strength and intelligence. If one had to describe them in one word, it would be aristocrats. They were shadow aristocrats, or even shadow dukes. These guys didn't appear to become Feng Yueshan's food. Instead, they came to devour Feng Yushan and make him their own body. Of course, Su Yang wouldn't let them succeed. At this moment, more than a dozen dragon souls appeared in his body. These dragon souls originally existed in the Black Lotus, but they were all subdued by Su Yang in the battle with Su Yang. Su Yang's strength was already extremely powerful, not to mention that he had a relationship with the dragon clan. After all, there was dragon blood in his body. Of course, this blood came from the heart of the great demonic dragon. However, the heart of the great demonic dragon had been transferred out of Su Yang's body and embedded into the body of the azure dragon that Su Yang refined and nurtured himself. He wanted to create a brand new great demonic dragon. Of course, this was only the beginning. If he wanted to complete it, it would take a long time. These dragon souls were extremely powerful, and they also had dragon's might. Although the shadow creatures were powerful and difficult to deal with, dragon souls were their best nemesis. For a moment, the pretense became a mess. At this moment, the people of the Taiching sect had already arrived outside the Shadow Valley. However, they discovered that there was a terrifying giant serpent that was nearly 100 meters long outside the valley. He just floated in the sky. His body was releasing an extremely deep aura. That aura was actually not inferior to that of the dragon might. Hey, my friends, this path is blocked. So, let's rest here for a while. He gently exhaled, and an extremely terrifying ray of light immediately shot out. Such a powerful force impacted the ground. This powerful force immediately destroyed the ground. Such power surged, and the terrifying power was simply unimaginable. A deep gully immediately appeared on the ground, and waves of terrifying aura were emitted from it. Alright, everyone, let's use this as the boundary. It's a good thing for everyone to coexist peacefully. The sea-splitter demonic snake was about to talk nonsense again and talk about the importance of peaceful coexistence with the people of the Taiching sect. However, at this moment, the two Dao sovereigns of the Taiching sect appeared. Evil snake, don't be presumptuous. They immediately attacked, and a powerful force directly attacked the sea-splitter demonic snake. How terrifying. What is this shadow world like? At this moment, Su Yang was observing this world with his consciousness. He wanted to figure out the nature of this world. Because only by knowing the enemy and oneself could one be undefeated in 100 battles. He knew that the shadow creatures were definitely going to invade the infinite world. Since that was the case, it would be good if he could understand the enemy and even directly attack them. Unfortunately, although his strength wasn't bad, he hadn't reached the point where he could run amok and directly travel between worlds. If he really did that, he might die in the next moment. Su Yang didn't want to die so early. Of course, at this moment, he was most vigilant against the Shadow Emperor and the other poisonous snake. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's aura had become more and more powerful, and in the sky, lightning began to fall directly. This was because in the eyes of the heavens, Feng Yueshan had the mark of the shadow world. Therefore, he was a traitor and must be killed. Su Yang didn't stop the lightning. This was Feng Yueshan's tribulation. If he tried to stop it, it might have the opposite effect. At this moment, the power of the lightning was constantly descending, and the terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, lightning changed one after another. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes were filled with intense flames. Feng Yueshan's strength had begun to increase again. At this moment, he was suffering unimaginable pain. At this moment, he almost wanted to give up. If it was only the power of the heavenly tribulation, it would be fine, but he also felt a threat from the depths of his body. When his strength increased, the small spatial node, no, it should be called the shadow mark, was also growing. This thing was like a parasite, refusing to leave his body. This made him extremely painful and also extremely afraid. However, he knew that he absolutely couldn't back down at this time, because once he did, he would be finished. Now he was walking on the line between life and death. Once he gave up, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would even implicate Su Yang. If he was directly occupied by the shadow creature at this time, then Su Yang would naturally be in extreme danger. At that time, he didn't have a true understanding of this power, but he already had it at the time of his birth. He could feel that the shadow mark was expanding in his body. Once it grew, it could directly devour him. His entire body would become the food of the shadow mark. Moreover, he already knew one thing, and that was that even if he died, it would be useless. This shadow mark would still control his body. Then, he would still become a demon. The only thing he could do was to make himself stronger. At this moment, he was competing with this shadow mark to see who could become the strongest first. If he could surpass it, then it was possible for him to directly suppress the power of this shadow mark, and even refine this shadow mark. However, if he couldn't, then he would only be devoured and become the shadow mark's food. This was definitely not a joke. Chapter 1263. At this point, he had no way out. Forward was life, back was death. If he didn't want to die, then he could only bravely move forward. When a person had nowhere else to go, then he wouldn't walk towards death. Instead, he was giving up everything. Damn it, since you want my life, then I won't let you get away with it. Come on. At this time, Feng Yushan had already cast aside all his pain. At this time, his aura directly increased to the point where he didn't care about his life anymore. That extremely terrifying and powerful aura began to converge on his body. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to imagine it. His body was actually able to contain such a powerful and terrifying power, but at this moment, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Because this was no longer important. If he didn't die, then he had to face it. At this moment, he was already incomparably strong. That violent power was even more terrifying at this time. The rich aura had reached an unimaginable level at this time. A mysterious and unfathomable power surged at this moment. At this point, the terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. The power of shadows. Under this power, his entire body began to change. His entire body even began to transform. The shadows and nothingness began to change bit by bit. This was simply unimaginable. It was at this moment that he heard a chuckle. Heh, my descendant, have you finally started to break through your strength? That voice sounded so sinister, but also so playful. It's him, it's that guy. Feng Yushan immediately recognized that it was the voice of the Shadow Emperor. Sure enough, this was the backup plan arranged by that guy. At this time, he had already started to move, extending his palm towards him. Shut up. You're not my ancestor. My ancestor is already dead. At this point, he naturally would not be bewitched by this guy. His true ancestor was already dead. Feng Yushan was extremely grateful to his ancestor's true personality, because he had burned the last of his power and the imprint that existed in this world to become Feng Yushan. This was extremely noble. But this guy in front of him was different. He had a dark and completely twisted personality, and the purpose of his existence was to kill. Back then, when the ancestor was in extreme pain, this personality appeared and took the initiative. Only then would the Shadow Emperor be born. This guy was the Shadow Emperor, and had nothing to do with his ancestor. At this time, Feng Yushan directly withdrew his consciousness and firmly guarded his soul. This was because he knew that once this guy appeared, his first target would be him. He would devour his mind and turn him into a tool. This was something that he would never allow to happen. No matter what, he would not allow such a thing to happen. The Shadow Emperor began to laugh wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. There's no need to deceive yourself. You should understand that he and I are one. Since you are his descendant, then you are naturally my descendant. Hihi, what are you afraid of now? Leave you to me. At this time, his power had already directly devoured Feng Yushan. Regardless of whether it was his maniacal laughter or his words, there was an extremely heavy pressure, as if he wanted to completely destroy everything in Feng Yushan. This was an extremely terrifying thing. It was at this time that a force directly inserted itself. Shadow Emperor, you are so powerful, but you are saying such nonsense at this time. Is there any meaning to it? Su Yang directly ridiculed the Shadow Emperor, and then his power directly erupted at this time. Such an aura was almost incomparably terrifying. That terrifying power was displayed at this moment. The strength of that dense power was almost unimaginable. The Shadow Emperor directly released an extremely powerful killing intent. It's you. He would never forget Su Yang's aura. Back then, if it wasn't for Su Yang, why would he bother waiting until now? Back then, it was precisely because Su Yang had ruined his good deed that caused him to be so passive. He really didn't expect that Su Yang would dare to appear here at this time. At this time, Su Yang said, "It's me. Long time no see. Your strength has indeed become more terrifying." After all, he was the Shadow Emperor, the guy who had once set off a terrifying dark tide. After such a long time, it would be too disappointing if his strength hadn't improved in the slightest. However, even so, Su Yang didn't have the slightest fear. After all, today was different from the past. At that time, Su Yang had no way to deal with this powerful and terrifying guy. He could only rely on the Godslayer sword and other means. Compared to him, the difference was simply too great. But now, it was different. Mph, that's natural. No, you brat, why did your strength change so much? At this time, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. This was because Su Yang's strength had already reached such a level. This was really beyond his imagination. He could feel that Su Yang was giving him an extremely strong pressure. You're improving. Do you think I'll be stuck in my old ways? Su Yang shouted coldly. At this time, he had no interest in talking nonsense with the Shadow Emperor. Instead, he directly displayed his strength. Old Fang, don't have any scruples. Work hard to improve your strength. Leave this guy to me. This place was actually inside Feng Yueshan's body. Whether it was Su Yang or the Shadow Emperor, they were both using Feng Yueshan's body as a battlefield. Of course, neither Su Yang nor the Shadow Emperor wanted to harm Feng Yueshan's body. Feng Yueshan was Su Yang's friend. Of course, Su Yang would not have the thought of harming him. As for the Shadow Emperor, he wanted to seize Feng Yueshan's body and use it as a support for his own resurrection. Therefore, he would not do this. With his strength, he could naturally seize other bodies. However, there was one thing that was very important. Feng Yueshan was his bloodline descendant. If he could directly resurrect in his body, then his strength would reach a perfect level. At that time, he would be able to recover his peak cultivation and directly break through to the sacred venerate realm. At his level, every step he took had his own purpose. He would never act rashly. If he wanted to reach the sacred venerate realm, then he needed a perfect body. Unless he had no other choice, he would never give up. At this time, although he felt Su Yang's strength, it was not enough to make him retreat. At this time, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth began to rise. At this time, the rich power became extremely great, and even extremely terrifying. At this time, a torrent of power was directly displayed. Countless shadows manifested and rushed towards Su Yang. Your strength has increased a lot, but you're still too naive if you want to defeat me. In that case, I'll make you my shadow puppet. I'll let you know the consequences of going against me. Back then, the old man from the Tai Ching sect came here with the Tai Ching sword and brought him a lot of trouble. He even killed him here. Therefore, after coming to the shadow world, he had been preparing for this. When he reappeared, he was already prepared to face the Tai Ching sword. However, he did not expect that the old man would not appear. Instead, it was Su Yang who appeared in front of him. However, it didn't matter. All the power was just a passing cloud. He believed that he would definitely be able to defeat Su Yang. Moreover, it seemed that the difficulty of defeating Su Yang was much lower than defeating Yu Qingzi, who possessed the Tai Ching divine sword. He struck out a shadow aura. The shadow aura was ever-changing. At this time, it directly turned into the most violent and terrifying power. When such power came in front of Su Yang, it directly turned into dust, as if it had never appeared before. At the same time, the terrifying power of that strike was displayed. At this time, the endless power between heaven and earth was constantly changing. The most terrifying aura directly rushed towards Su Yang's body. At this time, Su Yang did not seem to notice this strange power at all. The shadow aura directly integrated into his soul. The Shadow Emperor sneered, I thought you were strong, but it seems that I worried too much. You're just SOSO. Once this shadow power entered the body, it was the beginning of a nightmare. Not only could it corrode his soul, but it could even take control of him. Originally, he thought that since Su Yang already had such a powerful aura, he should be able to block this power of his. However, when he released this power, Su Yang did not notice it and directly let this power enter his body. It seems that I overestimated him. But it's also not that long ago. It's already very amazing that he could reach such a level. If he could still be on par with me, he would be a real monster. However, he is still a genius and seems to have great luck. It's not a loss to be able to refine him into a shadow puppet. He sneered in his heart, thinking that the outcome of the battle between him and Su Yang had been decided. Then, it was time to take over Feng Yueshan's body. He really missed the time when he was alive. Back then, he had been killed by a powerful force and had almost completely disappeared. Fortunately, he had directly hidden his power in his bloodline descendants and barely escaped the calamity. And now, he was back. Chapter 1264. Haha, I'm finally going to return. Damned Tai Ching sect and those who betrayed me, you're all going to die. I will never forgive you, nor will I let you go. At this moment, his ferocious aura began to rise. As time passed, his strength also gradually increased. Behind the gate of the shadow world, his power was being transferred here. Oi, 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 what the hell are you barking for? At this time, Su Yang's mocking voice rang out, clearly disdainful of him. At this time, the Shadow Emperor's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Under his power just now, Su Yang should have been occupied by his shadow power. Even if he wasn't weak and could resist for a period of time, how could he be so leisurely talking to him at this time? Why are you so surprised? Do you think such a weak shadow power can defeat me? Hehe, you really think too much. At this time, Su Yang's aura began to rise again. The power was like a storm, surging at this time. The terrifying power was simply to the extent that it shocked the Shadow Emperor. What? Originally, the aura that Su Yang exuded had already surprised him, but this time, the aura was even stronger. Vaguely, Su Yang's aura was almost on par with his, or even suppressing his. What he couldn't understand was why his shadow power didn't work. You've already become an Emperor Realm Master? He directly asked this question. Although it was inconceivable, it seemed that this was the only way to explain why Su Yang was so powerful at this time. Su Yang shook his head and said, Sovereign? Not yet, but it doesn't matter. Even if you haven't become an emperor, you won't be my opponent. Why do you think I insisted on bringing Feng Yushan to this place? As Su Yang spoke, his power extended towards the Shadow Emperor. Darkness permeated the air at this moment. The existence of shadows relied on light and darkness. But at this time, Su Yang used his own power to form a domain of absolute darkness. There was no trace of light in this domain. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have sent my friends to their deaths, Su Yang continued. At this time, the power of the dark domain finally took shape. Shadow Emperor, to be honest, you're still too conceited. After all, you're an incomplete personality, so you're really an idiot. Su Yang didn't hold back at all. Just now, the reason why he let the power of the shadow hit his body was because he wanted to take advantage of this time to set up his own barrier. The most troublesome thing about shadow creatures was their strangeness. If they couldn't beat you, they could just turn into a shadow and escape, disappearing without a trace. You wouldn't know where they would hide. Maybe under a rock, behind a tree, or even in your own shadow. But what if there was no shadow? What kind of condition could form an existence without shadows? It was actually very simple, and that was absolute darkness. As long as it was in absolute darkness, there was no place for the shadow to hide. As Su Yang had just said, Feng Yushan was his friend. He wouldn't watch his friend die. And if he wasn't confident enough, he wouldn't have made such a decision. After Feng Yushan told Su Yang his problem, Su Yang had already begun to think of a way to deal with the Shadow Emperor. If it was the previous Su Yang, he probably wouldn't have been able to set up a domain of absolute darkness. But now, he could do it. In his small world, there was still the existence of the Dark Ink Lotus. In the Dark Ink Lotus, the will of the Dark War God had been directly devoured, so Su Yang's grasp of the law of darkness had greatly improved. With the power of the Dark Ink Lotus and the Great Darkness Oblivion he had seized from the guy from the Dark Demon sect, he could finally complete the arrangement of the Dark Domain. It was just that the arrangement of the Dark Domain required time. If the Shadow Emperor chose to leave at this time, he wouldn't be trapped in it. Therefore, in order to buy time, Su Yang might as well sacrifice himself and let the power of the shadow rush into his body. The power of the shadow was indeed powerful and could harm him, but at this time, Su Yang couldn't care so much. He could only take this blow head-on. Of course, he had enough confidence in his body. Su Yang's body was comparable to that of the dragon race. No, it was comparable to that of the dragon god. How terrifying was that? It was precisely because of this that he dared to make such a move. In fact, this time, he had succeeded again. Not to mention whether he had won or not, this step of his arrangement was a success. The Shadow Emperor's expression became very ugly. As a shadow creature, he naturally knew that what Su Yang said was not wrong, but he was even more dissatisfied with Su Yang's incomplete explanation. This was because Su Yang had directly seen through his essence. Why did he have to go through so much trouble to seize Feng Yueshan's body? In addition to resurrecting, there was another thing he wanted to do, which was to make himself complete. This was because at this time, another part of him had disappeared. That was his other personality. Although that personality was a hindrance and even prevented him from doing many things, he had to admit that that personality was indispensable to him. The existence of this personality was a complete individual. Whether it was thinking or doing other things, he could show the true demeanor of the Shadow Emperor. Although he was still powerful, there were many imperfections in his control of his emotions. A true powerhouse, whether he yearned for slaughter or something else, had one thing that was extremely important, and that was to control himself. If he couldn't even control himself, then no matter how powerful he was, he would be weak. Later on, he would gradually lose himself and eventually become a powerful shadow monster. In that case, what was the point of being powerful? You can actually see through it. At this moment, he had no choice but to change his evaluation of Su Yang. This human was truly a terrifying existence. This wasn't just about the strength of his strength, but also his judgment and his arrangements. Haha, it's nothing. You don't have to be surprised. In fact, you don't have to think about anything else because your only way out now is to defeat me as soon as possible and then control Old Fang's body. If you can't do it, then when Old Fang is strong enough, I will directly help him refine you. Su Yang continued to smile and said, therefore, instead of saying that this is a battle between you and him, it's better to say that it's a battle between you and me. In the dark domain, Su Yang gently grasped and a dark power directly took shape and turned into a long sword. At this time, the Sovereign of Darkness record was directly activated. When he had fought with Duanmu Longhu, he had directly condensed this dark scripture. Over the years, Su Yang had also been comprehending the power of darkness. In fact, he had invested a lot of energy in this aspect because he knew how powerful the power of darkness was. Whether it was Duanmu Longhu or the Dark Demon sect, they were all extremely proficient in the power of darkness. He didn't dare to forget the principle of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy. At this time, he directly trapped the Dark Ink Lotus in his small world. There was no need to say how powerful the Dark Ink Lotus was. Su Yang was very tempted by this treasure. Therefore, during this period of time, his strength had been constantly increasing. At this time, his power of darkness was already extraordinary and could be put to good use in the dark domain. At this time, the dark sacred sword directly condensed. Then, let's have a real battle now. At this moment, his aura soared. His powerful strength was displayed directly at this moment. The powerful aura directly enveloped the opponent. The Shadow Emperor frowned. The power of this sword made him feel threatened. This place was in the dark domain. Many of his methods couldn't be used. At this time, he could only use his own strength to resist. Therefore, at this time, he directly punched out. That terrifying aura rolled out at this time. At this time, the dense power directly suppressed down. Facing Su Yang's sword, the Shadow Emperor no longer dodged but directly punched out. The two powerful forces directly met at this time. The collision of the two powerful forces almost directly caused a storm. This violent aura directly erupted into the most terrifying riot at this time. In the darkness, the two forces directly exploded. In this exchange, it was practically a tie. This made the Shadow Emperor feel very uncomfortable. Because at this time, he could feel the strength of this power. Just now, he thought that Su Yang was not worth mentioning and could be easily defeated by him. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, his aura had become extremely violent. That terrifying power flashed at this time, like a meteor. But this meteor didn't have any light. Because this was the absolute dark domain, at this time, Su Yang's body suddenly swayed and charged toward the Shadow Emperor. In this place, he had an absolute advantage. Because this was the domain he had built, all the power was constantly rolling at this time. At this time, the aura had already reached an extremely strong level. At this time, a terrifying power appeared, turning into an extremely dull thunder. The most terrifying power erupted here. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang had already landed 9 swords. These 9 swords used the great demon Heaven Lord's heaven-defying 10 kills. Chapter 1265. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Every strike of the 10 heaven-defying kills was stronger than the previous one. Moreover, the power was doubled. It was simply terrifying. Latest chapter to read. The power was simply unimaginable. Su Yang's power was on full display at that moment. His body was limitless. His sword became even colder at this moment. Such power continued to press down on him. "The 9th strike is over," said Su Yang. His calm words contained a hint of provocation. At that moment, Shadow Emperor also sensed it. When Su Yang attacked with the first strike, he could still easily resolve it. However, Su Yang's second and third strikes soon followed. By the 4th strike, the power was already incomparably terrifying. It was simply shocking. At that time, he already felt the strain. Damn it, how can this kid be so strong? At that moment, he was trembling all over. Regardless, he did not expect Su Yang to be so strong. At this very moment, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He was truly unable to imagine that Su Yang's strength had actually reached such a level. This had already caused him to have a feeling of not knowing where to start. By the time he reached the 9th sword, his entire body had become extremely heavy and even fatigued. That feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He was the powerful Shadow Emperor. He did not know how long it had been since he last felt like this. Even when he faced the Taiching sect's Taiching divine sword back then, he did not feel like this. Su Yang sneered again, then said, "What's wrong? Do you feel very heavy and tired?" In truth, Su Yang was not in a good state at that moment. However, this was his territory after all, and he had the Dark Ink Lotus. Although he could not completely refine the Dark Ink Lotus, he could already use its power to replenish himself. Under the guidance of such power and aura, his strength could rapidly improve. At that moment, the 10 heaven-defying kills had reached an extremely terrifying level. The great demon Heaven Lord was able to move unhindered and even directly break through to the godhood realm. His ability was naturally incomparably powerful. Each of his attacks would imperceptibly exert immense pressure on Emperor Shadow. This was caused by both his strength and his mentality. Su Yang had already said that the current Emperor Shadow was not complete. Because he had lost a personality, his mentality was not complete. Since he already knew the enemy's weakness, how could he not make use of it? Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. He knew this very well. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he directly unleashed his attack. This was an imperceptible psychological oppression. At this point, Emperor Shadow was already in an extremely passive position. He felt as if his breathing had become heavy. However, he had forgotten that he was no longer a living entity, but a Shadow. He did not breathe. Under such powerful pressure, his mind was already in chaos, and this was exactly what Su Yang wanted to achieve. At this time, Su's power began to gather again. 10th sword. He directly told Emperor Shadow that his 10th sword was coming. Sure enough, the current Emperor Shadow had already become a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. In fact, he had not reached such a level yet, but he was not far from it. After hearing Su Yang's voice, he had already become extremely nervous. Su Yang's power had yet to arrive, but at this time, he was already in a mess. He only felt that Su Yang's 10th sword was already rushing towards him. The terrifying pressure seemed to be able to crush him directly. He never thought that he would have such a day. The other party's attack had not appeared yet, but at this time, he was already afraid. It was at this time that Su Yang finally made his move. He knew that it was about time, so at this time, he directly suppressed with his heavy power. At this time, the violent power directly reached its peak. In the darkness, a terrifying sword edge appeared directly. The extremely powerful power flashed, and the sword aura surged like a river flowing into the sea. Kill. Emperor Shadow, who was already very terrifying, suddenly felt such an aura at this time. At this moment, he felt extremely depressed and could no longer breathe. This power kept flashing, and at this time, it had really reached an unimaginable level. When the sword fell, it was as if everything between heaven and earth had disappeared. Everything had become nothingness. No. At this time, he only had time to let out a scream of horror. The most terrifying aura changed at this time. His power was directly suppressed and then completely disintegrated. Emperor Y Shadow, no matter what, you were originally a human, but you have completely surrendered to the Y Shadow. You even tried to help the Y Shadow to open the door to this world. Your crimes are punishable by death. Su Yang had seen too many joys and sorrows, so at this time, he never wanted to see such a scene again. It was also because of this that he hated Emperor Y Shadow so much at this time. His will had already locked on to Emperor Y Shadow. Emperor Y Shadow was the most important and direct threat to Feng Yushan. If he was killed, then Feng Yushan would not be much of a threat. He could even break the shackles and directly advance himself. Regardless of Feng Yushan's thoughts, humanity would have another powerhouse. Moreover, he was very likely to have a great restraining power against Y Shadow. Therefore, at this time, Su Yang naturally did not show any mercy. He wanted to completely suppress and kill this guy. Emperor Y Shadow obviously already knew and understood Su Yang's determination and will. He knew that for him, it was already the most dangerous time. This time, if he could not block Su Yang's power, then it was very likely that he would directly disappear into thin air. He had dominated for such a long time, and had also fallen for such a long time. His life was full of ups and downs. How could he be willing to die like this? Damned thing, you're the one who ked me. Master Y Shadow, show yourself. At this moment, he had actually struck his own chest with his palm. That strike had directly pierced through his own body. At that time, he was in so much pain, but he let out a carefree laugh. Su Yang, I know your name is Su Yang. I'll use the last of my strength to give you the heaviest curse. I curse you to suffer forever and never be happy. His voice had become very weak at that time, but at that moment, his voice sounded very creepy. That curse was so vicious. However, at that time, Su Yang once again slashed with his sword. You talk too much nonsense. Su Yang was not afraid of his curse at all. His regal sword cannon had turned into a scorching sun at that time, hanging in his mini-world. His mini-world was actually his sea of consciousness. That scorching sun was invulnerable to all evil. So what if his curse was vicious? At that time, he clearly saw dark power descending from the unseen world, as if it was going to entangle his soul. However, at that time, the scorching sun was shining and the moonlight was shining. The power immediately sank and purified all the dark power, becoming a part of Su Yang instead. However, at that time, Su Yang did not feel happy because at that time, he already felt that an even more powerful existence was about to appear. You're really crazy. You actually want to use your own body as the core to directly summon a powerful Y-shadow creature. Don't you know that when that powerful creature appears, it might devour you directly? Su Yang knew very well that there was absolutely no affection between Y-shadow creatures. Great Emperor Y-shadow summoned a powerful creature. Not only did the powerful creature not appreciate his kindness, but it would also kill Great Emperor Y-shadow and devour him. For him, Emperor Y-shadow himself was also nourishment for the growth of his power. However, Emperor Y-shadow had obviously thought of that at that time. Haha, you're right. That would be the case under normal circumstances, but it's different now. Su Yang's expression changed because he immediately thought of Emperor Y-shadow's plan. Feng Yushan. At that time, Feng Yushan was breaking through to the Tao Lord realm, and an extremely powerful Y-shadow aura condensed in his body. That was not all. Feng Yushan's body had the Y-shadow mark left by Emperor Y-shadow. Coupled with his special bloodline, it would only be more attractive to the terrifying creature that was about to appear. You're actually willing to give up Feng Yushan's body. In the darkness, a powerful force began to condense again. Su Yang knew that he did not have much time. He had to suppress this guy directly and then deal with a greater crisis. Haha, reluctant. What's there to be reluctant about? If I can't get it, I'll naturally destroy it. Haha, don't forget, the purpose of my existence is to destroy. If that idiot didn't have such a strong desire to destroy everything back then, I wouldn't have appeared. His laughter was so mocking. He was the second personality, and the reason he appeared was that Feng Yueshan's ancestor had the craziest and most terrifying idea after being subjected to extremely cruel treatment. He wanted to completely destroy everything. He was born with that idea in mind, so for him, destruction was his natural mission. Dark Ink Lotus, devour. Su Yang yelled angrily, then used the Dark Emperor's scripture to directly communicate with the Dark Ink Lotus. In an instant, countless roots appeared directly and tied Emperor Y Shadow up. Chapter 1266. At this moment, he had already sensed that the extremely terrifying existence was about to descend. He immediately knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, if that most terrifying person were to appear, everything would be too late. After all, even at that moment, he could sense how terrifying that aura was. What level had the current him reached? Su Yang wasn't afraid of Di Zun at all. He was even confident that he could fight with Di Zun, and perhaps even defeat him. But at this moment, this aura made him feel so heavy. From this, one could see how terrifying this monster that was about to appear here was. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't drag on with this Shadow Emperor any longer. This guy, compared to when he was at his peak in the past, was still far too weak. The injuries that had accumulated over such a long period of time were definitely not something that could be easily healed. It would be too difficult for him to recover unless he could devour Feng Yueshan directly and use this power to return to his peak. Otherwise, everything would be a pipe dream. At this time, his power flickered slightly, as if he wanted to make a final struggle, but it was useless. The power of the Dark Ink Lotus was already extremely powerful, and under the activation of Su Yang's Record of Darkness, this power was even more terrifying. With his current condition, it was impossible for him to escape. At this time, Su Yang's aura finally completely suppressed this guy. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Su Yang's power was displayed at this time, reaching the most terrifying level. The roots of darkness finally dragged the Shadow Emperor into his small world. In this small world, the one in control was Su Yang, not the Shadow Emperor. As soon as he entered Su Yang's miniature world, the blazing sun immediately shone down on him. The dazzling light caused him to roar in pain. He felt as if he was about to collapse. At this moment, his body was trembling non-stop. At this moment, his body was no longer under his own control. "All right, I don't have the time to waste on you. I have to say that the existence you summoned is indeed extremely terrifying. I feel a sense of danger from it." After Su Yang finished speaking, he directly left. The Shadow Emperor was in this small world. After all, he was once a top figure, so he naturally knew about all of this. When he found himself in this small world, he knew that his chances were slim. After all, at that time, he also wanted to create his own small world. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end. Despicable, this guy actually dares to do this. Despicable, too despicable. He kept cursing, hoping that his curse would fall on Su Yang. Unfortunately, Su Yang had already left. Under the scorching sun, his body was becoming weaker and weaker. At this moment, he was in extreme pain. However, that blazing sun was a direct manifestation of the regal sword cannon, and the power within it was incomparably marvelous. At this time, the confrontation between Yu Qingzi and Zhong Ziyi suddenly stopped. What kind of aura is this? It's actually so terrifying. Both of them were Emperor Realm Masters, but at this time, even they felt powerful and terrifying. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this power was. You see, this is what you meant when you said that he could bear it alone. At this time, Yu Qingzi's complexion was very bad. The appearance of such a powerful aura made even him feel fearful. If this continued, it would be terrible if that powerful and terrifying existence directly burst out. Perhaps, all the living beings around would die. Zhong Ziyi smiled bitterly and then said, "This junior doesn't know the specific situation, but senior, at this time, you and I don't need to fight anymore." Whether it was good or bad, the matter had already become a foregone conclusion. Even if Yu Qingzi was unhappy at this time, he should still suppress that aura at this time. After all, this was a matter of great importance. Zhong Ziyi knew Yu Qingzi's character. He was not the kind of person who did not know what was good for him. Yu Qingzi coldly snorted. He naturally knew the priority of the matter. At this time, he directly issued an order: all disciples listen up, leave Shadow Valley immediately. The sooner the better. When that aura descended, it was meaningless for those disciples to stay there. Instead, under the impact of that aura, they would directly die. This was not a good thing. They were the future and hope of Tai Ching sect. At the same time, he directly stretched out his hand and said, "Sword, come." As these two words fell, a green light directly rushed into the sky. It was the divine sword of Tai Ching sect, Tai Ching divine sword. As soon as this sword appeared, a powerful pressure was immediately released. Zhong Ziyi did not say much nonsense and directly summoned the Taixing divine sword. Right now, the aura that appeared out of nowhere was truly terrifying. Such power was simply unimaginably strong. Su Yang stepped forward step by step. At this time, there was no need to mention his power. At this time, his power was constantly displayed. That terrifying power was almost unparalleled. The two experts charged towards the shadowy valley. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake had also received Su Yang's order: "Don't tangle with them, come to the valley." The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was already considered good. It was also a fighting force. At this time, Su Yang had to gather all the power he could. The existence that was about to emerge from the spatial gate, he did not know what kind of monster it was. But no matter what, he had to stop it and not let it do anything reckless. At this time, the two divine swords directly fell. "Su Yang, look at what you've done." At this time, Yu Qingzi coldly snorted. Su Yang also knew that this time, he couldn't get away with it. However, he did not think that he did anything wrong, so he said, "Senior, what will come will come. At this time, there is no meaning in holding this junior responsible. Senior, don't worry, after this matter, this junior will definitely come to apologize." In the face of a great enemy, there was no time for internal strife. Therefore, at this time, Su Yang directly apologized. Yu Qingzi also knew that this wasn't the time to fuss over such things. This was a terrifying thing that was incomparably powerful. If this sword wasn't handled properly, then not only would the 1,000-year foundation of the Tai Ching sect be destroyed, but it would also be a huge disaster for the entire 9 continents continent, or even the entire infinite world. "PH, I won't be calculative with you now, but I hope you don't forget what you said." Obviously, this person was still holding a grudge against Su Yang. Su Yang did not say much. Of course, he knew why the other party was so angry. If the positions were reversed, he might not have done as well as the other party. Therefore, at this time, he was also honest and did not say anything else. At this time, Su Yang's aura changed slightly. Then, he told the two of them what had just happened. "PH, this vile creature actually did such a thing." At this time, Yu Qingzi was naturally very angry. Who would have thought that the Shadow Emperor Lord would be so vicious? Even if he was seriously injured, he still wanted to summon that terrifying existence. In his opinion, this was indeed unimaginable. After all, in this world, not everyone could be like the Shadow Emperor Lord, harming others without benefiting himself. Su Yang smiled bitterly and said, "All right, Senior. Why bother with such a thing? His existence has always been an anomaly, so this isn't much. The most important thing now was not to bother with that thing, but the terrifying monster that was about to appear before them. I don't know if it's possible to seal this space now," Yu Qingzi said at this time. If this spatial passage could be sealed, then it might be able to prevent that terrifying existence from coming. However, Zhong Ziyi quickly rejected his idea and said, "I'm afraid it's difficult. According to the current situation, this thing will definitely appear. Moreover, the three of us probably won't be able to seal this passage in time." Zhong Ziyi continued, "Moreover, its appearance may not be a bad thing. After all, at this time, the three of us are here. No matter how terrifying this thing is, it's not like we don't have the strength to fight it. However, if this guy comes from another place, it will be a huge problem." Zhong Ziyi was telling the truth. At this time, even if the terrifying existence was extremely terrifying, the three of them were here. No matter what, the battle strength of the three great emperors should not be underestimated. In this way, they could fight with this guy and find out the truth. Moreover, at this time, the three of them were prepared to fight, while the mysterious shadow creature came in a hurry. In any case, their chances of winning were much higher. However, if the situation was different. If this fella were to appear in the 9 continents right after he was done with his preparations, that would be a huge disaster. At that time, it would be unknown how many people it could kill. Moreover, when the human experts reacted and wanted to find and kill it, it would be troublesome. At that time, they would not even know where it had gone. If that was the case, it would be a real doomsday crisis. Previously, Yu Qingzi was dissatisfied with Su Yang's behavior, but now that he heard Zhong Zedi's analysis, he had to admit that this was the case. Alright, there's no point in saying more. This old man doesn't care where this guy came from. Since he dares to come out, we'll fight him. We'll let him know that the 9 continents continent won't let him do as he pleases. Chapter 1267. Zhong Ziyi said, "That's right. Senior is righteous." Heavenly music. As soon as he finished speaking, the Taixing divine sword soared into the sky. Then, it split into 9 and landed on the ground. Taixing Jiuyan, sword formation, rise. At this time, although they couldn't directly seal the space passage, it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything at this time. At this time, Zhong Ziyi had already started to arrange the array in advance. At this moment, he was setting up the Taihang Soured Factions Taihang 9 Evolutions formation. This formation was extremely powerful. Of course, the reason why it was so powerful was because there was a sword pool in the Taihang Soured faction. That was why this formation was able to unleash an endless amount of power. However, by this time, Zhong Zedi's cultivation had already reached the sovereign realm, and he already had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. At this time, he directly set up a formation in advance. Although he couldn't make this formation as powerful as the great formation of the Taihang Soured faction, it was already extremely powerful and not to be underestimated. At this time, he still had time to make arrangements. At this moment, Yu Qingzi had also begun his preparations. Talismans appeared in his hand one after another. Those talismans drifted in all directions before disappearing. Su Yang could see clearly with his divine will that each talisman seemed to be an extremely powerful and terrifying warrior. Almost all of them had the battle prowess of a Dao master. This was the Grand Clear Strongman. Not only were these Grand Clarity warriors powerful, but they also had a tacit understanding with each other. When they worked together, the battle power that they could unleash was simply terrifying. The Taiqing sect was an extremely old and powerful sect. In the earliest era, they had even become the #1 sect in the 9 states continent. Such a sect would naturally have an extremely strong foundation, and the cultivation realm within it would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the methods he displayed could be seen clearly. Both of them had started to make preparations in advance, except for Su Yang. Su Yang quietly stood where he was. The position he was standing at was directly facing the spatial passageway. In other words, when this extremely powerful and terrifying existence appeared from the spatial gate, Su Yang would immediately have to bear its violent and terrifying power. In fact, this was already an extremely dangerous matter. After all, at this point, they still did not know how powerful that thing was. If that thing had the strength of a peak Emperor Realm Master, or even more powerful, then Su Yang might have to pay with his life here. But he didn't waver. "Little friend Su Yang, this place is dangerous. Let's retreat first and let my Taiqing warriors take on the first wave of attacks." At this time, Yu Qingzi directly reminded. Although he had some resentment towards Su Yang, but after all, he was the leader of the righteous path, his heart was even more magnanimous. He definitely wouldn't add insult to injury. At this time, Su Yang said, "Senior, don't worry. Junior knows what to do." Of course, he wasn't standing here because he wanted to atone for his sins. But at this time, he knew that the three of them had to lock onto this guy's figure as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a very bad thing. Shadow creatures were known for their strangeness. If they didn't even know where the other party was when they appeared, then what was the point of fighting? They might as well just admit defeat. And his Eye of Truth was the most effective against such shadow creatures. Moreover, at this time, the Shadow Emperor had been brought into his small world. The scorching sun formed by the regal sword scripture and the dark inky lotus directly suppressed him. At this time, Su Yang was constantly analyzing the laws of the shadow power with the power of the regal sword. In a battle like this, the power of the Exalted was truly a supreme divine power. It was able to analyze the power of this place thoroughly. Although it was impossible to do so in a single breath, every bit of understanding gave Su Yang and the others a greater chance of success. Time passed little by little. Not only did the terrifying pressure not weaken, but it also became stronger and stronger. However, there was still no movement at this time. This was really stifling. It was as if there was a breath stuck in the chest, unable to breathe out. Why hasn't this thing appeared yet? Even such a powerful expert would have times of anxiousness. However, at that moment, Su Yang suddenly shouted softly, "It's coming." He didn't stop there. Instead, he blasted out a wave of nomological law power. At this moment, there was clearly no change in the spatial passageway. There should be no movement at all. However, at this moment, Su Yang took action directly. Yu Qing's spirit consciousness was also constantly monitoring this place, but there was no discovery. At this time, Su Yang directly made a move. While he was still hesitating, Zhongzi also directly made a move. Sword of the Nine Extremes. Yu Qingzi and Su Yang had only met once, and the last time they met, Su Yang's realm wasn't high. Therefore, he was still hesitating at this time. After all, people would always instinctively believe in themselves. However, Zhongzi was different. He had several contacts with Zhongzi and knew deeply that Su Yang would never mess around with such a thing. Therefore, even if his own consciousness didn't discover it, he directly followed Su Yang and made a move. After such a blow, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared at this time. That terrifying power finally fluctuated directly at this time. A terrifying sound directly exploded, causing the entire valley to shake directly. Many of the boulders around the valley were directly shattered. Yu Qingzi made the right choice to let the disciples return to the sect directly and escape into the Great Formation. Otherwise, he was afraid that at this time, he would be in extreme pain. Or even directly die. At this time, Yu Qingzi was also taken aback. Just now, he clearly didn't notice anything, but that thing actually appeared. If it weren't for Su Yang and Zhongzi making a move, he might have been able to launch a sneak attack directly. Senior, quickly make a move. This damn thing just hid in the fluctuations of the space scatter. It is precisely because of this that it is so silent at this time. Su Yang's power once again blasted out. He immediately used the Sword of the Law without holding back at all. The blow just now had already let him roughly know the opponent's realm. The opponent was waiting for the Peak Emperor realm. Peak Emperor realm. These 4 words were actually extremely heavy. It was even more so for the strength of that power. However, at this time, it had just emerged from the space channel and had not fully adapted yet. Moreover, it was also suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. If the 3 of them joined forces, they might be able to fight it. Okay. At this time, the Tai Ching Divine Sword was directly activated, and then a terrifying and huge force directly fell. As soon as the Divine Sword was activated, its power was naturally infinite. At this time, the shadow creature finally revealed its true form. It was an extremely terrifying and huge creature. Its appearance was somewhat similar to an insect, but its aura was almost incomparably terrifying. At this time, its power was constantly increasing, and its powerful aura was simply unimaginable. When the divine sword fell, not only did it not retreat, but it directly let out a terrifying roar. At this time, an energy fluctuation turned into the most terrifying vortex, and then directly rushed toward the Tai Ching divine sword. In fact, at this time, the shadow creature was also at a loss. It had just appeared, and its body hadn't even completely left the space channel yet, but it was already directly attacked by Su Yang. Originally, with its ability, it absolutely shouldn't be like this. It should even be able to launch a sneak attack silently. In a battle of the Emperor realm, The difference between taking the initiative and taking the initiative was too great. However, at this time, it directly lost the initiative. It should be known that what was the most terrifying thing about shadow creatures? That was their strangeness. They could often appear without a sound, and then display the most terrifying destructive power. However, this time, its most powerful point was directly blocked by Su Yang. It couldn't even display its most powerful point before it was directly killed. This could be said to be the worst. At this time, it was directly in a passive position. The divine sword's power was already enough. However, its strength was so terrifying that it didn't fear the divine sword. Of course, at this time, what it wanted the most was Feng Yushan. It sensed the smell of food on his body that made it excited. The Shadow Emperor wanted Feng Yushan, and so did it. However, just as it withstood the sword, a terrifying aura fell again at this time. Taixing Juoyan, kill without mercy. At this time, Zhong Ziyi made his move. 9 sword qis fell directly. These 9 sword qis were set up from the beginning. The Taixing divine sword was the earth divine sword. The sword qis came from the earth. The powerful and terrifying power was enough to shake the foundation of this shadow creature. This was an extremely terrifying shadow lord. Its strength was unparalleled, but at this time, it was not so. Because it had lost the initiative, it could only be incomparably miserable and passively beaten at this time. After the 9 streaks of sword qi landed, his body became somewhat unstable. At this time, the pressure of the power of the world on the shadow creature became extremely obvious. Good, the will of the world has begun to suppress it. At this time, Yu Qingzi was delighted. In fact, the will of the world was the real main force against such a powerhouse from the outside world. However, since such a powerhouse dared to invade, it must have something to rely on to suppress the will of the world in a short time. But now, they had directly taken the initiative and beaten this guy into a daze. As a result, its strength had become extremely unstable. In this way, its resistance against the will of the world had naturally become extremely weak. Therefore, the will of the world began to show its power at this time. Chapter 1268. At this moment, the will of the heavens and earth unleashed its majesty as thunderclouds formed one after another. The terrifying power of lightning continued to descend, and then directly fell on the body of the shadow creature. Lightning flashed continuously on the shadow creature's body. The power was too strong. It left a mark on his body. Good. Right now, we're using the power of the heavens and earth. I refuse to believe that we can't win against this fella. Since that's the case, let's go all out and kill. At this moment, Yu Qingzi roared out excitedly. At this moment, the heavens were on their side. What was the most terrifying thing about shadow creatures? That was his ability to appear and disappear mysteriously. After being discovered by Su Yang in advance, the lightning struck him and left a mark on his body. It was as if a battle light had been left on his body, allowing them to clearly see where the power was. As a result, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. This was the best time to launch an attack. At this moment, he shouted, "Grand Clarity Warriors, suppress them." At this moment, the Grand Clarity Warriors appeared one by one. Every Grand Clarity Warrior had the most dazzling golden light around them, making them look extremely sacred. More than 10 Tai Ching warriors directly attacked, and then the violent power immediately suppressed them. When these forces directly attacked, the terrifying and frightening aura immediately erupted to the extreme. At this moment, it was as if the power of the entire world was moving along with it. Such brilliance was truly unimaginable. The shadow creature seemed to know how powerful it was and was already struggling. He wanted to break free from the shackles, but under the Grand Clear Strength Warrior, it was very difficult for him to struggle. At this moment, the Taixing 9 Evolution Sword descended once more. Such a blow caused him unbearable pain. Sword of Laws, Exalted Nirvanic Slash. Su Yang made his move as well. Sword Qi flew everywhere. Coupled with the Sword of Law, this power was even more terrifying. At this time, the radiance in the sky had become unpredictable. Under the suppression of the 3 great powers, the shadow creature seemed to be on the verge of being defeated. However, at this moment, Su Yang's expression changed and he shouted, Seniors, back off quickly. At this time, he already felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that the terrifying existence at this time definitely had a backup plan and trump cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entrusted with the hopes of the Shadow Emperor. Just now, Su Yang had already demonstrated his extraordinary ability to predict the enemy's moves. At this time, the two of them naturally trusted Su Yang very much. It was at this moment that the shadow creature suddenly emitted a dark radiance. This was an extremely shocking thing. Su Yang said, "Seniors, this thing is transforming, abandoning its old self to welcome its new self. This is extremely terrifying, so you must not be careless." This was the power he had deciphered from the Shadow Emperor. This was also a method of survival in the face of death. Ordinary shadow creatures couldn't display such power at all. Only such a terrifying aura could display such a technique. However, since he saw this as a method to cut off all means of retreat, it was naturally extremely powerful. At this time, he directly displayed it and immediately wanted to absorb everything in the past. His body could also be directly abandoned. Now that this body had been marked by the power of heaven and earth, it was extremely disadvantageous for him. Therefore, this guy might as well directly abandon his body and live through death. From this, it could be seen that powerful shadow creatures were extremely terrifying. They were actually so determined, willing to abandon everything, and had such wisdom. At this time, Su Yang immediately unfolded his darkness domain. "Seniors, I'm going to set up a darkness domain and drag this evil creature into it. You communicate with me and then kill it." At this time, Su Yang was very determined. He didn't just want to repel this guy, but also wanted to kill it. If he could kill such a powerful shadow creature, it would be of great benefit to him. However, it would be a huge blow to the shadow creature. At this time, his power erupted bit by bit. Then, the power of darkness was directly displayed. Su Yang had already set up a darkness domain when facing the Shadow Emperor, so he was already familiar with it. "Mph, since you want to face death, I'll make sure you die." At this time, Su Yang was completely enraged. He directly mobilized the Darkness Ink Lotus. Such power was displayed at this moment. The rays of dark light swallowed the surrounding light directly. At this time, such power was displayed at this time. The darkness domain was about to be completed. Once the darkness domain was completed, he would have the initiative. The moment the darkness domain appeared, Zhong Ziyi and Yu Qingzi were both shocked. If they hadn't seen Su Yang use it with their own eyes, they would almost suspect that there was a demon expert here. This boy is really surprising. His power of darkness is so terrifying. Even I can't help but be amazed. Su Yang seemed to always be a mystery. No matter when, he could bring them enough surprises. Originally, the two sovereigns didn't have much confidence in facing this extremely terrifying creature. However, at this moment, under Su Yang's leadership, their hearts had changed. Originally, they only wanted to drive this terrifying existence away. However, at this time, they had a thought, and that was to kill this terrifying shadow creature. Moreover, this wasn't just a casual remark. Instead, it made them feel that they absolutely had a chance to do it. This was an extremely inconceivable matter to begin with. At this time, Zhong Ziyi and Yu Qingzi looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they had reached a consensus at this time, and that was to cooperate with Su Yang. "This boy is really surprising people all the time," Zhong Ziyi said with a smile. Yu Qingzi also nodded. The darkness domain was finally completed. At this time, even the two sovereigns couldn't sense any light. However, at this time, Su Yang directly guided them with his divine sense. Under the guidance of Su Yang's will, they immediately found the terrifying shadow creature. At this time, the shadow creature, like them, had already lost its senses. Therefore, at this moment, they had enough power to fight. At this time, Su Yang directly said to the sea-splitting demonic serpent, "Now it's your turn to perform. Do you dare to fight such a terrifying shadow creature?" The sea-splitting demonic snake had been wandering around the battlefield. However, when he saw how ferocious the battlefield was, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, at this time, when he heard Su Yang's words, he immediately shook his huge body and roared, "Do I dare? How can the great sea-splitting demonic serpent not dare? Don't joke with me, okay?" It was unknown whether this guy had low EQ or IQ. Previously, he was full of fear, but at this time, when Su Yang said so, he immediately forgot all the fear in his heart. Then, he directly roared and rushed into the darkness domain. After this guy rushed into the darkness domain, Su Yang directly guided him with his divine sense. Then, he said, "Hold him for me." It had to be said that this guy, after undergoing transformation, was really incomparably powerful. His body was extremely terrifying. Unless Su Yang personally joined the battle, Zhong Ziyi and Yu Qingzi wouldn't be able to withstand his terrifying strength. However, it was impossible for Su Yang to engage in a physical battle with this guy because he was the complete leader in this dark realm. He needed to guide the other two and let them know his position clearly. Only then could he have a chance of winning. At this time, when it came to meat shields, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was really a good meat shield. This guy's bloodline talent was not weak to begin with. Moreover, he had devoured the void behemoth and the 9-headed demonic serpent's clone, which were great tonics. Moreover, all these years, he had been recuperating in the deep sea. No, not recuperating, but cultivating diligently. Therefore, at this time, his physical body was extremely terrifying. He might not be a match for that terrifying shadow creature, but at this time, he just had to resist. After being provoked by Su Yang, the sea-splitting demonic serpent directly rushed toward the shadow creature. "Awoo, you idiot who came out of nowhere. Your grandpa sea-splitting demonic serpent is here. Why don't you tremble and kneel before me?" At this time, he was extremely arrogant. This guy had always been like this. Whether he could win or not, he would first fight with his momentum. His huge body kept twisting, and his most terrifying strength was directly displayed at this time. Although the shadow creature couldn't see the light, with such a powerful realm, his perception naturally existed. He immediately sensed the arrival of the sea-splitting demonic serpent. At this time, he directly unleashed his strength. It had to be said that the sea-splitting demonic serpent was terrified at this time. "Damn it, you'd better be quiet. You're not here to compete who's louder." However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was an additional layer of power on his body. It was the darkness armor. Back then, when the evil spirit put on the darkness armor, it was simply terrifying. At this time, Su Yang finally cracked the darkness armor and was able to use it for himself. He naturally knew that although the sea-splitting demonic serpent's physical body was strong, it would be difficult for it to completely resist the power of this shadow creature. Therefore, he directly released the darkness armor. Chapter 1269. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment the dark armor was put on, the sea-splitting demonic serpent laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, that's great. This power is really wonderful. How delightful, how delightful." The moment the dark armor was put on, he was no longer as weak as before. It was a great feeling. "Ha ha ha, little brat, were you yelling at me just now? I'll let you know what seniority means." The sea-splitting demonic serpent was a classic example of a villain intoxicated by success. Su Yang felt that letting him out was a mistake. Putting aside whether or not that guy could take on such a heavy responsibility, that guy was a real embarrassment. At that moment, the sea-splitting demonic serpent had no idea that he was being despised by his master. Instead, he was humming a happy song as he charged straight at the Y-shadow. The dark armor was powerful to begin with, and the sea-splitting demonic serpent's body was no exception. Furthermore, they were in the umbral realm. Under such heat, the sea-splitting demonic serpent's strength was terrifying beyond compare. At that moment, he was jumping up and down. His strength was indescribable. The powerful and violent aura continued to revolve at this moment. Such power directly suppressed the area in front of them. The Y-shadow was furious. He could feel that the sea-splitting demonic serpent's level was far below his. However, that guy was jumping around like that. How could he tolerate that? In truth, he had been feeling extremely frustrated since he appeared. He had clearly made preparations to conceal himself. However, Su Yang was actually able to discover his existence. Furthermore, he was caught off guard by Su Yang's sudden attack. That was not the most important thing. Those three guys seemed to have come prepared. They blocked him at the entrance of the portal and gave him a good beating. That was enough to make him feel extremely helpless. Now, he was actually dragged into the umbral realm. What infuriated him even more was that at this time, a lousy person had jumped out of nowhere and actually dared to be so disrespectful to him. At this time, he didn't hold back at all. A powerful force erupted directly at this time. A terrifying aura rushed directly into the sky. In an instant, an extremely terrifying power attack blasted out. Just now, he didn't even get to see that terrifying guy's attack clearly before he was sent flying. He revealed his true form and unleashed all of his power. How powerful was his power? However, he was unable to withstand a single blow from that guy. Ah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Oh great master, I'm going to die. Your little crack is going to die. Don't forget about me. The dark domain was already extremely dull and devoid of any sound. Unfortunately, this fellow had appeared and was making a big fuss, which made the place a little comical. The atmosphere of the battle was already gone. Zhong Ziyi and Yu Qingzi looked at each other. Su Yang even subconsciously covered his head. This guy was really speechless. However, he also knew that the sea-splitting demonic snake's current state was enough to withstand the terrifying Y-Shadow's attack. In any case, this was good news. At this time, Su Yang directly said, Senior 20,000, let the sea-splitting demonic snake stay in front. We'll attack together. Since they already had the R-shield, it was time to attack properly. Now that they had the R-shield, they could attack without restraint and go all out. At this time, Su Yang shouted again, sea-splitting demonic snake, bite that damned guy. Don't let him escape. The sea-splitting demonic snake had already stopped. At this moment, it also discovered that after taking such a powerful blow, it actually didn't suffer much damage. The dark energy within the dark battle armor was extremely dense, blocking almost all of the powerful force it had received. This time, it was incredible. It immediately understood that its defense was insanely powerful at this time. It roared, then laughed loudly. You stinking thing, who knows where you came from? Do you think you can be so arrogant in front of the handsome Lord Sea-splitting demonic snake? Now I'll let you know how the word death is written. As it spoke, it raised its aura and charged again. The sea-splitting demonic snake's EQ was not important. Finally, at this time, with the help of the Dark Lotus armor, its defense was already insanely powerful. At this time, Su Yang's power moved again. Touch of darkness, hold it back. One by one, dark roots appeared from nothingness. That terrifying and powerful aura was directly cut apart. The Y-Shadow was so depressed that it wanted to die. It had just completed a metamorphosis without caring about anything else, and then broke free from the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, it did not expect to be pulled into the umbral realm at that moment. Originally, it wanted to complete the metamorphosis to break free from the suppression of the will of heaven and earth's power. After completing the metamorphosis, it was equivalent to giving up its original self and giving birth to a new one. The will of heaven and earth would keep its attention on its original body. This way, it would be able to break free from its current predicament. Its plan was indeed successful, but it was now trapped in the umbral realm. Even without the mark of the will of heaven and earth, it was meaningless. After all, it could not hide in the umbral realm at will. This time, it came to hunt. It wanted to digest Feng Yueshan's body directly. Of course, it would then sneak into the Nine States continent and begin its path of slaughter. However, it had now become a prey. At this time, the few people who participated in the hunt were all weaker than it. Of course, it could not accept this. Its strength was clearly so strong, but at this time, not only was it unable to break free from the power, but it was also deeply trapped. The roots of the dark ink lotus directly cut its aura and power, and then tied its entire body up. At this time, Zhong Ziyi's taxing ninefold sword formation once again erupted with extremely terrifying power. Now that he no longer needed to worry about defense, he naturally channeled all of his power into his attacks. When this power was completely unleashed, the power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying and dense power seemed to be able to tear this part of the sky apart. At this time, Su Yang directly saw the state of the Y-shadow in his eyes. The Eye of Truth did not dare to give up for a moment. Senior Yu Qingzi, attack directly from the bottom right. That's the weak point of its body. He directly transmitted his voice to Yu Qingzi. At this time, even Yu Qingzi was extremely impressed with Su Yang. In the beginning, he was still very pessimistic about this operation. In fact, he was even very desperate. However, at this time, they had completely taken the initiative. If this continued, Su Yang's goal of killing the Y-shadow might really be achieved. The Taiqing sect actually hated the Y-shadow the most. Their history determined the hatred between them and the Y-shadow. At this time, it was natural for him to be able to kill such a powerful Y-shadow. At this time, the Taiqing divine sword completely erupted with brilliance. Under the full power of an emperor, how powerful could the divine sword be? That was not all. Not only did he use the Taiqing divine sword, but he also had the Taiqing warriors assist the sea-splitting demonic snake to continuously attack the powerful Y-shadow. These Taiqing warriors were indeed incomparable to the sea-splitting demonic snake at this time, but in fact, they were already powerful enough to cause great damage to the Y-shadow. Sword of Fire, Sword of Lightning, Sword of Frost, full power, kill. At this time, Su Yang's Sword of Laws condensed again. The power of the Sword of Laws was unparalleled, and the most terrifying aura directly erupted at this time. Such power was like a meteor shuttling through the sky. The power fell directly under the instant sword, then continued to smash down and finally landed on the Y-shadow's body. The Y-shadow immediately let out a violent howl. However, gradually, its power began to become more and more violent. Under such a violent bombardment, it showed no signs of dying. One had to admit that this guy's terror was simply unparalleled. It was as if nothing in this world could kill it. Damn it, how can this thing be so powerful? Su Yang's expression did not look good. At this time, the Y-shadow seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. It was caught off guard by the three of them, and its injuries were constantly worsening. However, Su Yang's Eye of Truth saw something different. That was, as this guy's injuries continued to worsen, its power continued to increase. After the transformation, the benefits were continuously manifesting. The power was being transmitted to his body. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he regained his original power. At that time, even if they were in the umbral realm, they might still be killed by it. That was not impossible. On the contrary, it was very likely that the final result would be so. Therefore, Su Yang knew that this could not continue. Seniors, you too continue to suppress it. I'm going to cut off its source of power. In an instant, Su Yang had already made up his mind. He had to take the risk now. Chapter 1270. Zhong Ziyi and Yu Qingzi nodded at the same time. In this place, they were actually blind and couldn't see the specific state of the shadow creature. However, because Su Yang could guide them with his divine sense, they were able to attack with ease. They were able to find the weakness of the shadow creature and unleash their firepower to its fullest potential. Under such a terrifying burst of power, even the shadow creature was in extreme pain. However, they didn't know that the shadow creature's state was constantly recovering. Su Yang didn't intend to tell them because he was worried that the two seniors would have some misgivings if he told them the situation. He understood human nature too well. Most of the time, if he didn't know, he would be able to cast everything aside and unleash his power to the extreme. But at this time, if he told the two seniors that the shadow creature's state was constantly improving, the two seniors might have some misgivings and consider a way out for themselves. In this way, they wouldn't be able to fully unleash their attacks. This wasn't a good thing. Su Yang wasn't lying to them. Instead, he was helping them make a choice at this time. At this time, Su Yang directly activated the regal sword flight. His speed was so fast that he tore through everything in the blink of an eye. Then, he arrived in front of the shadow creature. At this time, the shadow creature immediately sensed Su Yang's existence. "It's you." He immediately understood that the one who set up this situation was the insignificant human in front of him. This damn thing, how dare you scheme against me? His anger had risen to the extreme at this time. Then, an extremely terrifying roar sounded, and the most powerful force directly rushed towards Su Yang. Su Yang was now a great enemy. If Su Yang continued to hide behind and continue to attack, it would be very difficult for him to kill Su Yang with the help of the sea-splitting demonic snake, Zhongzi, and Yu Qingzi. Even if his power returned, perhaps the best outcome would be to directly break through the umbral domain and return to the shadow world. However, Su Yang didn't want him to return. Instead, he wanted him to stay here. It was precisely because Su Yang's heart was bigger than Zhongzi and Yu Qingzi that he didn't tell them this news. Su Yang sensed the will of the shadow creature and sneered. Yes, it's me. But what can you do to me? His power condensed at this moment. Then, an extremely terrifying power fell directly at this moment. Such a power was extremely terrifying. The berserk aura burst out directly, as if it wanted to destroy all the power in this world. At this time, the power of the shadow creature's power. The power of the two clashed head-on. Shun's power was naturally incomparably powerful, but there was still a distance between him and the shadow creature. With just this one blow, Su Yang immediately felt that he was already surrounded by an extremely evil and strange power. Human, become my slave. At this moment, the shadow creature sneered. In his opinion, since Su Yang was in front of him, he shouldn't think about leaving alive. His power was going to tear Su Yang apart completely. However, at this moment, Su Yang sneered. Of course, he didn't think that he could directly kill this guy with his power. He even expected that he wouldn't be a match for this guy. Therefore, when this power suddenly attacked him, he immediately cast the escape technique. In an instant, his body disappeared on the spot. Then, another power was released. Damn it, let's have a real battle next. At this moment, the door of his small world opened directly. Small world. Su Yang actually wanted to pull this shadow creature directly into his small world. Although the dark domain could perfectly target this guy, it couldn't perfectly exert his power. If this continued, the best result would be to severely injure him. However, this wasn't the result Su Yang wanted. After paying so much, how could Su Yang be willing to just defeat him and let him return to his original place? What Su Yang wanted was to completely kill him. Now, Su Yang knew too little about the power of shadows. Sooner or later, these creatures would be a huge problem. If he could directly capture this shadow monarch, he would be able to analyze many secrets from his body. After all, the shadow monarch wasn't the purest shadow creature. He was transformed from a human. Su Yang had indeed obtained many secrets from his body, but this was far from enough. He needed to know more information so that he could grasp more. He could even obtain what he wanted from the bodies of these fellows, and then improve himself. At this time, the best way Su Yang could think of was to directly drag him into his small world. In fact, the existence of a small world was extremely precious because it could be used as a battlefield. In a small world, one could take advantage of the right time, place, and people to create the best conditions for oneself. Su Yang's power wasn't weak, and he also had many methods. This was what Su Yang relied on. He felt that relying on this, he had enough confidence to conquer this terrifying thing. Therefore, Su Yang didn't hold back. The moment the shadow creature attacked, he directly moved his divine thought. In the blink of an eye, his palm had already covered the shadow creature. The shadow creature was delighted and then let out an extremely carefree roar. Haha, kid, you're courting death. If the shadow creature could come into contact with a human, that would be the beginning of a nightmare. He might be able to use this opportunity to directly enter Su Yang's body and conquer Su Yang. As long as he could kill Su Yang's spirit, this human would be his new body. He had seen enough shining points in Su Yang, so he was certain that there must be countless treasures hidden in Su Yang's body. If he could directly make Su Yang his own body, his strength would be able to improve even more. A shadow creature with such intelligence was also an extremely advanced life form. Since it was an advanced life form, it would have its own pursuits. At their level, they wanted to improve themselves. Why were the shadow creatures so eager to invade the endless world? It was because of the people of the endless world. Once, a senior had studied it. From the perspective of the heavenly Tao, the shadow creatures were incomplete. The people of the endless world had a physical body and a soul. With the physical body as the ship and the soul as the support, they could advance toward eternal transcendence. Whether it was humans, dragons, or other demon races, they were all made up of this. However, the shadow creatures did not. They only had a shadow existence. It was neither a physical body nor a soul, but an extremely special existence. To them, such an existence could allow them to possess extremely strange and terrifying means, but it could not allow them to become the most powerful transcendent existence. The shadow world had always been extremely terrifying, but there had never been a true god-grade powerhouse. Back then, the endless world was able to defeat the shadow creatures largely because there were true powerhouses who directly attacked and defeated them. And as long as it was a high-level creature, they would have ambition. The shadow creatures were obviously blessed by nature, but they could not break through to transcendence. How could they be willing to accept this? That was why they started war after war and then vainly tried to invade and devour. At this moment, this shadow creature had already locked onto Su Yang. The moment Su Yang's body came into contact with it, it had already spread its shadow power toward Su Yang. At this time, Su Yang immediately discovered this guy's intention. But at this moment, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he revealed a chuckle and said, "That's great. Let's change the battlefield then." At this moment, he directly activated his consciousness. Then, he immediately emitted a dark radiance that completely entangled himself and the shadow creature. At the same time, he transmitted his consciousness, "Seniors, protect Feng Yushan well. I think we might have new guests." A guest who would appear at this time was naturally an evil guest. This was something that Su Yang sensed in his fate. At this point, he had a unique perception of fate. Perhaps he still didn't know what would happen in the next moment and who would come, but he could roughly sense the situation. Zhong Ziyi and Yu Qingzi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, Su Yang actually disappeared with the shadow creature. What is this kid trying to do? Isn't this too rash and risky? Yu Qingzi said directly. At this moment, Zhong Ziyi smiled bitterly. He didn't know that Su Yang had his own small world, so he didn't know what Su Yang was planning. But he still said, "At this moment, we can only trust that kid. I hope he won't disappoint us." Yu Qingzi nodded. In fact, from the beginning until now, Su Yang had never disappointed them, whether it was his judgment of the shadow creature's arrival or his battle strategy. However, they didn't understand why Su Yang suddenly gave up when the battle rhythm was clearly great and they could have won if this continued. But at this moment, they still chose to believe in Su Yang unconditionally. Chapter 1271. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Zhong Ziyi, tell us what we should do now. Wind and Cloud Reading Network, Yu Qingzi asked directly. This old thing was also very straightforward at this time, directly handing over all the decisions. He was not an inflexible person. Through these few times, he had already realized one thing. That was because his understanding was too conservative. He had lived for a much longer period of time and had lived for much longer. This was originally a good thing, because time could always give people a lot of things. However, sometimes, mastering too many things would become a burden, making people timid and afraid to move forward. Therefore, he decided not to make decisions on his own. At this time, Zhong Ziyi said, "Let's listen to Su Yang and protect Feng Yushan. Maybe this kid will be a key figure." Su Yang has always been very kind to his friends, and his vision seems to be more farsighted than ours. Let's listen to him. The two discussed for a while and decided to hide in the Dark Realm for now, but their attention was all on Feng Yushan. Although they did not know where Su Yang found out, since he said that there would be evil guests, it was most likely the case. Taking a step back, if there were no evil guests, wouldn't that be better? In any case, these two powerhouses seemed to be idle now. Idle was idle, wasn't it? "Awu. Great master, bring your servant in as well. Your servant will help you teach that ugly bastard a good lesson." At this moment, The sea-splitting demonic snake began to yell. He felt so valiant just now, being able to face a powerful existence equivalent to a high-level Emperor Realm or even a peak Emperor Realm expert head-on. This feeling was really too good. It was simply too cool. Just as he was shouting, Su Yang's small world opened a crack again and directly sucked him in. The sea-splitting demonic snake's eyes blurred, and he appeared in Su Yang's small world. This was his first time in this small world, so he immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, my great master, I'm finally in. Is this your small world? Ha ha, from now on, it'll be your Lord Snake's nest. He had already made up his mind to never sleep in the deep sea again. After all, sleeping in the deep sea was too boring. There was no sense of accomplishment in bullying the sea monsters now. As for those that did not appear, as long as they sensed his aura, they would lie down on the spot. He did not know how to have fun at all. Ah, you ugly thing, your Lord Snake is here. Of course, at this time, he immediately saw the Y-shadow. Then, without saying anything, he directly sea-splitting demonic translation. His speed was so fast that even the Y-shadow could not adapt at this time. The stupid sea-splitting demonic snake had already crashed CCC monster's body. With the huge sea-splitting demonic snake, his power's strength was almost directly his level B level. At this time, he directly launched such a fatal attack. It was simply terrifying. Such power continued to erupt, and the most terrifying aura pressed down fiercely. Even the Y-shadow did not have it easy. After all, the Dark Lotus armor was an extremely terrifying thing. Damn it, how dare you treat me like this? At this time, his power erupted again. Then, with a shake of his body, he sent the sea-splitting demonic snake flying. In terms of true power, the sea-splitting demonic snake could not possibly be a match for him. However, he was also extremely angry. That stupid snake, that Dark Lotus armor was too powerful, and his power was useless against it. Then, he locked his gaze on Su Yang. At this time, Su Yang was standing in the middle of the small world like a god. Ch, human, you're destined to die. I'll tear your soul apart and devour you. The Y-shadow let out the most vicious roar. However, Su Yang did not care. He only said, all right, I don't have to worry about you escaping in this place. Su Yang opened his mouth and said straightforwardly. The Y-shadow seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, escape? You're saying I want to escape? Are you kidding me? Why would I need to escape? Why would I need to escape? To be honest, you're no match for me at all. No, you're not even qualified to be my opponent. You're going to be my food. The Y-shadow did not consider Su Yang a worthy opponent. If Zhongzi and Yu Qingzi were here at this time, the combined power of the three emperors would be enough to threaten him. However, it was different now. He had not really figured out where he was, but one thing he was certain of was that he could no longer sense the aura of those two powerhouses. Without those two powerhouses holding him back, he was invincible. It was impossible for Su Yang to be his opponent. That was not him being arrogant. No matter what, the situation seemed to be so. Unfortunately, he really did not understand the situation, nor did he understand the current situation. Well, if that's what you think, I don't have any objections. Then, come at me. At this time, the scorching sun in the sky became even more intense, and a bright moon quietly appeared at this time. Of course, the bright moon and the scorching sun did not show their power at this time. It was as if the sun and the moon had appeared. That was all. Su Yang's power could be unrestrained in this place. The true demon's shadow appeared at this time. To be honest, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was enough to give him a headache. After all, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was very powerful. Coupled with the dark ink lotus armor, it was almost impossible to break through. Even someone as powerful as him was at his wits' end at this time. And now, an extremely terrifying big guy had appeared. The appearance of the true demon's shadow had shaken his previous thoughts. This terrifying and huge shadow had the most terrifying aura. He just stood there as if he was the main character of this world. At this time, the true demon's shadow opened his eyes. At this time, his terrifying aura directly appeared. The will of the great demon Heavenly Lord had been removed from the true demon's shadow. At least compared to before, it had dissipated a lot. However, at this time, his demonic nature seemed to have become even more terrifying and powerful. When he sensed Su Yang's will and locked his eyes on the Y shadow, a powerful force immediately erupted. Then, with a roar, he rushed toward the Y shadow. His speed was so fast that even the sea-splitting demonic serpent could not compare. Almost in the next instant, he had already appeared in front of the Y shadow. Then, with a punch, the powerful Y shadow was directly sent flying. Before this terrifying Y shadow had never been in such a sorry state. However, at this moment, it was actually sent flying. The sea-splitting demonic serpent shrieked, "Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Is this black guy here to steal my thunder?" He had just experienced the power of the Y shadow and deeply understood how terrifying this guy was. Every punch would erupt with extremely violent and terrifying power. After being blessed by his master's dark armor, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even so, in front of this monster, he could only be sent flying again and again. However, at this time, the dark true demon's shadow appeared and sent the Y shadow flying with a punch. This hurt the sea-splitting demonic serpent very much. He felt that his thunder had been stolen. His thunder being stolen was secondary. The key was that he felt that if this continued, he would lose his position in his master's heart. Mother **K, it's not easy to be a demon pet these days. Originally, there was the two-winged sky tiger and the yellow sparrow, those two fellows who were fighting for my position. At this time, there's actually a stupid big black. I really can't let the baby snake play properly. Su Yang did not know that the true demon's shadow's performance had directly provoked the sea-splitting demonic serpent. This fool was actually prepared to fight with his life on the line for such a reason. If Su Yang knew about this, he would not know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic serpent's body skyrocketed again. His power was rolling at this time, almost directly turning into heavenly thunder. Then, in the midst of his roar, he fell straight down. "You ugly freak, are you biased? When I came to hit you, you sent me flying. When that stupid big guy came to hit you, you sent yourself flying. Is there something wrong with your sense of beauty?" At this time, he roared directly, followed by a violent suppression of power. At this time, the Y shadow was almost enraged. "Damned idiot, go to hell." The powerful Y shadow's power condensed again. The terrifying power rose directly into the sky. Such a brilliant aura erupted at this time to the extreme. The most terrifying power turned into a terrifying Y shadow at this time and bombarded the sea-splitting demonic serpent's body. The sea-splitting demonic serpent, who had just exploded with power and expanded himself, was sent flying again. The sea-splitting demonic serpent was speechless. "Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Su Yang shook his head, feeling speechless. Letting this guy in is really a mistake. It's clearly such a serious time, but how can he always make it like this? I guess the atmosphere is more relaxed. That was the only way Su Yang could describe it. At that moment, the shadow of the true demon displayed its miraculous ability. While the Y shadow creature was attacking the demonic sea rip serpent, the shadow of the true demon pulled out its giant machete and slashed it viciously at the Y shadow creature's huge body. Even a part of the Y shadow's body had been directly cut off, which was a huge blow to the Y shadow.